Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. Chapter 12. The ship's horn rang loudly throughout the port as it safely docked. "Thank you for your patience," the captain's voice announced over the monitor. "We hope you enjoyed the cruise and hope you enjoy your stay here in Twinleaf Town. Please follow the attendant's instructions as you exit the ship." "Thank you." "All right, everyone," said a man in the attendant's uniform near the exit ramp. He clapped his hands to get everyone's attention. "Please walk as you are leaving. We don't want anyone to get hurt, so please no running. And exit in an orderly fashion." Despite the workers' guidelines, May and Drew were moving quickly through the crowd going down the ramp. "Excuse me," May would say, getting through people. She bumped into a few individuals while trying to make her way. "Pardon me, sorry, I'm just in a rush, can you move, thanks?" Drew was following closely behind her and would receive the angry looks from the people she was hitting. "Sorry about her," he told them with a nervous grin. "She just, really has to use the bathroom. When you gotta go, you know." The people would then nod in understanding and smile at Drew, to which he would sigh in relief. When they reached the docks, May and Drew began looking to see if they could find Ash. But he was nowhere to be seen. "He said he'd be here when we docked," she sighed frustratingly. She then turned to Drew with a stony look. "We should have taken Flygon when it got back to the ship. We might have gotten here sooner if we did." Drew began to defend himself. "It took Flygon almost 2 hours to drop off Ketchum and come back. We were only an hour away when it finally showed up on the ship. It wouldn't have been worth it to put Flygon through that kind of strain. You know, Ketchum would have thought the same." May sighed once more. She knew he was right. "May? Is that you?" The brunette quickly whirled her head after hearing her name. Her irritated expression turned into a bright smile when she saw the breeder standing behind her. "Brock!" May exclaimed happily as she gave him a quick hug. She let him go before she continued. "I didn't think I'd see you here, well, here in the port, that is." "Same here," Brock said with a confused expression. "I thought you'd be in Johto right now competing in the Pokemon contests with your rivals, though. It seems like you all decided to come to Sinnoh instead," he noted after seeing the green-haired teen standing behind her. "How've you been, Drew?" Drew flicked his hair. "I've been fine. I'm just trying to be." "We can skip the introductions for later," May sternly interrupted him. She turned to Brock again. "Have you seen Ash around?" "No," he said while shaking his head. "I was actually going to look for him while I headed to Twinleaf Town. I always end up finding him somewhere. We could look together if you want. Unless you and Drew want to leave already to register for the contests. I could tell Ash that I saw you here in the Sinnoh region. I'm sure he'd be surprised to hear that." "Huh?" May questioned. She then realized what he was trying to say and wanted to clarify the misunderstanding. "Oh, no, I'm not here traveling with Drew," she stated, waving her hands frantically to dismiss the idea. "I actually came here with Ash." "Okay, now I'm confused," Brock said while crossing his arms. "Why isn't Ash with you then?" May proceeded to tell him the events that occurred on the ship. She began from the moment that Ash and Drew battled to when Ash flew on Flygon to go look for Pikachu. She glossed over eating lunch with Drew since it was irrelevant. Brock clenched fists infuriatedly. "So, Team Rocket is here, the Sinnoh region, too, those three never learn," he commented before continuing. "You said Ash promised to be here by the time you guys arrived, right?" May frowned and nodded. "Okay, so that means something else must have happened. Ash is not one to say one thing and do another." "If that's so, then we should go look for him," Drew interjected. Brock and May both nodded in agreement. They all turned to head to Twinleaf Town when someone called out to them. "Excuse me," exclaimed a womanly voice from behind. They all looked to see a woman with short, red hair that came down to her neck standing close to them. She was wearing a stripped white and gray dress with white boots that came up to her knees. However, her most distinct feature seemed to be her eyes. They were beautifully sharp and piercing red, which allured the trio's focus. "Are you Drew?" she asked politely to the green-haired teen. "Wow!" Brock answered before Drew could say anything. He pushed him aside and swiftly grabbed the woman's hands. "Yes, he's Drew, but let's not waste time talking about him," Brock continued with an adored expression. "Let's talk how beautiful destiny is for bringing us together at this very moment. Our love for each other will be brighter than those gorgeous eyes of yours." The woman laughed nervously as she pulled her hands away from the breeder. "I think it's just my eyes and my destiny that will be bright." "Aha!" Brock said as grabbed his chest with his right hand. He slumped and put his head down. "Rejected, and I haven't even reached the first town yet." Drew cautiously moved a sulking Brock out of his way to walk up to the mysterious woman. "I'd apologize for his behavior, but I don't know him good enough to say if he was joking or he really meant it. Anyways, like he said, I'm Drew, and you are?" "Oh, my name is not important," the woman said, smiling while dismissing the question. Her smile was just as sharp as her eyes. "I'm here to take you to see your uncle. He wants to see you." "My uncle?" "Yes," she replied seriously. "He heard you were coming to town and instructed me to find you when you arrived. And he wants to see you right away, so if you don't mind." She stepped aside and urged him by gesturing with her arm to walk with her. Drew was about to follow her when he remembered what he was going to do. He turned and viewed May smiling at him. "It's okay, Drew," she reassured with a soft smile. May put a hand on his shoulder as she continued. "I'll tell Ash that you had do something with your family. He'll understand." He thought about what she said before smirking and flicking his hair. "All right. Tell Ketchum I'm really sorry for what happened, and I guess I'll see you at the first Pokemon contest." "I'll be ready." May grinned confidently as she removed her hand. With that, Drew followed the red-haired woman in the opposite direction of his rival. In a few minutes, the two were lost in the crowd and out of their sight. May watched them disappear before shaking her head to focus again. "Let's go, Brock," she said to her heartbroken friend. "Ash is in trouble." "How can you tell?" the breeder asked as he regained his composure. They began running towards Twin Leaf Town at full speed as May responded. "I don't know, but I just do. XXXX. Ow!" Ash mentally yelled as he received a fifth blow to his leg. "This stupid bike keeps hitting my shin with the pedal." After apologizing to Dawn for Pikachu destroying her bicycle, Ash volunteered to carry it back to her house. He told her it was the least he could do to repay her. However, he was regretting even asking because the pedal kept hitting his shin as he carried the bike under his right arm. It wasn't that each blow hurt a lot, but it kept hitting one spot and the pain was adding up. "Crap!" Ash complained as he took another hit. "Dang it, Pikachu. We're gonna have a talk about this destroying people's bike thing later." "We're almost there, Ash," Dawn said, interrupting his thoughts. "It should take us another 10 minutes to get there." "Great." Ash grunted. So, she started as she viewed Pikachu and Piplup walking ahead of them down the path. "This Team Rocket you talked about, do they really try and take other people's Pokemon for themselves?" Ash knew she was recalling them from the story he told her on how he and Pikachu were separated. "Yeah, it's like their job or something," he said bluntly while looking at her. "They've been trying to take Pikachu ever since I've started my journey." "That's awful." Dawn exclaimed angrily, looking at Ash. "You're telling me," he responded. "It's annoying that they keep trying. I didn't want to believe people actually did stuff like that. I can't imagine anything like that happening to me." She turned her attention back to the walking Pokemon and frowned. "I just got Piplup, but I already feel so attached to him," she said softly. "I don't know what I'd do if someone tried taking him away from me." "If it makes you feel any better, Team Rocket isn't good at what they do," he stated truthfully. "You have a better chance of scaring them with a Burmy than getting your Pokemon taken away by them." Dawn giggled at the thought of people being afraid of such a small, harmless Pokemon. Ash smiled as he got her to think of something else. He then thought of something that might work. But, if you're still worried about them, you could travel with us, he suggested nonchalantly. Dawn stopped laughing after hearing his words. She took in every word carefully before replying. You want me to travel with you? She asked curiously. Everything seemed to slow around her as she waited for his response. I mean, if you want to. Why you mean just you and me traveling the Sinnoh region? A blush slowly emerged on her face. How I can go from hating this person at one moment to feeling flustered in another. I've spent less than 2 hours with him, but, I don't even know how to describe it. It feels like I've known him for years. Ash could tell she was thinking but decided to answer her anyways. No, it wouldn't just be you and me, he clarified. I'm traveling with another friend, or at least I think I still am. You don't know if traveling with someone else? Dawn eyed the trainer curiously. She broke her thoughts and concentrated on him once he began to speak. It's complicated, Ash stated while scratching his chin. He smiled to himself when he thought of another way to convince her. But, I'll find out when we get to Twinleaf Town. She's probably waiting for me at the port right now. I'm sure she's in a rush to sign up for the Sinnoh contests, I'm not sure she'll be happy if. Wait! Dawn yelled as she stepped in front of him. Your friend is a coordinator. Yeah, is that a problem? No, I'm gonna start my journey as a coordinator. She exclaimed happily, placing a hand on her chest to emphasize she was. Really? Ash tried to act surprised. I would have never guessed you were one. What's that supposed to mean? Nothing. I'm just not good at reading people, he lied. Oh, Dawn relaxed, stepping away from him. She then began to bombard Ash with questions about his friend as she moved aside to continue making their way. Has she competed in other regions before? Yes. Has she won any grand festivals? No, but she's come pretty close. What's her name? May. Her full name, Ash. Dawn is pushy this time around. Ash briefly glanced at her before speaking. May Maple. She's from the Hoenn region. Ah. Dawn squealed loudly, causing Ash to flinch from the sudden outburst. You're friends with May Maple, the princess of Hoenn. Yeah, people call her that. Yes, now stay focused. Dawn then proceeded to ask Ash more questions until they reached her house. And even then, she was still talking about May. Ash saw the familiar house and sighed in relief. It had been the longest 10 minutes he had ever spent with Dawn in both his lives, he concluded. He placed the bike on the side of the building and could still hear her talk. He had mostly stopped paying attention after she began talking about how they could learn from each other. Dawn described how May could teach her based on experience and how she could teach the brunette based on wisdom Dawn received from her famous, coordinator mother. Overall, Ash had a headache and was tired of hearing about coordinating. It wasn't until they were standing on the porch and Dawn asked her last question that he concentrated on her again. So, is she your girlfriend? My what? Ash turned around carefully to regard her. Dawn crossed her arms and smiled coyly. Yeah, your girlfriend. No, he said bluntly. Really? She stated in disbelief. I think you'd be lucky to have May as your girlfriend. From everything that you've been telling me, she's perfect, not to mention you're not bad yourself. She muttered the last sentence to herself. Huh? Nothing, Dawn said, grinning nervously and waving her arms to dismiss him. Nothing important. I knew I heard talking coming from outside, a voice interrupted as the front door opened. A woman, who Ash knew as Dawn's mother, was smiling and looking towards Dawn. I thought you'd be back earlier, but I see you've been busy. She glanced over to Ash as she finished. Hi, I'm Dawn's mom, but you can call me Joanna. Ash grinned and extended his hand to greet the older woman. It's nice to meet you. Dawn talked about you the whole way here. Pikachu. Pikachu said, running up the porch and onto his trainer's shoulder. Oh, and this is Pikachu, Ash continued while patting his best friend. Joanna had accepted Ash's hand and greeted Pikachu with kindness. I met Ash when I was on my way back, Dawn explained to her mom. She smiled and jumped when she remembered about Piplup. Oh, Mom, I got my first Pokemon from Professor Rowan. That's great, Dawn, Joanna exclaimed happily. Who did you choose? Piplup. She replied. She then looked around to see if the little Pokemon was near, but he was nowhere to be seen. He was around here somewhere. Pikachu, where were you guys playing? Pikachu jumped off Ash's shoulder and ran down the porch. Everyone followed closely behind the mouse as he went towards the garden off their left. To their surprise, they found Piplup leaning against the home sound asleep. Joanna giggled as she saw Piplup's nose bubble grow and shorten as he breathed. I think he's going to like it here. Dawn walked over to Piplup and picked him up. Come on, Joanna continued as her daughter made her way back. Let's go inside, so you could all get some rest. What do you say, Ash? How about you come in for a while and relax before you head out? Thanks for the offer, but I really have to go, Ash said sincerely. He allowed Pikachu to jump once again on his shoulder before continuing. I really have to get to the port to meet up with my friend. I understand. The older blue-haired woman sounded disappointed. Mom, he's going to meet up with May Maple. Dawn interjected. Remember, she's the coordinator from the Kanto Grand Festival we saw a few months ago on TV. Joanna's eyes widened in surprise. Wow, that's a very talented friend you have there, Ash, she told the trainer. Is she going to enter the Sinnoh contests? Yeah, Ash nodded. Most of her rivals are competing in the Johto region, and she wanted to try something new, so she came here. Well, she has a rival in me. Dawn said confidently, still holding a sleeping Piplup in her arms. I won't go easy on her. Joanna grinned at her daughter's enthusiasm. She then thought of an idea. Why don't you bring May back here to rest, Ash? She suggested. You said she was waiting for you at the port, so I'm sure she'd like to relax after a long trip before you both head out. What do you say? Ash scratched his cheek as he contemplated her suggestion. He knew May wouldn't object to the idea resting for a bit, but he really wanted to get going already. He felt like he wasted enough time with everything that's happened today. However, Ash took too long to decide that Dawn answered for him. He'll be back with May when he finds her, she estimated. Her comment earned her honest expressions from her mom and Ash. She merely smiled at their responses. They have to come back, so we could all leave together. You're going to travel with them? Joanna asked curiously. Dawn nodded happily. Yeah. Ash offered me the chance to go with them, and I think it's the best thing for me to do. That's great to hear, honey. Ash was slightly surprised at first, but then he realized his plan worked and congratulated himself mentally on a good job. Okay, he spoke up. I'll be back in a little bit, then. We'll wait for you here, okay? Dawn said. Ash nodded and began making his way with Pikachu to go find May. Don't take so long. Dawn yelled to Ash and Pikachu as they distanced themselves. Dawn, don't act like that, Joanna scolded her daughter. He just became your friend and you're treating him in that way. The young blue-haired teen's expression turned to a soft one as she regarded her mom. It's weird, Mom, she began in low tone. There's something about him that seems so familiar and so comforting. It's hard to describe in words, but I don't know. Okay, let's go inside and you can explain this weird feeling, Joanna suggested with sly smile. It's not like that, Mom, Dawn said, noting the look she was receiving. Whatever you say, dear, the older woman teased as they began making their way back to the house. I saw the way you kept glancing at him. Mom. Hey, I'm just saying what I see. Dawn sighed. Well, it's kinda hard not to look. He's just so mesmerizing to look at. Joanna laughed at her daughter's honesty. I understand, dear, she admitted as she thought of how strong the trainer appeared physically. Not many boys around his age look like he does. He must have worked hard to get like that. Yeah, he probably did. Dawn said thoughtfully. She then shook her head to clear her thoughts. There's no worry about stuff like that right now, though. I'm more focused on winning Sinnoh contests. That's my girl, Joanna thought proudly. Besides, the teen continued. I think he likes May but won't admit it. True, that's a possibility, her mom stated as she put a hand on her cheek. They began to walk back to the house when she came to a conclusion. She could be his girlfriend. He said she wasn't. How personal did you both get coming back home? Joanna questioned as she opened the door to the house. Somewhat personal, Dawn replied as entered her home with Piplup. She could smell the lunch her mom had been preparing and breathed in deeply. It's kinda a long story. Her mom responded as she closed the door. Well, we've got some time, so start explaining. XXXX. Where could he be? May muttered to herself worryingly. We'll find him, May, Brock reassured his friend. After arriving in Twin Leaf Town 15 minutes ago, May and Brock had been searching for any sign of Ash and Pikachu. The town was not big, but it was very spread out. The houses and other buildings weren't close to each other, which made it difficult for them to scout the entire town quickly. So far, they have had no luck. They began to ask people if they had seen Ash around to get some help. May would describe his appearance because she knew it would be very distinguishable to other things. Brock was going to ask her if Ash was really the way she made him out to be, but thought if they found Ash, he'd find out then. Many people said they saw someone pass by not too long ago with the description but didn't know where he went. They admitted to May and Brock that he looked intimidating to stare at, so they didn't bother paying attention in order not to cause trouble with him. It was after asking 10 individuals that they decided to take a break and sit on a nearby bench. If anything, Ash will find us, Brock stated, patting her back to comfort her. He could tell it wasn't working and decided. The only thing to do was to continue looking. Come on, the breeder stood up determinedly. He has to be around here somewhere. There's no way he could disappear without anyone knowing where he was heading. May clenched her fists and stood. You're right, she stated, knowing moping wouldn't get them anywhere. Let's keeping looking. The duo gathered their things and began searching for Ash and Pikachu again. May thought it would be helpful to split up and ask everyone this time. She told Brock to ask everyone that was passing by on the road, and she would knock on people's homes to ask those individuals. They both agreed that they would meet up in 10 minutes with their findings. May began going door to door of different homes with less success than before. Nobody had seen anyone with the description she was giving them. It was until she arrived in front of a nice, brown home with beautiful off to the right that she received what she was looking for. She sadly walked up the porch and knocked on the door. She didn't believe this house would be any different from the rest. When the door opened, May saw a blue-haired girl around her age smiling at her. Hi, May began, grinning slightly to be nice. My name is May, and I'm looking for. You're May Maple. The teen interrupted excitingly. She took a deep breath and recollected herself. Sorry. You're looking for Ash, right? May's eyes quickly perked up. You know who I'm talking about? Yeah, the blue-haired teen smiled brightly before realizing something. Oh, I'm sorry again. My name is Dawn. I'm a friend of Ash. Why, you're a friend of Ash? May was taken back by her comment. Dawn nodded eagerly. The brunette, now, really viewed the girl in front of her. She admitted this girl was really beautiful and her figure was almost as developed as hers. May shook her head to clear her thoughts. I can't be acting like this right now, she told herself. Is he in there right now? She found herself nervous to know the answer to her question. Dawn gave her a confused expression while shaking her head. No, but that's weird, she stated. He said he was going to look for you and come back here. He was going to come back here. Yeah, with you, Dawn said happily. She then clasped her hands in excitement. I'm sorry for acting like this, but I just can't believe you're here. You're a wonderful coordinator, May. One of the best according to Mom. Oh, I'm not all that, May blushed from the comments. Don't try to down yourself, the blue-haired teen argued while crossing her arms. From what I've seen and from what Ash said about you, you're amazing. He talked about me to you? Yup, Dawn said nodding. For some reason, this caused May to smile warmly to herself. Dawn noted her sudden change in expression before continuing. Yeah, I wanted to know everything about you, she shyly responded. Since we're going to be traveling together. We are? May asked. Yeah, Ash invited me to travel with you guys. He thought it would be fun for us since we're coordinators. May smiled brightly and clasped her own hands. You're a coordinator, too. Dawn nodded eagerly once more. Hey, May. Did you have any luck? May and Dawn both whirled around to see Brock walking up to them. Yup. She exclaimed. She stepped aside, so Dawn and Brock could see each other. This is Dawn. Ash invited her to travel with us through the Sinnoh region. It's nice to meet you, Dawn. My name is Brock. Any friend of Ash is a friend of mine, the breeder said with glee. The more, the better. It's nice to meet you, Brock. Brock is also the cook in the group, May added to Dawn. Oh, good, Dawn said in relief, placing a hand over her stomach. I honestly didn't know what I was going to do about food when I was going to travel on my own. They laughed for a bit before Brock spoke again. So, where's Ash and Pikachu? Are they inside? No, he said he was going to look for May at the port, Dawn recalled thoughtfully. But why don't you guys come in and wait for him here? I don't know. May contemplated as she rubbed her arm. I mean, if he thinks I'm still over there, shouldn't we go look for him? True, Brock agreed. I'll go with you guys to look, but we should still wait about 10 minutes before we head out, Dawn suggested. He could be on his way right now for all we know, so we better wait to make sure. There are many ways to get to the port that if we head out now and take one path, Ash could have taken a different one, passing us, and we'd just be going back and forth. You have a point there, Dawn, Brock admitted reluctantly. We should wait a bit, May, just to make sure. May sighed in frustration but agreed with her friend. Come on, Dawn stood aside to give her new traveling companions a path to enter her house. We'll wait inside and rest before leaving. I could tell you how I met Ash and Pikachu. XXXX. I kinda figured she wasn't going to wait at the port for us, buddy. Pikachu Pi Pika Pika Pika, Pikachu told his trainer. Yeah, she's going to be mad at me, Ash sighed, rubbing his face against his hands before continuing. Have you noticed that May and Dawn get angry with me easily this time around? Pikachu nodded, knowing exactly what he was talking about. Let's head back to Dawn's house, Ash recommended tiredly as he stretched his arms. We'll go get her, so we could find them together. This way, we could just leave all at once. He stretched his back. I know I said we rest in her house for a bit, but we've wasted enough time as it is. The duo started making their way through the port to head towards Twin Leaf Town. They had entered the path outside the port when Pikachu spoke. Pikapi, Pika Pika Chu Pai, he said. True, it is odd that we didn't see May or Drew coming here, Ash concurred with his buddy. It would have been easy to see Drew's green hair if we passed by it. He then scratched his chin before thinking out loud. Why do you think he chose green as his hair color? I mean, there's no way his hair to naturally be that color, right? Pika 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 Chu Pika Pai Pika, Pikapi. Ash sighed. You're right. It's his hair, and he could do whatever he wants with it. Pikachu nodded disappointingly. You'd think he'd cut it, though. Ash and Pikachu had walked another 60 feet when the sky suddenly darkened. Dark, brooding clouds were quickly covering the clear, blue sky that it was a few minutes ago. Thundering could be heard, and the wind had picked up tremendously. The trees around them appeared to be tipping over from the strong gusts. The sudden change in weather seemed suspicious to the duo. They continued treading down the path and noticed nobody was around them. No one was in sight. Ash and Pikachu stopped and scattered the area with their eyes to search for someone but couldn't find a single person in view. They turned around to see if anyone was behind them, but it was the same scenario as it was ahead. When they turned their heads to continue down the path, however, they saw a dark hooded figure standing 10 feet away from them. Ash wasn't getting a good feeling about the person, so he was preparing for a dangerous situation. Pikachu followed suit by becoming more attentive than before. As Ash took a step forward, the dark figure mimicked his actions. The trainer stopped moving, knowing something was about to happen. Ash got a better view of the mysterious person with the step they both took. The dark figure's face was mostly covered by the large black overcoat he was wearing, but his eyes were clearly visible and threatening. His eyes were completely white. There was no color, no emotion, or no life in them. "Who are you?" Ash yelled to the cryptic person. "What do you want?" "No." The figure echoed in deep, menacing voice. "The question is, who are you, time traveler?" Ash's eyes widened and quickly grabbed a pokeball from his waist to ready himself. Pikachu jumped from his shoulder and readied for battle. "I'll ask again," Ash said, deepening his voice as well. "Who are you and what do you want?" The dark figure merely put his left arm behind his back and pulled out a black pokeball. It was surrounded and emitted in a dark aura. That's not normal, Ash thought, trying to think if he's seen anything like it before. I don't recognize his voice either. Rain began to vastly pour down and lightning began to strike around them occasionally. "What I want, Ash and Pikachu," the mysterious slowly voiced. He threw his pokeball and yelled. "Is for you to disappear." The dark pokeball opened and showed its possession, a dark, three-headed dragon with a ferocious expression. "Roar!" The Pokemon raged. Ash didn't waste any time and sent his pokeball in the air. It opened and out came Infernape. "Infernape!" The fire type exclaimed, colliding its fists together. "I have the advantage against his Hydreigon, but I won't go lightly," Ash strategized. "Use Mach Punch." Infernape didn't hesitate and speedily closed the distance between it and its opponent. The Sinnoh starter's fists glowed blue as it jumped and launched the attack. "Stop it," the dark figure countered. Hydreigon waited for Infernape to be inches away from it before screeching loudly, discharging a powerful hyper-voice attack. The attack instantly threw Infernape fiercely away, causing it to crash harshly against the ground. However, the fire type quickly rose to its feet and retreated to Ash. "You can't escape fate," he continued as he pulled out another black pokeball and hurled it into the air. Out came a strong automaton Pokemon. He sent out a Golurk. Ash eyed the still ghost type and could tell it was strong. "Ready, Pikachu?" Pikachu nodded confidently. He ran next to his fellow Pokemon and waited for a command. "Draco Meteor," the dark figure ordered. Hydreigon fired an orange sphere into the gloomy sky. It raced for a few seconds in the air before exploding and creating hundreds of orange meteors. "Get ready," Ash told his Pokemon. He'd never seen a Draco Meteor disperse so many spheres. "Psychic," he called to Golurk. Golurk lifted its heavy arms and opened its hands to use the attack. Suddenly, the spheres from the Draco Meteor were surrounded by a blue glow from the Psychic and froze in midair. Golurk then brought its arms back before launching them forward fiercely. As a result, all the orange meteors huddled together closely and raged towards a still Ash. Foreshadowing what was happening, Pikachu and Infernape fired counterattacks to intercept the attack from landing on their trainer. "Pikachu!" Pikachu said while firing a powerful thunderbolt. "Ape!" Infernape yelled while using its powerful flamethrower. Though weakened by the rain, the fire was still tremendous. The electric and fire moves fused as they headed towards the Draco meteor. The attacks collided and instantly destroyed one another, causing a massive explosion in the area. When the dust cleared, Ash was standing strongly and unyieldingly in the same position. He had not moved even though he knew the move was coming towards him. "A cheap move to come after me with your Pokémon," the strong trainer stated assertively. He stared the hooded figure directly in his emotionless eyes. "As I said," the mysterious man responded coldly, "you can't escape fate, and we're here to make sure of that." "We're?" Ash wanted answers, however, he got a different response. The dark figure opened his white eyes widely, which caused a bright light to flash the area. Ash and his Pokémon shielded their eyes. When the flash disappeared, they noticed that the strong mystery threat was gone along with Hydreigon and Golurk. Ash looked around to see if they were anywhere in sight, but the field was empty. The rain and thundering had stopped as the gray clouds disappeared as well. The winds had also faltered. He gave a stern look to his Pokémon before walking up to them. Ash had taken 2 steps when he heard a voice rang loudly. "This is a warning." Ash recognized the menacing voice as the man he just faced. "Fate cannot be changed, time travelers. You're not safe, nor are any of your friends." The raven-haired teen clenched his fists and gritted. Who was that guy? He asked himself as he walked over to his Pokémon who seemed to be having their own discussion. "He just threatened me and my friends. I haven't faced someone that strong in a while." Ash then began to think about everything the hooded man told him. What did he mean, "I can't escape fate"? He also knew Pikachu and I were from the future. I need answers. My friends can be in danger because of me. Shalebi needs to start explaining more than she's letting on. Chapter 13. You were a famous coordinator. May exclaimed, looking admiringly across towards the older woman Dawn was praising. She and Brock were sitting on the couch across from Dawn and Joanna as they exchanged past experiences waiting for Ash to return. "Well, I wouldn't say famous, but I was pretty good at your age," Joanna stated bashfully. She crossed her arms as she continued. "Dawn and I saw your performance in the Kanto Grand Festival, and I have to say, you're an amazing coordinator yourself." May put her hands together and shyly fidgeted her fingers. "Dawn mentioned that to me earlier, and it kinda surprised me to hear other people praise me like that. Thank you, Joanna. It means a lot coming from someone who's done it before." "It's always good to hear you're doing great from a professional," Brock interjected to May. "You should be proud and inspired to try harder now." May blushed from the attention she was receiving. "Don't think I'll go easy on you, May." Dawn confidently stood and pumped her fists. "It might be my first time doing contests, but I've had a great teacher to show me the ropes. I'm going to win the Grand Festival year." "Well, I didn't come to Sinnoh to lose," May said smiling, also standing up to match Dawn. "We'll just have to wait and see when the time comes." "Deal. We will settle this in the finals of the Grand Festival." Brock and Joanna could feel the tension between the two teens as they stared at one another. Joanna decided they'd be able to express themselves more if they were alone. Brock," she spoke up unsteadily. "You were saying you like to cook." "Why yes. Yes, I do." He was feeling the uneasiness in the room as well. "Great." Joanna clasped her hands in excitement. "I was about to prepare dinner if you want to help." "I'd love to," Brock said as he began walking with her out of the living room. When they away from May and Dawn, he asked her if it was a good idea to leave them alone. "Yeah," Joanna replied knowingly while briefly glancing back at the two girls. "I think it'd give them time to actually talk without any adults around. There aren't many girls here around Dawn's age, so I thought it'd be nice for her to talk with May. Besides, she knows that if she breaks something in this house there will be consequences." Brock chuckled when he heard her threaten Dawn. He remembered how strict he was his brothers and sisters. "Now that I think about it," he responded after reminiscing. "I don't think May spends time with girls her own age either." Then I think I did the right thing, don't you think? There was a strong silence between the two teens when they were left alone. May was sitting and looking around the room, trying not to make eye contact with Dawn. She couldn't think of anything to talk about besides coordinating, and she felt that they had talked about it too much already. The brunette, on the other hand, was thinking something completely different. Dawn was resting her head on her hand on the couch arm. She was looking attentively at the brunette and trying to figure her out, trying to read her. When her mom and Brock left them, she noticed something oddly familiar about May, as if they had met before. However, Dawn could not think of any place where they could have met. She then realized she's felt this sensation once before. I remember feeling like this in the forest when I was walking with Ash, she thought, still staring at a nervous May. I felt something with Ash that was so comforting and safe, and with May it's more like a trusting feeling. Maybe she feels the same about me, well, maybe not right now. Dawn noted May's attempt to avoid making eye contact. I should break this awkwardness with something light and subtle. Okay, I think I got it. So, she began hesitantly, instantly getting May's attention. How long have you and Ash been going out? May's face extremely reddened. What? I guess that wasn't light or subtle, Dawn admitted to herself after hearing her reaction. Oh, did I say something wrong? May smiled shyly and waved her hands dismissively. And no, well, yeah, it's just that Ash and I aren't going out, she clarified while laughing nervously. He's just a really good friend, that's all. Really? Dawn replied surprisingly. I would have never guessed that if you didn't tell me. The way you worry about him tells me otherwise. May eyed Dawn with a blank expression. Does it really look like that? Her curiosity growing on the topic. Dawn smiled slightly and nodded. The brunette looked away and slowly began to glide her right hand up and down her left arm nervously. She thought if Dawn could see it without Ash even being here, it would be obvious to anyone who looked her way when they traveled. Am I missing something? Dawn asked herself. She thought May would have a different reaction after hearing she and Ash seemed like a couple. Unless, the brunette began think, unless she doesn't like Ash, no, that can't be it. She seemed curious to know if they actually look like a couple, not to mention she's acting awkward again when I told her it did seem like it. Dawn's eyes widened when she figured it out. May? Yes. May looked to Dawn and softly smiled, dismissing her initial flustered expression. Does Ash know you like him? May slightly flinched after hearing the question. She lightly grinned before responding. Is it really that obvious? She's not even trying to deny it. Maybe she does feel the same trusting feeling. Dawn gave her knowing look. Well, yeah. You'd have to be pretty dense not to see it. May sighed. Yeah, I was afraid it was that obvious, she replied disappointingly. And no, he doesn't know that I like him, or at least I think he doesn't know. Ash is one of those pretty dense people you were talking about. I'm not even sure he knows what love is, actually. I'm not so sure about that, Dawn stated as she placed a finger on her chin, thinking about the time she spent with Ash. He seemed like he had idea of what it was. I mean, I asked him if you were his girlfriend when we were walking in the forest, and he said no, so I think he knows something about it, at least that it has to do with another person. Oh. May then gave her a confused look. Wait, if you already knew Ash and I weren't going out, then why'd you ask me? Dawn sheepishly scratched her chin. I have to admit I forgot until now when I thought about it, she laughed nervously. To be honest, I was trying to do something to break the silence. May began to laugh lightly as well. Yeah, it was pretty awkward, huh? She said in between laughs. I'll admit it was getting creepy. Right? Dawn agreed. The two laughed a little longer before the brunette recollected herself and spoke up again. I'm sorry for bringing it up, May, she said sympathetically. She walked over to the brunette and sat next to her. If you want, I could help you with your problem. What do you say? Why, you'd really help me? May eyed Dawn cautiously. Yeah. I'd love to. She responded happily. I mean, how hard can it be, right? I don't know if it's such a good idea, May contemplated. I think I should just let things happen on their own, maybe. I've been with him for a few months and haven't had any luck so far. Really? The brunette nodded. Okay, but that's all about to change with my help. I promise. After mulling the proposal for a minute, May grabbed Dawn into a friendly hug, which surprised the teen. Nonetheless, she reciprocated the embrace. Thank you, Dawn, May said gently as she pulled away. It's weird, being that we just met and all, but I feel like I can trust you with just about anything. She does feel the same way. Does this mean anything? Dawn nodded and smiled in response. I feel the same way, just don't think this means I'll go easy on you in the contests. That promise is different from this one. May smirked. Of course, it is. They both laughed, having fun in a way neither of them has ever had before. Crack. What was that? May stopped worryingly when a loud noise echoed the house. It sounded like thunder. She answered herself and quickly walked over to the window and peeked through the curtains. She was stunned to see the wind blowing fiercely, heavy rain pouring down harshly, and lightning striking dangerously every few seconds. Dawn walked over and saw for herself. It was just sunny a few moments ago, she stated in amazement, taking in the scenery. That's so weird, I didn't see any clouds when I was walking home with Dash. Ash! May exclaimed, cutting her off. She hastily grabbed her bag and ran towards the door. Where are you going? Dawn frantically asked. Ash and Pikachu are still out there. May turned the handle and opened the door, which caused the strong winds to enter the house. She narrowed her eyes as the strong, freezing air hit her face and blew her hair back. Wait, May. Dawn said as she covered her eyes with arms. Don't try to stop me, Dawn. I'm coming with you. No one is going anywhere. Joanna yelled to the girls as she entered the living room. It's too dangerous to go out right now. She's right, May. Brock agreed as swiftly made his way to shut the door. But what about Ash and Pikachu? May argued. I'm just as concerned as you are, but they'll be fine, Brock answered calmly while locking the door. You and I both know they've been in tougher situations before. There's no need to worry about them. Besides, it wouldn't do us any good if we got caught in the storm, too. But May couldn't think of anything to counter him. She knew he was right, she knew they were right, and there was no way they would let her leave the house. She merely slumped her head and shoulders in defeat and began walking towards the couch. Dawn quickly wrapped an arm around her, trying to comfort her. Come on, she said in soft voice. She helped May and began leading her out of the room. Let's go to my room to fix your hair. The air really messed it up. May nodded uncaringly. Then you can do my hair, 'cause it's your fault I look like a Bidoof's chin. What's a Bidoof? Brock and Joanna heard May ask as they left room. A Pokemon you don't want to look like. Joanna sighed. I can tell you are going to have trouble with these teens. It wouldn't be a journey with Ash if there was no trouble, Brock commented knowingly. So, I'm guessing he makes your life interesting. Yeah, but it's not like he goes looking for trouble. It just seems to. Find him. Joanna finished as Brock trailed off. Yeah. He slowly walked over to the door, realizing something odd. Do you hear that? The woman listened intently but couldn't hear anything. She shook her head to the curious breeder. Exactly. Brock slowly opened the door and was in disbelief. The storm had stopped completely. The sky was clear, and the sun was shining brightly. There was no wind blowing or gray cloud in sight. Joanna could not believe the scene. She could not think of anything to say, so she just stared in awe. I would be wrong to think you weren't involved in this, Ash, Brock thought to himself. What's going on? XXXX. Osichoo. Pika. Thanks, buddy. Ash wiped his nose with the towel in his hands. He pulled it out to dry himself and Pikachu after getting wet from the storm. Granted, Ash's clothes were still soaked, but they were drying fast with the intense heat of the sun. He and Pikachu hadn't said much after the incident with the mysterious figure. They were walking side by side and were still trying to comprehend what exactly happened. The battle was so fast it was difficult to break down the details. The Pokémon were so strong and rare in this region that it would not be difficult to know who would be capable of using them in that way, but it would be hard to track the person down. However, Ash and Pikachu both knew one thing for certain: somebody knows who they really are. They were a few feet away from Dawn's house when Ash spoke to Pikachu. So, he began in a low tone, "What are we gonna tell them?" "Pika Pikachu Pika Pika," Pikachu suggested. "You think they believe us if we just said we got caught up in the storm coming back?" Pikachu nodded. "True. They don't really have anything to be suspicious about." Ash took off his hat and scratched his hair. He sighed loudly before continuing. "I guess I'm just being a little paranoid, is all. I'm just still trying to figure out how that guy knew who we were. And he said we're, so does that mean there are more people that know, or was he referring to his Pokémon? Celebi should be the only one that knows about us." Pikachu Pika copy, Pikapi. "Yeah, it should be something we ask her about. We should know everything that's going on if we're gonna do this," Ash sternly finished. The duo walked up the porch and knocked on the door. They were surprised when it opened and saw their old companion smiling at them. "Brock?" Ash questioned curiously, trying to be sure. "Hey, Ash," Brock said happily. As soon as the breeder said Ash's name, footsteps could be heard rushing to the door. Both May and Dawn pushed Brock away from the entrance, causing him to fall over. May, however, was the first to see Ash and spoke. "Ash!" she exclaimed gladly, strongly resisting the urge to embrace him. I mean, we were so worried about you. Are you all right?" Dawn noted her mishap and smiled to herself. "Way to be subtle, May." "May," was all Ash could say. He was still trying to understand how was Brock here. "Pikachu." Pikachu cut off his trainer and jumped towards May. "Pikachu, you're okay," she said as caught him and gave him a tight hug. "I'm happy to see that you're all right after blasting off from the ship." "Wait a second," Ash interrupted as he rubbed his hands against his head before continuing to May. "I'm confused. Can you please explain to me how this happened? How did you meet up with Brock, and how did you both end up at Dawn's house? And where's Drew?" "You know what, scratch that last question, I don't care about him." May smiled brightly and looked adoringly at his flustered expression. "It's okay, Ash," she reassured him as she gripped his hand, pulling him gently inside. "Come inside, and I'll explain everything." Ash sighed as he entered the house and shut the door. In a few minutes, they were all sitting in the living room as May explained the events leading up to the present situation. She had given Pikachu to Dawn, who was also happy to see the yellow mouse come back, while she clarified everything to Ash. After 10 minutes of describing everything in detail, Ash pondered the information before speaking. "Okay, I think I got it," he began, mainly talking to himself. "Basically, you and Drew found Brock at the port, and then Drew left to see his uncle with this beautiful woman, as Brock described." The breeder nodded eagerly. This earned him a smack on the arm by May. "And then you both went searching door to door to see if anyone had noticed me go by, which is how you ended here with Dawn and her mom, right?" "That's right," May chimed excitingly. "Dang, what a small world." Ash thought to himself. "I'm starting to believe this fate stuff can't be changed. If my friends were meant to meet each other even without my help, does that mean I can't escape my fate? I guess we'll see when this is over." "Okay," Joanna exclaimed loudly to get everyone's attention. "It's getting late and dinner is almost ready." How about you all spend the night here and get an early start in the morning, huh? Ash was about to decline when Dawn spoke up. That's a great idea. Sure, Brock shrugged and agreed. It wouldn't hurt to rest for one night before traveling. Ash sighed exhaustedly, knowing he wasted a day that could have helped him. May saw his expression and walked over to him as everyone else made their way to the kitchen. What's wrong, Ash? She asked concerningly while putting a hand on his shoulder. He looked up and saw May with a worried expression. Nothing. I guess I'm just tired with everything that's happened today. Did something else happen when you were looking for us? Ash steadily gazed into her eyes, not knowing whether he should tell her the truth or not. It wouldn't make a difference if I told her. I mean, she'd still be in the same danger she is right now being with me. He thought about his response briefly before making a decision. Yeah, something else did happen. May quickly sat down next to Ash. She could see the frustration and distress in his eyes that were usually so warm, she told herself. She noticed he took a deep breath and was about to say something. Aye. Ash uttered before calming himself. I got wet, a lot. She stared at him blankly for a few seconds before giggling. I can tell, May said as she eyed his clothes that were sticking to his body. They appeared to be drying, but they were still somewhat wet. I'll go ask Dawn if you could use her shower, so you don't get sick. Ash was about to argue but figured there would be no point, so he simply nodded. May stood up and began to walk to the kitchen. She stopped just before leaving the room and turned to the trainer. Ash? Yeah. I'm glad you found Pikachu, and you guys are both safe. May said innocently. With that she disappeared into the kitchen. Ash viewed her leave and processed what happened. Well, at least she's not mad at me for not meeting her at the docks. He then started to think about how he and Pikachu would find Celebi. She said she wouldn't come back until it was time for us to go back to our time, Ash remembered. But, we really need to talk her. Hey, Ash. The trainer looked up to see Dawn calling him. The shower is upstairs on your left when you want to use it, okay? She gladly stated. Thanks, Ash replied. I'll grab my stuff and take one before I eat. Alright, but don't take too long because we're gonna wait for you. Dawn said as she walked away. I swear she's more pushy this time around. After Ash took a shower, he felt the rest of the evening went by rather quickly. They did nothing but talk future endeavors and stuff they could do as they traveled. Brock then had asked Ash what he was doing when the storm happened and what it was like. The trainer simply responded that he and Pikachu were making their way from the docks when the rain started. He finished by saying that they were about to hide under a tree when it suddenly stopped. After hearing his explanation, and to the trainer's delight, everyone believed what he said and changed the subject. Brock had then asked how Ash got so strong, to which the trainer responded he trained with his Pokemon rather than just looking at him. Brock nodded in realization and told him that his muscles would help attract the lady's attention. This earned the breeder 2 smacks on the arm by both May and Dawn. It was a little after 9 o'clock when everyone decided it was time to get some rest. Joanna arranged the living room so that Brock and Ash would be able to sleep on the floor while May would be sleeping in Dawn's room. Ash thought the best time to try and find Celebi would be when everybody was asleep. He didn't really think he would find her, but Pikachu suggested to go for a walk like they did last time when she appeared. The mouse believed they'd get lucky like before. The time travelers waited about 2 hours under the warm blankets they were given before making their move. Ash slowly turned his head to look at the sleeping breeder. When he heard Brock snore, the trainer alerted Pikachu it was their moment to act. Ash gradually removed the blankets and put on his shoes. He was already wearing his jeans while lying on the floor as he knew it'd waste time to take them off earlier and put them back on later. He then went into his bag and pulled out a blue sweater to keep himself warm. With that he signaled Pikachu to jump on his shoulder, and they quietly headed out of the door. The duo walked for 10 minutes before stopping in a clearing in the middle of the grassy fields. It was easy to view where they were heading as the full moon illuminated the vast land. Like a light in a house. Luckily for Ash and Pikachu, there was no one in sight. The trainer breathed the fresh air deeply before speaking to his companion. So, what do we do now? Pika Pika Pi Pika, Pikachu said thoughtfully as he placed his paw on his little chin. Pikachu Pi Pika Pika. Really? Ash said, crossing his arms as he gave the rodent a stern look. I should get you some ketchup while you think of something that might work. Pikachu shrugged his little shoulders. Pikachu Pika Pika, Pikapi. What do you mean, if I say so? I didn't say that's what I was gonna do. Ash countered. I was just repeating what you said. Pika copy Pika. I'm not going back on my word because I didn't say anything. He. Echoed a childish voice. You guys are funny. Ash and Pikachu quickly stopped arguing and turned around to see who was laughing. To their surprise, there was no one in sight. Do you see anything, buddy? Ash whispered to Pikachu. Pi. DMN. Of course, he doesn't see anyone, the strange voice responded happily. I haven't made myself visible, yet. On cue, a small, bright flash appeared in front of the trainer and his Pokémon and blinded them. After the light disappeared, the duo could see the Pokémon they were searching for. Hi, guys. Shalebi exclaimed. I kind of figured you were gonna need me to show up sooner than we thought. Both Ash and Pikachu were shocked at first but knew they should have expected a weird and surprising entrance from Shalebi. Ash was the first to shake off his initial reaction and knew he had to get to the point. Shalebi, we ran into someone earlier today who knew. I know, Ash. She interrupted disappointingly. I wouldn't have come otherwise if I didn't. Who was he? The trainer hoped to get answers. Honestly, I don't know, she frowned, turning away from them shamefully that she wasn't able to answer their question. They won't let me see his face, they wouldn't let me see any of their faces. They are being extra cautious about who gets to know what they look like. Ash gave her a confused look. Are you saying there is more than one person out to kill us? Shalebi turned and slowly nodded. Pikachu Pi. Yeah, Ash agreed. How many? 5. There are 4 other trainers like the one today trying to kill us. Ash repeated, wanting to be sure. Shalebi nodded once more. Ash rubbed his hands against his face in frustration. He looked towards Pikachu and saw he was still processing the information. The trainer then remembered something Shalebi said. Wait, you said they won't let you see that guy's face, he said. Who's they? The legendary Pokémon nervously glanced back and forth between the Ash and Pikachu. She knew they were not going to like the answer she was about to give them. I can't say. Ash grunted angrily. He was not getting any information that could help them. You have to understand, Shalebi tried to reason. If I give away that information to you both right now, then they'll come after you right now and end your lives at this moment. Pikachu Pika? Pikachu asked. I know, Ash complied with his buddy. Why don't they just do it and get it over with? They want to do it discreetly, Shalebi responded. If they wanted to, they could get rid of your entire existence, but doing that would affect the world in ways they don't want, killing you in this timeline wouldn't be as severe. Ash chuckled slightly as he rubbed his hands against his head. This is sounding so stupid and hard to believe the more I hear, he exasperated. He shook his head to clear his thoughts before continuing. So, we must watch out for 5 trainers that are out to get us, and we're only getting help from you because the other legendary Pokémon don't want to get involved, right? I guess that's not too bad, Ash finished in a sarcastic tone. Shalebi giggled and crossed her arms. You guys are funny. And, no, I'm not the only one that's trying to help you. There's one other legendary Pokémon who has been helping. Ash and Pikachu's eyes widened in excitement after hearing her statement. Okay, the trainer spoke for both. Who is the other? Jirachi. Shalebi exclaimed. That's actually not bad. Ash smiled to a perplexed Pikachu. Remember when we met Jirachi in the past? The legend says that when it awakens, it could grant any wish for an entire week. Pikachu smiled in realization. Well, the green Pokemon interrupted. That's not entirely true in this case. What do you mean? Ash asked. That's what the legend says. That legend is only true if Jirachi awakens after sleeping for 1,000 years, she clarified. I had to wake it up earlier, so it could help with our situation. When I did that, Jirachi was only able to grant one wish. Alright, he said, still with hope. At least we still have the one wish you said it could grant when it woke up, right? Am I right? Celebi slowly shook her head. After seeing her response, Ash sighed loudly. Let me guess. He trailed off. I used it to give you both your younger bodies, Celebi finished. Chapter 14. The group had left Joanna's house early in the morning to get a head start to Sangem Town. Dawn told her mom not to worry and that she would do her best in the Pokemon contests and make it to the grand festival. The two shared a heartfelt hug and exchanged a sad goodbye. Everyone else also said their goodbyes and began heading towards the forest leading to their destination. Hey, Brock, how much more till we get to Sangem Town? It shouldn't be too long, May, Dawn responded before the breeder could estimate. I'd say another 10 minutes or so. I remember the trees were smaller closer to the exit, and if you haven't noticed, they have been getting smaller. May curiously glanced around her surroundings to the trees and realized Dawn was right. They have been getting smaller, she thought as she peered. The ones we saw when we first entered the forest were way taller. At the moment, they had been treading down the path for half an hour. May, Brock, and Dawn were leading the way while Ash and Pikachu were slowly falling behind them. The latter two were in deep thought regarding everything they learned the night before. There are 4 more other trainers trying to kill me and Pikachu. Ash kept reciting the sentence in his head. He was still trying to fathom that there were others like the man who challenged him yesterday. He realized that he would have to be better prepared just in case another appeared at random, so he concluded to carry 6 Pokemon with him, something he didn't want to do at the start of the journey. I can't risk being unprepared. What if more than one challenged me at the same time? One was tough enough, I have to be able to protect my friends. Ash? The trainer's trance was broken when he heard his name. Yeah, Brock? He asked in a calm voice, noticing the breeder had fallen behind to talk with him. Is something wrong? Ever since you woke up, you've been kinda lost. Ash smiled and slowly shook his head dismissively. No, I'm fine. I'm just a little tired with everything I did yesterday. Alright, if you say so, Brock replied uneasily, still unconvinced. There's no need to worry, the trainer reassured. Pikachu feels the same way. Right, buddy? He turned to his shoulder to see the little mouse asleep in a safe and comfortable position. Well, I guess that proves my point. Yeah, I guess it does, Brock chuckled as he viewed the peaceful expression on Pikachu's face. I'll go tell May and Dawn that you're both just tired. They seemed really worried about you. Well, like you said, I'm not really acting like myself, so I wouldn't doubt that they are. True, Brock agreed wholeheartedly. They were actually gonna come check on you, but I told them I'd do it. Good call, Ash praised. I don't think they would have believed a word I said even with Pikachu asleep, and even if they did, I doubt they'd let me walk on my own for the rest of the way. Don't worry, he eased. I'll keep them walking ahead of you until we reach the lab or until you catch up. Sound good? Thanks, Brock. I appreciate it. With that, the breeder increased his pace to meet up with the girls and tell them what he knew. When Brock was away at a safe distance, Ash spoke up. Nice job, buddy, he commended his Pokemon. Pikachu, the little mouse said lowly, still in the same position with his eyes closed to keep the illusion. You know, for a moment, you had me convinced, too. Pika Pika Pikachu. Ash sighed. Yeah, alright, you have gotten better from a month ago. Pikachu patted his friend's shoulder for admitting the truth. Pikachu. Pi. It's gonna be dangerous for everyone around us from here on out. Pikachu just listened intently as he continued. There's no telling what these people will do to stop us. If they're trying to kill us because we're trying to change the future, then I think they'll do anything and everything to get the upper hand. That means hurting our friends. Ash could feel little sparks of electricity emitting from Pikachu's red cheeks, probably from anger. The trainer decided he would get to the point before he started thinking of rash ideas, too. I don't think I'm going to use you in any gym battles. This time Pikachu opened his eyes surprisingly. Pi. Yes, really. Ash glanced forward to see his friends. May and Dawn seemed to be laughing at something Brock did because he was sulking as they walked. I need you to always be at full strength just in case something happens unexpectedly. Do you know what I mean, buddy? Pikachu was silent at first. He had always been a part of collecting gym badges with Ash for as long as he could remember, so to be asked not to was unthinkable. But, he understood the circumstances were different right now and knew his best friend had a bigger role for him to play. Coming to that realization, the yellow mouse smiled and pumped his fists while nodding. Ash returned the smile and patted his head. Thanks, buddy. I knew you'd understand, he said appreciatively. But if you really want to, I'll use you in whatever battle you want. Pikachu thought about it for a second before replying. Pi Pika Pikachu Pika, Pikapi. You only want to battle in one gym match? Ash interpreted. Pikachu nodded. Okay, which one? Pikachu Pika Pika. The last one. Ash thought about the gym leaders and tried to remember which one his friend was referring to. That's Faulkner, right? Pikachu grinned confidently as he explained his reasoning for choosing the electric-using gym leader. Alright, I think I understand, Ash began as he gathered his thoughts. You want to face him because he's cocky, right? The mouse nodded again. And you want to humiliate him by beating him by yourself? Pikachu nodded once more. Ash sighed after hearing his reasons. However, after a few seconds he began to chuckle. That would be pretty funny, huh, he said as he grinned. Alright. He's all yours if that's what you really want. Don't be too confident, though, he is a tough trainer, let's go catch up with the others. The rest of the walk in the forest was quite fast. After Ash and Pikachu caught up to the trio up ahead, it took another 5 minutes to depart from nature and enter Sand Gem Town. From there, it took a few more minutes to reach the professor's lab. Dawn was the first to reach the entrance to the facility and turned briefly to speak to her new friends. You guys are going to like Professor Rowan. She said happily. He's nice, wise, and has a grandpa vibe to him. He kinda sounds like Professor Oak, Brock commented earnestly. They're probably good friends. Dawn's eyes widened and mouth opened slightly in disbelief. You know Professor Oak? She questioned hastily. The trio nodded smoothly. Ah! Dawn screeched, which caused everyone to cover their ears with their hands. You have to introduce me to him one day, I'd love to meet him. Let me guess, Ash said knowingly as he brought his hands down. You're a fan of his poetry, am I right? He thought telling this truth would not arouse suspicion. She nodded eagerly. Who isn't? Dawn exasperated. They're so beautiful and touching, oh, they just speak the words of my soul and heart. Wow, that's creepy, Ash thought. I knew she enjoyed them because she'd always drag me along to listen to the professor's poems live in the future, but I didn't know it was this bad when she was young. Ash? The trainer noticed May had slowly moved closely next to him and whispered. I've heard a few of Professor Oak's poems, and, I have to say they're unique. That's a generous way of putting it, he thought as he continued looking at Dawn wearing a daydream expression on her face. I guess I haven't heard the good ones, maybe. May assumed in a shy tone. No, you've heard his best, Ash confirmed disappointingly. I think she's just a big fan, that's all. Suddenly, the laboratory door behind Dawn opened abruptly and out came the person they came to see. What's with the ruckus outside my lab? Professor Rowan huffed irritatingly. He glanced swiftly at the teens around and changed his expression when he saw the blue-haired girl. Dawn. Were you the one hollering? Oh, I'm sorry, Professor, she sincerely apologized. I just got excited over something my friend said. Dawn then realized something. She moved aside and gestured the professor to view her companions. These are my new friends I made yesterday. I'm going to be traveling with them through the Sinnoh region. It's nice to meet you all, Rowan said after everyone introduced themselves. He then walked over to stand in front of Ash and Pikachu before he continued. I knew who you were when I first saw you, Ash. I've heard a great deal about you from Samuel. To say he praises you highly would be an understatement. Ash merely smiled and replied truthfully. Well, I've learned plenty from Professor Oak to be grateful for. He told me you were in the Sinnoh region a few months back. He believed that you visited my laboratory then, but I told him no, which surprised him greatly. Was there any specific reason you didn't? Everyone glanced at Ash after hearing the professor's statement. May, especially, was intently regarding Ash, not knowing what to make of it. So, he did come to Sinnoh by himself, she grasped in her thoughts. I guess that explains all the new Pokemon he has. The question is why. If he didn't challenge the gyms, was he here just to catch Pokemon? But why couldn't he wait until now? May heard Ash reply that he was just passing by and too busy to visit. There has to be a reason why. Very well. The old man was satisfied with the response and figured he should address the real reason he approached the trainer. I'd like to ask you for a small favor, he began. There's a young man around your age in my lab looking to battle a couple of trainers. After hearing the way you were from Samuel, I assumed you and Dawn would show up today to clear up the misunderstanding with Pikachu and visit my lab, so I told him to wait while you both arrived. Seeing that there are more of you, however, I'll let you decide amongst yourselves who will battle him. That is if you accept my offer. Of course, Professor, Ash gladly inclined. I have a feeling I know who it is, too. Rowan nodded and asked them to follow him inside the lab to make their way to his outer facility in the back. As they were walking through the large building, Rowan thought he would describe the young man waiting. I should warn you, the old man said seriously without turning his head. The trainer waiting has a unique way of viewing his Pokemon. He continued conversing while leading the group down a long hallway. I, myself, don't condone his methods, but every trainer is entitled to do and believe as he or she pleases. However, I think he may change after meeting you, Ash. Yeah, it's him, Ash concluded. So, what is there to warn us about? Brock questioned curiously. He thought there was nothing about the mysterious trainer that sounded threatening. You all seem like decent children that know about Pokemon, Rowan inclined as they approached the back door. He turned the handle and opened it as he finished. You'll understand in a minute. The lab's backyard was similar to Professor Oak's own ranch. There was a vast grassland with many new Pokemon unknown to Brock, May, and Dawn. The lakes were slightly smaller than the ones Oak possessed, but the beautiful low-cut grass compensated for it. The group could see a purple-haired teen with his hands in his pocket staring away from them into a lake. Go ahead and walk up to him, the professor suggested. He knows you're coming, so you won't startle him. I need to return and make sure my comrades are continuing their research on evolution. I'll go with you, Professor, Ash added. I want to talk to you about something if that's okay with you. Rowan nodded. Very well. Follow me, he gestured. Ash turned to his friends quickly and flashed them a smile. I'll be back in a minute, he promised. You guys go ahead and challenge him, but don't take him lightly, he looks pretty strong. He turned away before any of them had time to respond. Brock, though confused at first, shrugged and told the girls to follow him to the strange teen's position. As they closed the distance, they noticed the purple-haired teen's apparel. He was wearing a blue-black jacket with gray baggy pants. Surprisingly, he turned to face them when they were a few feet away from him. He held a very serious expression as he studied Brock, Dawn, and May. "Hello," the Mysterious said in a calm tone as he bowed. He looked back to them and continued. "My name is Paul, you're the ones that Professor Rowan said would challenge me." "Hi, Paul. I'm Dawn," she exclaimed. "And yes, we are. It's nice to meet you, Paul. My name is Brock. And I'm May," the brunette added gleefully. Paul nodded to everyone and continued to glare at them. He did nothing as his expression sustained on the trio for a little while longer, which began to make Dawn and May feel uncomfortable. Suddenly, he started walking towards them, slightly startling the girls. However, he nonchalantly treaded past them, leaving them by themselves in front of the lake he positioned earlier. Where are you going?" May called out as she watched Paul. "I'm leaving." "But, aren't we supposed to battle?" Brock interjected. "You're not worth my time." "Excuse me?" Dawn asked. The irritation in her voice was clear. Paul stopped and turned to face them. "I said none of you would be worth my time," he stated, his tone was calm. "I can tell just by looking at your faces that you're not strong enough to take me on." "Appearances don't say much if you ask me," Brock retorted as he crossed his arms. He didn't like the teen's tone. "Really?" Paul said sarcastically. "I guess that's why nobody asked you, then." He began making his way back to confront his would-be challengers. He continued his remark as he stood fiercely in front of them. "I suppose you're gonna say that power and strength don't determine the outcome of battles, right? Or something along the lines of friendship and whatnot." "Well, yeah," May sassily replied. "Winning Pokemon battles is not only because of powerful Pokemon, but the bond that the person shares with their Pokemon as well." She smiled as she remembered everything she learned since she began her journey. "It's about the love you have for them that determines battles, and even then, winning isn't everything. As long as you both had fun, everyone is a winner." Brock smiled confidently and proudly after May finished, while Dawn was giving the brunette an admiring expression. However, the reaction was the opposite for the purple-haired teen. Paul glared intently at May before responding. "Whoever taught you about Pokemon is full of shit," he said plainly, causing everyone to gape. "Do you really believe that love and friendship win battles? You all are more stupid than I thought. Alright, fine. I'll give one of you the chance to prove me wrong in a battle." Paul grabbed a Pokeball from his belt and enlarged it. "If you beat me by some miracle, I'll apologize for calling you stupid, but if I win, the both of you," he pointed at Dawn and May, "have to skip the first 2 Pokemon contests." May and Dawn's eyes widened as they gasped at his proposal. How did you know we were coordinators?" May stuttered. "Like I said, I can tell a lot by looking at someone." "So, do we have a deal or what?" Brock stepped forward wearing a serious expression. "No," he stated, staring directly into Paul's eyes. "You don't deserve to battle any one of us. I don't care what you call us, there's no way we'd agree to harsh terms like that. You can just wait." Brock stopped and turned surprisingly to his friend's outburst. "I want to face him," May declared as she stepped past the breeder. The seriousness and confidence in her eyes were evident. "I'll agree to your terms, Paul." "But May," Brock began before feeling a hand on his shoulder. He saw Dawn shaking her head. "Let her do it," the blue-haired teen stated while smiling. "She needs to do this, and I believe in her to win for both of us, and you should, too." Brock thought about it for a few seconds before sighing and nodding. "All right." He looked back to May and smiled. "I believe in you, May. You can do it." May nodded and focused her attention back to Paul. "I can't let him get away with insulting us," she thought. "He doesn't care about hurting other people's feelings." Are we going to do this, or are you just gonna look at me? Paul arrogantly said. This is one of the first people Dawn met on her journey, a big JRK. He made fun of my friends and what we believe in, what Ash has taught us, May thought angrily. She pulled out a pokeball and threw it in the air. Go, Evie. Out came the little brown fox smiling and ready to battle. After all that dramatic stuff, you sent out an EV, Paul insulted as he stepped back to give room for the battle. That's disappointing. I'm going to prove to you power isn't everything. I believe in my Pokemon. Fine, but you'll regret it. Paul threw his pokeball in the air. Magby, stand by for battle. B. Magby growled when it appeared. Eevee, use Swift. May yelled. Eevee jumped in the air and quickly fired a barrage of glowing, white stars towards a still Magby. Take it, was all Paul said. The red Pokemon hastily brought its hands over its face as the stars collided against it, causing it to wince in pain. The more the Swift landed, the more Magby grimaced in pain and was being pushed back. Break it off. After hearing the order, Magby clenched its fists tightly before rapidly swinging them away from its face, destroying the rest of the Swift attack. Don't let it recover, May called to Eevee. Use quick attack to get close. V. The brown Pokemon swiftly landed on the ground and jolted at incredible speed toward her opponent. She was a few inches when Paul reacted. Use Fire Punch. To everyone's surprise, when Eevee dove at Magby, the fire-type leisurely bent its body backwards, dodging the attack. As Eevee was hovering it, Magby's fist engulfed itself in fire and launched it into the brown fox's gut, causing her to fly up and yelp. Eevee. May yelled concerningly as her Pokemon crashed into the field a few feet from her. She saw her slowly get up. Can you go on? Vui. Eevee weakly, yet confidently, stated. Great. The coordinator then began to think of a strategy. Eevee's best attacks are from far away, but they don't seem to be doing anything at a distance, that's it. Magby, use Ember, Paul commanded. Magby fired tons of fire pellets at a rapid pace. Dodge and use quick attack once more. May countered. You don't learn fast, do you? Paul commented. Stop and wait for it. The fire type halted its Ember attack that was missing the zigzagging target and took a defensive stance. Eevee increased her speed tremendously after the Ember stopped and rapidly headed to Magby's position, confident in her trainer's strategy. She was a few feet away when she heard another demand. Shadow Ball. Paul, not anticipating the attack, reacted hastily. Block it. However, it was too late as the dark ball was inches away from Magby. The attack crashed against Magby's little body, causing an explosion and it to fly back. Yeah. Good job, Eevee. May praised as her Pokemon stood strongly in front of her. She returned her attention back to the field as the smoke cleared. To her surprise, Magby was still standing. I'll admit I didn't expect that strategy from you, Paul said. He smirked as he continued. But, that was a one-time thing. Magby, use Smog. The fire Pokemon breathed in deeply before puffing out a large amount of dark purple smoke in the air. In a few seconds, the noxious gas surrounded the field, causing the recipients to cover their mouths and noses. EEV, try not to breathe it in, May said in between coughs. Suddenly, the smog reduced its range to only surround Eevee. She knelt as the scent and attack felt stronger. Finish it with Ember. Magby. It yelled as it fired another set of pellets towards the smoke-covered Eevee. The ember had barely touched the noxious gas when it erupted around the brown fox. Eevee. May shouted. When the dust cleared, everyone could see the small Pokemon fainted on the ground. May quickly ran over to her fallen friend and picked her up. Eevee, are you okay? Vui. Eevee responded weakly with a small smile. Thank goodness, you did great out there, Eevee. You deserve a long rest. May pulled out her pokeball and recalled her. Brock and Dawn had run over to her location and were standing behind her when she stood up. I'm sorry, Dawn, I thought I could prove him wrong, but I ended up losing both our chances to compete in 2 contests. I'm really sorry. There's no need to worry. I believed in you to battle for both of us, remember. Dawn smiled and placed a hand on her shoulder reassuringly. I knew there was a chance you could lose, but I wasn't worried about what would happen in the end because that's what friends do. It's weird, I hardly know you, but I trust you so easily. May smiled compassionately. To tell you the truth, I feel the same way. It is weird, but I don't mind. We're all just weird in our own way. Brock added, causing the girls to laugh. Their moment was interrupted by a stern voice. I guess our battle didn't teach any of you anything, Paul said, holding his normal expression. Everyone returned his intensity. Well, a deal is a deal. I'm not going to keep tabs on both of you, he said looking at May and Dawn. But, I hope you can at least keep your word. It's very easy to do, even for weak trainers. Don't worry, Dawn calmly replied. We're not heartless people like you. Paul slightly chuckled. You think I'm heartless? That tells why. He's not heartless, Dawn, a voice said behind the purple-haired teen. He's just weak. Hearing those words caused May, Dawn, and Brock to smile, but it caused Paul to turn around slowly with a serious expression. They saw Ash with his arms crossed and Pikachu on his shoulder. Who are you? Paul asked sternly, eyeing the man from head to toe. My name is Ash Ketchum, and this my buddy, Pikachu, he said as Pikachu waved to the teen. How old are you? Paul questioned, not knowing if he was talking to someone his age. I'm 15, Ash stated. I think I'd greet you, but you insulted me, so there's no point. Besides, I'm guessing you're friends with these people. Paul gestured his head towards the trio behind him, so I'm not the one who's weak. Do you want to test it with a battle? Ash suggested. No, there's no need. I already beat one of you losers, so it wouldn't be worth my time. Paul began walking past Ash as he continued. Just because your physical physique is strong doesn't mean your Pokémon are, too. How can you tell? Like I told your friends, I'm pretty good at reading people. We can prove if you're right with a battle. I can tell you're hard of hearing, so I'll tell you one more time I'm leaving. Ash watched as Paul was making his way towards the exit of the facility. He knew what he had to say to get the purple-haired teen coming back. He smiled when he thought of Paul having to make his way back to battle. The raven-haired trainer allowed him to get some distance before calling out. That's too bad, Ash said loudly so Paul could hear. I thought I'd beat you down just like I beat Reggie. Paul stopped suddenly and stood facing away from the group. What did you say? The calmness in voice sounded very threatening. Gotcha. Ash grinned as he knew he'd won. I said you're not as good as your brother. I saw the way you battled against May, and Reggie is way stronger. He understood that power isn't everything, and he put up a good fight. Power is everything, Paul said seriously, turning around to make his way towards Ash's position. That is why he probably didn't win against you. When he was around 40 meters away from the insulting trainer, Paul stopped and pulled out a pokeball. I'll make quick work of you just like your friend. Quick work. I saw you struggle against May. So, you were watching my battle to come up with a strategy to beat me, huh? Nope. I was watching the way she battled, Ash corrected. Behind him, Dawn was nudging May that the trainer was watching her, which caused the brunette to slightly blush. Evie isn't that strong, and I thought she would lose after taking that direct fire punch, but she got back up because May had faith in her. You're full of that shit, too, huh? I'm the preacher, Paul. Paul frowned slightly as he glared at Ash. Alright, I'm ready to battle, he stated. Let's make it interesting like I did with your friends, unless you're scared. What is it? If you win, I'll get rid of the previous bet, so your friends can compete in contests again, Paul exclaimed, which shocked Brock, May, and Dawn. But, if I win, you can't compete in the Sinnoh League this time around. Deal. Don't do it, Ash. May shouted. It's not worth the risk. Yeah, May and I can wait to participate in the Pokemon contests, Dawn added. It's okay. I'm not going to lose, Ash reassured them with a smile. He turned back to Paul. So, are you ready? Paul simply threw his Pokeball in the air and revealed the small yellow Pokemon, Elekid. You're up, Pikachu. Pikachu jumped from Ash's shoulder onto the field. He knew this would be a match that wouldn't have the same outcome as the first time. Just like the girl behind you, Paul commented as he smirked. All that talk only to choose a little Pikachu. Elekid, use Thundershock. Elekid's hands began to vibrate quickly as it sent the electricity towards Pikachu. Dodge it, Pikachu. Pika. Pikachu sidestepped and dodged the attack. Now, use Iron Tail. Pikachu heard the command and rushed the Elekid. The mouse zigzagged to throw his opponent off or just to show off. When he was near it, Pikachu jumped up and whipped his metallic tail against Elekid. Block it, they heard Paul say. With a confident look, Elekid lifted one of its hands to block the Iron Tail, but it missed its interception and Pikachu's attack continued forward, crashing directly against Elekid's face and pounding it to the ground ferociously. Paul viewed shockingly as his Pokemon lie unconscious in a small crater after one attack. Well, that was anticlimactic. I guess Pikachu was tired of wasting time, Ash thought to himself. Good job, buddy. Pikachu. The mouse ran back to his trainer and jumped onto his shoulder. Paul walked over to his Pokemon and recalled it. Pitiful. He then looked over towards Ash and bowed briefly before continuing. A deal is a deal. I'll withdraw my previous demands. With that he turned to walk away. He was about to exit the facility when he called out to Ash. Next time I won't underestimate your power. Ash viewed his old friend leave and an idea suddenly came into his head. Maybe I can tell him. Ash. Before the trainer could respond, both May and Dawn tackled him with a hug. Brock just stood by as he watched it happen. They let go of Ash and slapped him on the shoulder. Ow. What was that for? He asked as he rubbed his arm. What took you so long? May exclaimed. Yeah, that guy was totally being a JRK to us. Dawn joined in. I wanted to get some of my Pokemon from Professor Oak, and it took me a while to decide on who I wanted, Ash explained. True, but you told Paul you watched the battle with May, Brock concluded. Well, it didn't take me that long to get the Pokemon Ow. May had slapped his arm again. Could you stop hitting me? Well, that's what you get, May said as she crossed her arms, looking away from him. Ash sighed. How about we head out? Brock proposed, noticing the odd tension. We can probably make it to the next city before it gets dark. Yeah, May and I have to register for the Pokemon contests. Dawn indicated. That reminds me, Ash interjected. One of Professor Rowan's assistants had mentioned that there was going to be a contest tomorrow in Jubilife City. May and Dawn looked at one another and perked up. Let's get going then. The brunette said, grabbing Ash's left hand. We have to get there before tomorrow. Dawn had grabbed Ash's right hand and helped May drag him out of the facility. Brock chuckled as he watched the scene. He quickly began to follow closely behind them. While I'm walking, and you're being dragged, do you mind explaining how you know Paul's brother? The breeder asked his old companion. It's kinda a long story, Ash proclaimed while being pulled. I guess May doesn't remember what happened last time she tried pulling me. I guess it doesn't matter now that Dawn is helping her. Ow, my arm. We've got time, so you can go ahead and tell us. Time, huh, it's funny how that seems to be coming up a lot more when I talk. Ash nodded to Brock and began describing a deconstructive history of Paul and his brother. Chapter 15. The vibrant Jubilife City. The most modernized city in the Sinnoh region, where there is always a crowd of people on the go traversing and buying the latest technology. The tall, incredible skyscrapers give the Starly a nice view as they perch themselves on the edges. Some of the most important facilities in the region, such as the Pikachu Company and Jubilife TV, which is Sinnoh's main TV network, are included in this lively city. It is very easily one of the most entertaining places to visit. And today, the people are gathering at the Pokemon Contest Hall, where the first contest of the season was being held. Everyone was excited for the competition to start, but no one was more genuinely anticipating it like two teens. The group was walking towards the hall as May and Dawn were expressing their happy emotions about starting the contest, shaking with anticipation and smiling brightly. They were so excited they were walking faster than their other companions could keep up. "I can't wait to win my first contest." "Hey, I'm competing, too," Dawn, May chimed in. "Don't think I'll go easy on you just because we're friends." "I'd never dream of doing that," Dawn replied reassuringly. "I wouldn't think of it as a real win if I didn't face you at your best." "Alright, you too," Brock interrupted, causing the two teens to turn back. "Why don't we save the friendly banter for the actual competition, huh?" May and Dawn thought about it for a second before deciding he was right. From then on, the two girls were walking in silence as they tried to stay focused until the competition. "I think you should have just let them argue," Ash whispered to Brock. "It's kinda awkward now that they're quiet." "Yeah, I'm starting to see my mistake." Pikachu added. It took them another 5 minutes to reach the contest hall. The building was filled with coordinators and fans hoping the show today would be amazing. May and Dawn both took in a deep breath and exhaled slowly. They turned to their friends and spoke. "I think we're gonna head backstage to get ready," Dawn said as she saw other competitors wearing their performance outfits. "Yeah, you guys should go find some good seats before they're taken, don't you think?" May agreed. "Alright, we'll leave you both to it," Brock said. "Good luck." "Yeah, remember to have fun with your Pokemon on stage," Ash reminded them. "We will," May quickly replied. With that, the girls left the boys and headed towards the waiting room for coordinators. When they arrived backstage, May and Dawn saw many girls in beautiful gowns and boys in wonderful uniforms. It was clear to May at that moment that dressing for the contests was really necessary, or at least it seemed that way since everyone was doing it. "Well," Dawn said, interrupting her friend's thoughts. "I think we should get ready, too." May simply nodded and headed to an empty dressing room. When she finally emerged from changing a few minutes later, the brunette was wearing a pink top with a yellow heart on it with yellow border on the sleeves and neck that exposed her entire midriff. She wore a peach-pink veil with a green gem on top, and a light purple long skirt with a piece of pink fabric at the waist. She finished her outfit with brown flip-flops with toe rings and a yellow necklace with a red heart. Many of the male competitors were gazing at the beautiful coordinator's outfit and how it nicely complemented her figure. "Oh, you look amazing, May," the brunette heard her friend say and smiled. She saw Dawn wearing a pink dress with a necklace that had small red ribbon on it, dark pink vertical and horizontal accents, and a pink sash. Her hair was in a ponytail which was tied with a red bow to match the red ribbon necklace. "My outfit is a little simple compared to yours, huh?" "No, I think it looks wonderful," May flattered. She looked around the room before continuing. "I still can't believe this is something coordinators do. I mean, not that I'm complaining, I just thought the focus was more on the Pokemon, maybe." Dawn thought about her response before replying. "I think it's a way for the coordinators to get involved more in the contest," she said. "It may not be much, but I think it helps a little bit." May decided it would be best to drop the subject. "It seems like you're getting a lot of attention with your outfit, huh?" Dawn continued. May looked at her friend before briefly glancing around the room, this time paying attention to where the other people were staring at. She noticed Dawn was right, a lot of people were staring at her, mostly the guys she noted. It made her feel kind of uneasy. No need to worry, Dawn stated, giving her a smile. The only person you should be worried about is in the stands. May thought about what she said and blushed slightly. I don't think we should be talking about that right now, maybe, the brunette laughed nervously, trying to hide her red cheeks. Yeah, you're right. Dawn slyly grinned and decided to leave her with one more comment. I'm just saying I think Ash is gonna notice how great you look today. May blushed a little more after hearing those words. I shouldn't be thinking about that right now, she thought to herself. I should be focusing on the Pokemon contest. She took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. One thing at a time. Dawn walked away smiling and thinking confidently. I'm gonna do my best to win this contest, she told herself. Then I'm gonna make my clueless friend compliment May after this is over. XXXX. AACHO. Pika. Thanks, buddy, Ash said. Are you coming down with a cold? Brock asked worryingly. I don't think so. It's probably some dust in the air, Ash stated while rubbing his nose with his index finger. Look, the contest is about to start. XXXX. Hello, and welcome to the Jubilife City Pokemon Contest. My name is Lillian, and I'll be your host for this spectacular event. She exclaimed. Before we begin, let's introduce our judges for today. She moved aside and gestured to the three individuals behind the podiums. First, we have Mr. Tsukizo. Remarkable. The man stated. Then, we have Mr. Contesta. Let's start this Pokemon contest year off amazingly. And last but not least, we have Jubilife City's own Nurse Joy. I'm hoping to see all the contestants having fun today. Excellent. Jillian said as she pumped her fist in the air. Now that we've introduced our judges, let's begin with the appeal rounds. The crowd erupted in cheers after hearing her statement. Our first contestant is May from Hoenn region. XXXX. Oh, wow. Look how beautiful that outfit is, a woman said. Yeah, and May looks amazing herself, a guy added. Brock heard a few more similar comments and decided to tell Ash about it. Don't you feel a little odd knowing that people find May attractive? The breeder asked in low tone. It could be how revealing the outfit is. Ash merely shrugged and smiled. I don't think May sees it that way, he replied, looking back to stage to see May smiling. Besides, as long as she's happy with what she's wearing, it doesn't matter what other people think, right? Yeah, I guess you're right. Brock said. He sure has matured in just a few months. Great. Now, let's see how she does. XXXX. Eevee, take the stage. May threw a pokeball in the air, revealing the little brown fox. Vui. She said, smiling to the crowd. Use Swift. Eevee jumped and spun horizontally while firing a barrage of stars. Her movements caused the Swift to spin in circular fashion like a vortex. Everyone was in awe from the performance. Now, use Shadow Ball. Eevee landed on the ground and stopped the Swift attack. By this time, there were stars slowly falling from the ceiling like feathers. She quickly launched a dark purple ball in the air, which raced upwards but stopped shortly before hitting the ceiling. It then began to descend towards the ground in the brown Pokemon's direction. May smiled and continued. Let's finish this with an iron tail. V. Said Eevee as she jumped towards the ball with a metallic tail. Only a few inches from the shadow ball, she whipped her tail and crashed fiercely against it, causing it to explode into little shards. The shards then rapidly scattered and marvelously hit the falling Swift from before, which expelled into yellow and purple sparkles in the audience and surrounding her small body as she landed. Amazing. Jillian commented. May used the shadow ball like a Draco meteor to destroy the Swift and cause the room and Eevee to sparkle. The crowd erupted in cheers as May and Eevee bowed towards them. Let's see how our judges scored the performance. Mr. Sukizo and Nurse Joy gave the appeal a 10 while Mr. Contesta gave it a incredible. A score of 29 out of 30 for the first contestant of the night. It seems she set the bar high for the others today. XXXX. Only 1 point from getting a perfect score, Brock stated impressively. She must have really worked hard on that routine. Ash nodded. Yeah, I'm amazed Evie was able to master Iron Tail in such a small time, he said. I know Pikachu helped her, but it's still pretty impressive. Pikachu smiled and crossed his arms after hearing the praise. Pikachu. No, it doesn't mean you deserve ketchup for dinner. Pikachu merely shook his head in disappointment. XXXX. That was amazing, May. Thanks, Dawn, the brunette said as she blushed. She had made her way backstage after receiving her score only to be greeted by the happy brunette. I'm sure you'll do great, too. Just go out there and have fun. I will do my best. Wow, she got a perfect score. A voice yelled randomly. May and Dawn both turned to the person who made the announcement before quickly looking at the monitor to see the coordinator on stage. They saw a girl around their age bowing to the audience as they shouted in glee. The teens noticed her short, red hair and her light blue cavalry uniform that clashed with it. They also noticed the small gray Pokemon next to her, which May remembered seeing at Dawn's house. I didn't get to see her performance, May said lowly. Me neither, Dawn responded. It must not have been long because you just got back from doing yours, but I'm guessing the judges loved what they saw. Excuse me, a woman wearing a headset tapped Dawn on the shoulder. You're the next contestant, so you should make your way to the stage when you're ready. Oh, okay. Thanks for letting me know. The woman smiled and walked away leaving the two teens on their own once more. Well, I guess I should be going now. No need to worry, Dawn, May encouraged. Everything is going to be just fine. Dawn laughed. You sound just like me. What can I say? It's a good line. XXXX. Our next contestant is Dawn from Twinleaf Town. Go, Buniri. Dawn exclaimed as she threw a pokeball. Out came a small, brown bunny hopping on the stage. Buniri. The Pokemon cheered. Let's start off by using bounce. The brown Pokemon briefly squatted before jumped tremendously high in the air, adding in a few somersaults, poses, and kisses directly at a certain electric type in the stands. XXXX. Ash nudged Pikachu, who was on his shoulder face-palming Buniri's actions, and whispered to him. How lucky are we that Dawn just happened to run into the same Buniri we knew from before and that she fell for you again. Ash slyly grinned. Pikachu menacingly looked at his trainer before speaking intimidatingly. Pikachu Pikapi. Ash chuckled. You could threaten me all you want, he stated as he patted his head. I'll just enjoy this moment until that time comes. XXXX. Use Ice Beam on the stage. Dawn commanded. Buniri fired the powerful beam on the ground, causing the entire area to be encased in ice. She also created a few pillars around the stage which caused everyone aside from Ash and Pikachu who had seen a similar appeal before to stare in wonder. Do your thing, Buniri. The normal type came down on one of the ice pillars and used it as a ramp to go down to the stage. As she was gliding across the arena, she was posing and doing flips. Beautiful, Jillian remarked as the audience watched the performance with adoring eyes. The whole stage has become an ice rink and the star is Buniri. Let's finish it with our big finale, Dawn announced. Use bounce one more time. Bunry, the Pokemon said as she hopped in the air again. She did a couple of more somersaults before descending onto one of the pillars on her fluffy ears. She slowed down as she reached the center of the stage and struck a final pose on one ear, which caused everyone to cheer. And what a wonderful finish! Jillian said admiringly. Let's see what our judges thought about the performance. It was remarkable. A great way to show off the Pokemon's skill and beauty, Mr. Contesta expressed. I agree, Nurse Joy added happily. I haven't seen a routine like this before. Such praise from the judges, Jillian reflected. She asked them to score the performance, and the final result was 28 points. What a way to continue a breathtaking debut in Pokémon contests this year. It doesn't end here, though. We'll have our next contestant in just a few moments. XXXX. That was incredible, Dawn. Thanks, but you still scored better than I did, Dawn clarified to May. As far as I'm concerned, we both did equally good with our appeals, May said while putting a hand on her shoulder. I think we both did enough to make it to the next round. You think so? I know. I think so, a voice interjected. The teens turned around to see the red-haired contestant who got a perfect score smiling at them. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt your conversation. I just thought I'd throw some encouragement your way, she continued. I'm Zoe, by the way. Oh, it's nice to meet you, Zoe, Dawn returned the smile. My name is Dawn. And I'm May, thanks for the praise, the brunette stated shyly. It really helps. No worries, Zoe declared happily. I really enjoyed watching your performances. Thank you. May gave her a saddened look before continuing. We kinda missed your appeal, so we can't really praise it, sorry. But it must have been amazing since you got a perfect score, Dawn quickly added. Zoe giggled slightly. Don't worry about it, she said. It wasn't my best performance, but it got me through to the next round. If you say so, May said puzzledly. It wasn't her best routine and she still did perfect, she must be a really tough coordinator. The red-haired girl nodded. Come on. They're about to show who's moving on to the battle rounds. May and Dawn followed their new acquaintance to a monitor where the host was about to speak. And now that the appeal round is over, it's time to see who the 8 coordinators will be moving to the battle rounds. Take a look at the big screen and see our contestants. May and Dawn saw their pictures, as well as Zoe's image, on the big monitor and sighed in relief as Jillian continued. Thank you to all our other competitors today. We'll be taking a short break before we begin our first match in the next round. The trio went back to sit on a bench and relax for a while. See, you guys didn't have anything to worry about, Zoe exclaimed as she crossed her arms. Now, we just have to focus on the battle rounds, and with that being said, I won't be going easy on you, Dawn. What? The blue-haired teen said confusingly. Zoe merely pointed back to the monitor where a bracket showed how the coordinators were placed against each other. Dawn saw she and Zoe were on the left side of the bracket and May was on the right side of it. She had to face another coordinator before facing the red-haired teen, but Dawn would be the first one out of her and May to battle against their new acquaintance. I didn't even pay attention when they decided the matches. I'm expecting to go up against you in the semifinals, Dawn, Zoe said standing up from her seat. She clenched her fist and smiled competitively to the brunette. Is that a promise? Dawn grinned confidently and clenched her own fists. Yeah, that's a promise. Good. The next time we see each other will be on opposite sides of the stage. With that, Zoe walked away leaving May and Dawn on their own. As she distanced herself from the pair, she briefly glanced back and saw May listening and thinking as Dawn was saying something to her. This should be a fun Pokémon contest. When she turned back to continue walking, she abruptly bumped into something hard and began to fall back. Zoe closed eyes and was expecting to hit the ground, but she never did. Instead, she opened her eyes to see a strong arm holding on to her. Oh, sorry, he said as he helped her stand. He scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. I guess I wasn't looking where I was going. And no, I'm partially to blame as well, Zoe said, recollecting herself. She briskly glanced at the person in front of her and noticed his well-built physique. I didn't see him competing earlier. He chuckled. I guess it's alright to even out the blame then, he replied. Pikachu Pika. Yes, I knew where I was going, but you distracted me. Zoe saw the mysterious man argue with the Pikachu on his shoulder and gave him an odd look. "Sorry, I'm kinda in a rush," the trainer said as he smiled and walked past her. He turned quickly and waved to her. "Good luck in the rest of your contest." Thank you," Zoe stated, still a bit lost about the person she just met. "Pikapi, Pika Pika Pikachu." She heard the Pokemon say. "Oh really?" the man responded sarcastically. "And how do you know she likes ketchup?" "Pika Pika Pie." "Just because she has red hair doesn't mean she likes ketchup, and you know that." Pikachu shook his head disappointingly for the second time today. "What's up with you and ketchup today?" Zoe smiled and shook her own head as she turned and walked away. "I guess that's one way to run into her," Ash whispered to Pikachu. They saw May and Dawn talking, but the trainer thought he would get what just happened out of the way. "I don't even remember how it happened last time." "Do you?" Pikachu shrugged. "Yeah, I guess it's not important anymore," he finished. As he got closer to his friends, Ash noticed Dawn say something to May that caused the brunette to quickly look his way and stand. "Hey, Ash," May happily stated. "What are you doing back here?" "I just came to congratulate both of you for making to the next round." "Where's Brock?" Dawn asked curiously. "He decided to wait to get a better look at Nurse Joy, so I shouldn't leave him alone for too long," Ash responded, thinking back to what the breeder mentioned. "I don't want him to do anything crazy while I'm not around." "Something's wrong with that guy," Dawn said as she rubbed her hands against her head frustratingly. She thought it was a small habit Brock had since she had seen him flirt with women they had passed by in their short travels, but she noticed it was something that would get out of hand if not regulated. She stood and straightened her dress. "All right, I'll leave you both, so I can get ready for my match. I'm the first one up, so I have to show my stuff to everyone." "Yeah, show them what you're made of," Dawn, May encouraged. "I'll be waiting for you in the finals." Dawn nodded eagerly and quickly left her friends. "Feeling a little confident, are we?" Ash grinned and crossed his arms. May returned the smile but scratched her chin a little nervously. "Yeah, I just did that, so she'd think I'm ready, too. I'm actually kinda nervous being that it's my first contest in the Sinnoh region." "You shouldn't be," Ash said, placing a hand on her shoulder. "You're doing great like you always do." May could feel her face heat up, so she shyly looked away from the trainer. "Well, I just came to see how you both were doing." He ignored her reaction to the last statement, removing his hand from her as well. "Oh, and I wanted to say watch out for Zoe." What?" May was taken back by his words. "What do you mean watch out for her?" "I've heard she's a really good coordinator from the people sitting around us." She did get a perfect score, so I could understand why people would say that about her, and it's funny that you mention it because I was thinking not too long ago she was being modest about her skills when we talked." "You met already?" "Yeah, just a few moments before you showed up, actually." I guess I don't have to worry about them not meeting each other," the trainer thought. "Well, I know if you both do your best, you could be better than her," Ash finished. He looked at the monitor and saw everything was almost set up for the matches. He began to walk away as he continued. "All right, I better make my way back to my seat. Good luck, May, and wish Dawn luck for me as well." "I will, thanks." XXXX. The early battles went by quickly as Dawn, Zoe, and May all advanced to the semifinals. At the moment, May was finishing her match with the other coordinator who made it through. She was using Squirtle against the boy's Gibble, which was challenging since she had never seen one before. "Let's finish this bite," the boy commanded. "Dodge, and use Ice Beam," May countered. Squirtle easily evaded the Gibble's chomping teeth and fired the powerful ice attack directly against its back. The small dragon type fell forward on the ground with swirls in its eyes, which the judges hastily noticed and displayed an X on their podiums. "Gibble is unable to continue," Jillian announced. "So, the winner of this round is May and Squirtle. They will be moving on to the finals and facing the winner of the next match." The crowd cheered loudly as May picked up her Pokemon and walked backstage. "Now, we'll start the next semi-final battle right away," Jillian said, trying to motivate the audience. "On my left, we have Dawn and her Piplup, and on my right, we have Zoe and her Cherim." "I'm giving it all I got," Dawn declared proudly. "You'd better, 'cause I said I'm not holding back," Zoe responded. "And begin." "Let's start this off with Sunny Day," Zoe ordered. "Chair," the purple Pokemon said before causing the arena to brighten fiercely from the move. To everyone's surprise, Cherim's appearance began to change. The flower on its body opened and changed into a bright yellow with yellow petals surrounding it. This caused everyone to awe in wonderment. What an incredible display from one move. "It looks like it's costing Dawn, as well," Jillian observed as Dawn's gauge decreased. The blue-haired teen grimaced slightly as she hadn't made a move, yet she was already losing. "Let's counter with a bubble attack." "Piplup," said the water Pokemon as he fired many bubbles into the air. "I'll stop you before you can do anything," Zoe stated fiercely. "Use Magical Leaf to destroy those bubbles." Cherim bombarded the air with colorful leaves, demolishing the bubbles to nothing. This only caused Dawn to smile. "I knew you were gonna do that. Now, Piplup." "What?" Zoe saw Piplup spinning and soaring across the air as the sparkles created from the popped bubbles surrounded him. "What a turn of events," the excited host remarked. Dawn used her opponent's counterattack to make her own Pokemon shine and stand out. Zoe's points decreased just below Dawn's point range. The red-haired coordinator huffed. "Not bad," she noted. "But I'm not gonna give you a chance to do that again. Cherim, use Growth." The grass type began to glow white while its body slightly grew. However, it returned to its original height when the move finished. "I need to stop her before she could finish what she's planning," Dawn thought. "Let's close the distance with Peck." Piplup geared back before launching himself like a rocket with his beak glowing white towards a bewildered Cherim. To everyone's surprise, Zoe was smiling. "Just what I wanted," she predicted. Solar Beam. Cherim's body rapidly glowed white when it heard the command. The move speedily charged up and was fired ferociously against Piplup, who was only inches away from landing the peck attack. The powerful grass move produced an explosion that resulted in the water type to fly backwards in front of his trainer. Everyone could see swirls in his eyes as the judges marked X on their podiums. A direct hit from a powerful solar beam, and Piplup is out for the count. Jillian commented in disbelief. She raised her hand and gestured to her right. "And the winner of this match and moving to the finals is Zoe and her Cherim." Dawn was in shock as she viewed her unconscious Pokemon. She snapped out of her trance and returned Piplup in his Pokeball. She began walking towards Zoe, who was petting her Cherim for a great battle. The red-haired teen turned to see Dawn smiling brightly at her. "Congrats on a nice win," Dawn gleamed, extending her hand. "I didn't expect the solar beam to charge so quickly." "She seems a little too happy," Zoe thought to herself. She smiled back and accepted the handshake. "I had some help from the Sunny Day I used earlier." "Yeah, I kinda remembered after it happened." "And what a show of sportsmanship," Jillian interjected loudly. "Let's give a hand for these two amazing coordinators." The audience applauded for both teams as they walked off the stage waving to them. XXXX. "You did great out there, Dawn." "Thanks, May," the blue-haired teen responded. They were waiting backstage, which was now empty, for May to be called on stage for the final round. They decided to sit and talk for a bit to pass the time. "I'm sorry I can't keep our promise about facing each other in the finals." "Hey, we have more contests after this one, so that promise isn't broken just yet." Dawn giggled at her friend's outburst. "Yeah, I guess you're right." A few minutes later, the woman with a headset came to inform May to head to the stage as soon as she was ready. "Well," May began, standing from her seat. "Wish me luck." "Good luck, and win this one for me." The brunette smiled and nodded before leaving her friend alone. As she saw her friend exit through the door, Dawn's smile disappeared, and her eyes welled up with tears. I lost my first contest. She thought as she wiped away a couple of tears trickling down her face. How could I have been so stupid to forget about the sunny day? I knew Sharam would have solar beam, but I thought I'd be okay because it had to charge up. What a rookie mistake, not to mention, I let Piplup take the full hit. Dawn took in a deep breath to calm herself, which hardly helped if she admitted. I know what you're thinking, and you're being too hard on yourself. Dawn looked to where the familiar voice was coming from and hastily cleaned her face. What are you doing here, Ash? She asked, trying not to sound hoarse from crying just a few seconds ago. You should be watching May in the final match. She'll be alright, Ash said, waving a hand to dismiss her comment. He then pointed to the monitor that showed May and Zoe getting ready to begin their battle. I'll be able to see from here with you, anyways. This didn't turn out the way you wanted to, huh? The final round of the Jubilife City Pokemon contest is about to begin. We'll see if May and her Squirtle could beat the Sinnoh native and her Sharim. That would be an understatement, Dawn smirked sarcastically. She motioned for the trainer to sit next to her, which he did. I made a big mistake that costed me the win. I can't believe I made a dumb mistake. It happens, he replied honestly. Sometimes we get so caught up in the moment that we forget strategies or things that happened during the match. It's happened to you before. And Zoe starts with Sunny Day. Is she planning to use the same strategy she used against Dawn? Unfortunately for her, the judges won't deduct points from May for using the same moves as before. Plenty of times, Ash replied, briefly glancing at the monitor before turning back to his friend. And I've lost many important matches because of it. I'm talking championship battles, too. Oh, Dawn said lowly, rubbing her thumbs together. How did you get over it? My friends helped me. Oh, May countered with her own weather move, Rain Dance. Squirtle is dancing beautifully as the rain falls on her and dispelling the sunny day. This also means that Sharim is reverting back to its closed form from the weather change. Zoe has lost almost half of her points so far. They helped me get through tough times and learn from my mistakes, Ash explained earnestly. It's not easy, but they make it a little less hard than what it is. Dawn looked down towards the ground and thought about what the trainer said. I know you're gonna be a great coordinator, Ash said, causing Dawn to focus on him again. And we will be there when you make it to the top. This is just a small step in your journey. Dawn was gazing at Ash with adoring eyes when he finished speaking. She knew everything he said was right, and it delighted her to know that she made friends that would want to see her succeed. She could feel some tears welling up again, but the emotions were different. They were happy tears. Suddenly, Dawn wrapped Ash into a tight hug. He was surprised at first, but he eventually returned the hug. It was a few seconds after that she released the embrace and stood up. All right. Dawn cheered, wiping her face. I'm gonna go change, so I can watch the rest of May's match. Great, Ash said smiling. We could finish watching it together if you want. She nodded before racing to the changing room. Before she entered and closed the door, Dawn turned back and contently looked at the trainer. Thanks, Ash, she stated warmly. I'm happy it was you that came to talk to me. The trainer merely smirked as she disappeared. After she was out of sight, he sighed deeply. I'm too used to comforting them after they lose a Pokemon contest, Ash thought as he rubbed his eyes tiredly. He remembered all the future contests he went to and remembered there was a lot ice cream buying after a loss. I'd have no money right now if it was still that time, especially if both Dawn and May lost. That'd be double the ice cream just for May, which reminds me. He looked at the monitor as the match was still going on. I think I would have been alright. XXXX. Only 30 seconds left on the clock, and the score is all tied up. Jillian exclaimed, squeezing the microphone enthusiastically. Zoe has been keeping this a close match, and May isn't letting up. I think it's all gonna come down to one last move. Both Squirtle and Sharim appeared to be exhausted, but they looked eager to win. They knew this last attack would be the deciding factor in the contest. Zoe was slightly frustrated. Every plan she came up with would be countered quickly without a struggle. She thought it was a miracle that the score was even after all this time, but it made her feel confident that the next command could either win or lose the competition. It meant that everything up to this point was irrelevant, and what would happen next was all that mattered. May was feeling tried. She did not know how she was able to get Squirtle to evade or block the continuous attacks from Sharim. However, she knew she had to make this next attack count, or all the hard work she and Squirtle displayed today would be in vain. Use magical leaf, Zoe ordered, catching May off guard. Quick, use protect. The colorful leaves rapidly rushed towards the water type. Before they could make contact, however, Squirtle lifted her hands and projected a green sphere around her. The red-haired teen smiled. You fell for the decoy, May, she expressed proudly. Fire the solar beam. The magical leaf attack had given Sharim enough time to charge the powerful move. It opened its mouth and intensely discharged the beam towards a still Squirtle. No, you don't, May stated passionately. Go under the solar beam and close the distance for an ice beam. Squirtle broke the protect and quickly withdrew herself in her shell, dodging the solar beam. With the minimal room the grass move was hovering above the ground, she began spinning directly under it and moved swiftly towards a stupefied Sharim. Now! Squirtle squirt! She said as she peeked her from her shell a few inches away from Sharim and blasted a direct ice beam attack on the grass type's body. Chair. Sharim, no. Bing. And that's time, Jillian shouted, breathing heavily from anticipation. Let's take a look at the big screen to see who won the Jubilife City Pokemon contest. Everyone in the audience glared at the 2-point gauges to determine which coordinator won. As they viewed the results closely, they could see both gauges almost completely depleted, but they noticed that the Hoenn native had slightly more points. And the winner is, May. The crowd erupted in cheers and applauded happily. May was surprised at first, but her expression changed to a joyful smile. She raced to Squirtle and gave her a big hug. We did it. We won our first contest in the Sinnoh region. Zoe watched as her opponent cheered and grinned. She returned her Pokemon into the Pokeball and walked off the stage with a proud demeanor. Congratulations on winning the contest, Mr. Contesta said to May, interrupting her celebration. The other judges were behind him smiling at the brunette. On behalf of everyone in Jubilife City and the Pokemon Contest Committee, we'd like to present this ribbon as a token of your victory here today. He presented a box holding a light blue ribbon with golden, diamond-shaped crest. May gladly accepted it and posed with it towards the audience, causing them to applaud more. Well, that's it for today, Jillian said to the camera. Join us next time in Floaroma Town for the next contest. We'll see you then. XXXX. The sun was beginning to set as the group walked down a path headed east from Jubilife City. They wanted to find a good camping spot before it became too dark to see, which was a problem for two of the teens. Why couldn't we have stayed the night at the Pokemon Center? Dawn complained. Yeah, we weren't in a rush, you know, May added as she forced herself to walk. Be my guest, Ash replied while shrugging. I'll be in Orberg Town by the time you guys wake up in the morning, though. What Ash is trying to say is that we've wasted a lot of time, and we should be moving at a faster pace, Brock explained to the girls. I think he has a point, too. Dawn pouted. Fine, but only because after his gym battle, we could head to Floaroma Town for the next Pokemon contest. And I'll be waiting to face both of you there, a voice said from behind them. They turned and saw Zoe standing with her arms crossed. She was wearing an orange vest over a burgundy long-sleeve shirt, blue jeans that came just below her knees, brown boots, and a small gold necklace. She also had a pair of black glasses that stood out in her short, red hair. She walked over to May and extended her hand. I just came to say congrats on winning today. I know I left a little early, but I wanted to get my Pokemon healed as quickly as I could. May accepted the gesture and smiled. It's okay. I understand. So, we'll see you in the next contest? Dawn asked, joining the conversation. Yeah, I'll be there. I'll be ready for a rematch with both of you, Zoe said assertively. She looked past them and noticed a familiar face. She slowly moved them aside and roamed to the trainer. Hey, I know you. Yeah, we met earlier, Ash said smiling. How do you know each other? May asked curiously. He didn't mention this when we talked earlier. He just said that people were talking about her. Oh, I sorta bumped into him, and he caught me before I could fall, Zoe clarified to the brunette. She focused on the trainer and continued. I didn't catch your name before. I'm Ash from Pallet Town, he stated proudly. And this is my buddy Pikachu. Pikachu. The electric type said waving to her. Hey, Pikachu. I'm Zoe, she giggled and scratched his head. I'm guessing he's around my age, then. You did great in the final match, Ash said, interrupting her thoughts. It was so close I didn't know who'd win in the end. Well, May got the best of me today, but it won't happen again. We'll see about that. May competitively replied. Zoe smirked. I should be making my way, then, she said turning around. Oh, just so you know, Pikachu, I like ketchup. With that, the coordinator made her way back in the direction of Jubilife City. Pikachu slowly smiled brightly before slapping Ash across the face as if saying, I told you so. May and Dawn both steadily focused their attention on Ash. Is there a problem? He asked them cautiously while rubbing his cheek. No, but you should have told us you knew Zoe when we talked, Dawn said angrily. I thought it wasn't a big deal and unimportant. Well, you thought wrong. Ugh, I'm totally jealous of you. Brock said heartbroken, falling to the ground dramatically. She's totally into you. What? May and Dawn yelled. I think you got the wrong idea, Brock, Ash tried to defend. I know this stuff. I'm the love doctor. Says who? Dawn suddenly smacked both Brock and Ash on the arm, causing them to flinch. Let's just go and find a place to camp, she said frustratingly. She then grabbed Brock by the ear before dragging him away. And you, we need to have a talk about this little habit of yours. Ah, not the ear, the breeder responded in agony. I thought they were gonna be safe in this region. Pikachu followed them just in case there was danger. Ash was about to follow them when he noticed May was not moving. She held her hand across her chest and was lost in thought. Is something wrong, May? Huh? She said, breaking out of her thoughts and smiling. And no, nothing's wrong. Everything is fine. Ash glanced at her before continuing. All right, if you say so. May was about to start walking when she saw something out of her peripheral vision. To her surprise, Ash was extending his hand to her. Come on, he began in soft voice. It's getting dark, and we don't want to lose the others. This caused May to blush and gently place her hand in his. They slowly made their way to their friends, still holding hands as the sun set. I forgot to tell you earlier that you looked beautiful in your contest outfit today. A lot of people were admiring you. Thanks for letting me know, she replied softly. All I cared about was what you thought, though. Chapter 16. The group of Ash, Pikachu, Dawn, May, and Brock had exited a cave leading to Orberg City, the next destination in their journey. They had awakened early in the morning in hopes of arriving in the city before it was time for breakfast. To Ash's delight, the sun was barely shining over the mountains, so he felt they were making good time. Contrarily to the trainer's thoughts, though, May and Dawn were greatly upset they had to wake up early. It took Ash roughly 10 minutes to fully wake them up, and when he did, he received an earful from each girl saying some very unpleasant things. However, the The girls were glancing at the city in front of them with admiring eyes, thinking they would not have seen this view if they had slept in. Even though it was early in the morning, Orberg looked so lively with workers in comparison with Jubilife City, which was a tourist attraction. Ash remembered his first time seeing Orberg City. He thought the vibrant and energetic mining town was very different from any other place he had visited in Sinnoh, as it was blessed with precious natural resources, and he believed the people were very fortunate to live there. Ash turned to see the group staring at what he knew to be the museum where some of the exhibits of the coal mine were examined. It was not until Dawn spoke that his thoughts were broken. "Is that the gym over there?" she said, pointing to a large building across from the museum. It had a huge poke ball in front of it. "I mean, it looks like one to me." "Yeah, that's definitely it over there," Brock replied earnestly. "Brock used to be a gym leader," Dawn, May added, smiling at her friend. "So, you can believe him when he says it is." "Oh, that's so cool!" Dawn exclaimed, looking at the breeder with admiration. "I would have never guessed you were one. Why did you stop?" "Well, I didn't really stop, but I'm taking a break to find something special. You see, after I battled Ash a few years ago, it opened my eyes to new possibilities, and I just decided it was time to go on my own journey and find that one thing I could be passionate about like he was," he happily answered. "My brother has taken over for now, so I left it in good hands." Before the blue-haired teen could respond, Ash interjected his thoughts. "As much I would like to reminisce, we should probably start walking towards the gym," he commented. "I would like to face the gym leader as soon as possible." "That's our Ash," May said coyly while crossing her arms. "Only thinking about battling gyms. Shouldn't we have breakfast first before we do anything?" "Yeah, I'm pretty hungry myself," Dawn chimed in, gripping her stomach. "You woke us up really early today, so you owe us that much. You all can go eat, and I'll meet you at the Pokemon Center when I finish my battle." They saw Ash and Pikachu began walking ahead of them, quickly leaving them behind. "Sheesh, why is he in such a rush?" Dawn asked confusingly as she watched the trainer distance himself. "It's not like it's going anywhere, right?" "True, but Ash is very persistent and impatient when it comes to gym battles," Brock answered. He slightly chuckled before continuing. "I guess it's fair that you both skip breakfast for now. He did rush when you had to get to your contest yesterday. But there's a certain time we have to register by, so it's different fro." "Brock does have a point," May interrupted the brunette politely. "We can wait to eat for a little bit until Ash beats the gym leader." "It was your suggestion, though," Dawn thought curiously. "There's no doubt she really does like him if she's willing to skip meals." "Oh, okay," Brock said in surprise, thinking it was odd for May to hold off on eating. He looked in Ash's direction and noticed he was getting farther away from them. "If that's the case, we should probably catch up with them. They're walking pretty fast." "Right," both girls said in unison. "Excuse me," said a stern voice from behind, stopping the group. The trio turned around and saw an older man smiling at them. He was wearing khaki pants with a nice dress shirt and shoes, a white lab coat over his suit that matched his short, white beard, and a pair of reading glasses in the shirt pocket. The trio noticed he was carrying a large bag on his back and a suitcase in each hand. "I just arrived in the city and was wondering if you could point me to the Orberg Museum." Oh, well, we also just arrived, so we don't really know where it is," Brock clarified, returning the old man's politeness. "Sorry, we're not much help." "Oh, that's quite all right," the old man grinned while shaking his head. "I should apologize for thinking you were natives and jumping to conclusions. Well, I'll see if I can find it on my way to the Pokemon Center." He walked past the trio before continuing. "You kids be safe, okay?" "Wait," Dawn called out. "We can help you find the museum if you want." The old man had a surprised expression from the girl's outburst, but it changed into a warming smile after hearing her proposal. "Normally, I wouldn't want to bother youngsters with my troubles, but these cases are heavy for an old, broken man like myself," he mentioned as he turned to face them. After hearing the bags were heavy, the group could see his arms were shaking. If you all don't mind, I would be delighted if you could grab these suitcases. No problem, Dawn said as she paced to him and grabbed one from the stranger. She almost dropped it as she received it. Holy crap. This thing is heavy. It's like if he's carrying rocks in here, she thought while tightening her grip to lift the suitcase. No wonder he has broken bones. I can take the bag off your back, and my friend can take your other suitcase, Brock offered. He gently helped the old man remove the bag while May grabbed the other suitcase. As Brock and May stepped away to give the man space, the breeder whispered to her. One of us should meet up with Ash, so we'll help this guy get to the Pokemon Center and then you can head off to the gym. Dawn and I will help him find the museum. Sound good? May briefly glanced at her friend before nodding. She was going to offer help to the elder man before Dawn said anything but was torn between meeting up with Ash and assisting the stranger, so the compromise that Brock gave her a sense of relief. May was going to aid in some way and be able to see Ash's match. Oh, you all are too kind, the old man exclaimed as he stretched his body. I'm too old for this kind of stuff, but I don't trust the young people in my department to deliver such important work. He laughed slightly as he rubbed his beard. Oh, where are my manners? My name is Cole. May, Dawn, and Brock greeted Cole and introduced themselves respectfully. It's nice to meet all of you, Cole said smiling. I am really grateful to have run into you all. If you don't mind me asking, Brock inclined nicely. He struggled to stand up straight as he spoke. What do you have in your luggage? It's pretty heavy. Rocks. I knew it. Everyone turned to Dawn after hearing her outburst. She laughed nervously as she scratched her cheek. Sorry, she said in between laughs. I just kinda thought that's what was in here. Why are carrying rocks with you? May questioned, turning back to Cole. They're fossils to be exact, he explained. Cole noticed the teen's interested expressions and grinned as he pressed on. Yes, fossils from Pokemon who lived way before our time. I'm supposed to deliver them to a man named Rourke in the museum, so he could study them. Normally, they wouldn't be so heavy, but we haven't fully excavated them from the ground minerals because we lack the tools back in our lab, so they still have weight to them. Well, we don't mind helping you find this guy to give him the fossils, Dawn said. Yeah, we'd be happy to help, Brock added. We'll stop by the Pokemon Center first to get something to eat, and then we'll look for the museum together. A splendid idea, Cole said happily. In the meantime, would you mind telling us more about these fossils? Not at all, young man. I was thinking it was the least I could do since you're being so nice. With that, the elder man began describing the different kinds of Pokemon the fossils were rumored to be as they headed towards the city. XXXX. Ash and Pikachu slowly approached the doors to the gym after leaving their friends behind. They noted they were not being followed and thought they should just face the gym leader. They did not want to waste any more time. It shouldn't take long to win, Pikachu. Hi Pika. Yeah, I only want to use one Pokemon, so we can meet up with everyone else quickly. Just as the gym doors opened, Ash and Pikachu opened their eyes slightly in surprise when they saw Rourke walking with Paul in their direction. Paul saw the duo and walked ahead of the gym leader to meet them. He had a serious expression as he stood in front of Ash and Pikachu. Are you here to challenge the gym? He asked bluntly. It's nice to see you, too, Paul, Ash responded, ignoring his initial question. He grinned at the purple-haired teen when he spoke. And yeah, we are. I'm guessing you've already won. It wasn't too hard. I had you sweating there for a second, Rourke said, interrupting their conversation. Ash saw he was wearing his usual mining outfit and wondered if everyone he met wore the same clothes every day. It would not be unusual since he did the same thing. You must be one of Paul's friends. I'm Rourke, the Orberg gym leader. We're not friends, Paul stated, watching Ash introduce himself and shake hands with Rourke. And I was only sweating because it was hot in there, not because you had me on the ropes. If you say so, the gym leader replied. He turned to Ash and smirked. So, I'm guessing you're a challenger, then. If you are, we can battle right now if you want. Yeah, we're ready if you are, Ash said confidently. It would be a one-on-one match since most of my Pokémon are still recovering from their earlier match. Is that alright? That's fine by me. Ash, along with Pikachu, began following Rourke further into the building to the battlefield, leaving the purple-haired teen. Hold on, Paul stated, causing them to stop and turn around. May I be allowed to watch the match between you and this fool? He asked the red-haired man. Rourke viewed him for a second before responding. Sure, I don't mind if Ash doesn't, he said. What do you think? It's fine with me, Ash shrugged dismissively. I don't see the harm. Good, Paul smirked. I just want to see if your win against me was a fluke. It wasn't, but you can still watch how a real trainer battles. Paul frowned angrily. How about we head to start the battle, huh? Rourke laughed nervously. There was a lot of tension between the two trainers and knew he should stop the banter before it got out of hand. They're definitely not friends. XXXX. Are you sure you don't want to stop at the Pokémon Center? We can take break and eat breakfast like you all wanted to. We're okay, Professor Cole, May declined politely. She addressed him respectfully after he had mentioned he was well-known geology professor from the Johto region. After asking a couple of people where the museum was, the group discovered it was a few blocks past the Pokémon Center and right across from the Pokémon Gym. May thought she would be able to help Cole with everything, then head straight to the gym. We can eat after we help you get to the museum. Okay, if you insist. It took them another 5 minutes to reach their destination. They were tiredly standing in front of the glass building in awe. It was very tall, and the windows were glistening from the sun's reflection. Professor Cole put his hands on his hips and smiled. Here we are, youngsters, the professor said, still glancing at the building in triumph. I can't thank you enough for your assistance today. Not a problem, Brock said while catching his breath. Carrying both Cole's bag and his own were challenging. Glad we were able to help you in some way. Yeah, we're just happy you got here without any problems, Dawn huffed, wiping away some sweat from her forehead. The old man laughed heartedly. You're all too modest, he commented. He then walked over to each of them and took his luggage from each of them. Cole shook each of their hands and stepped away. Thank you very much for all your help. I can handle it from here. I owe you all a great deal that I promise I will repay one day. May, Dawn, and Brock gently smiled and watched the elder man walk through the open glass doors into the building. They rested for a couple minutes while they admired the museum furtherly. They noticed that the entire place was essentially glass, which they believed to have a purpose but could not figure out what. Dawn broke the silence after another minute of resting. Well, we did our good deed for the day, she exclaimed happily as she gave her friends a thumbs up. And it only cost us breakfast, sadly. Don't worry, Brock reassured, regaining some his energy. I have some snacks we can eat until we find a place. They should keep us full for a while. Perfect. The blue-haired teen clasped her hands in gratitude. We should have them while we head over to the Pokémon Gym. I'm pretty sure Ash has already started, right? After hearing Dawn's comments, May perked up, turned around, and started heading towards the gym. Come on, you guys, she told them as she jogged. We don't want to miss his first gym battle in the Sinnoh region. No need to worry, May, Dawn said, following closely behind. She realized they were not going to eat those snacks but decided to let it go for now. I'm sure the match is still going on. We'll be able to make it in time. I hope we do. Crack. The trio stopped in their tracks and quickly turned around after hearing loud glass break from the building they recently left. They gazed at the top of the museum where they saw large pieces of shattered glass dangerously falling from the air. Amid the disaster, a large gray Pokémon flew into the sky. Arr! That's an Aerodactyl. Brock recognized. It doesn't look too friendly if you ask me, Dawn nervously noted. She could see a menacing look across the Pokemon's face. She saw the giant Pokemon circle the museum a few times before noticing a dark purple ball form in its mouth. I think it's gonna attack. Arr! The Aerodactyl roared as it fired a powerful beam towards the building, causing an explosion and a fire inside museum. That was a hyper beam. And a pretty strong one at that, May fearfully stated. She saw the Pokemon circle the building once more before quickly soaring away from it and nosediving towards them at an incredible speed. Run! The trio swiftly turned and desperately tried running away. Realizing it was pointless, though, May, Dawn, and Brock rapidly dove to the ground just before the Aerodactyl collided with them. They slowly lifted their heads to see it sail towards the Pokemon gym. What was that all about? Dawn thought out loud as she stood and wiped her clothes. There's time for to think about that, May determined anxiously. It's headed towards the gym, and Ash doesn't know about it. We have to go now. Brock and Dawn both nodded. Yeah, let's g. Stop. Thieves. Yelped a familiar voice. They looked behind only to see Professor Cole chasing three recognizable faces holding the luggage that they helped the old man recently bring. Team Rocket. Brock called out, stopping Jesse, James, and Meowth in their tracks. We should have known you were behind this. May said angrily. The three criminals were surprised at first, but they simply smirked as they viewed them. Jessie briefly brushed her hair before she began their motto. Listen, is that a voice I hear? She said cockily. It's speaking to me loud and clear, James chimed in coolly. On the wind. Past the stars. In your EAAHH was all Meowth could get out before being tackled by Professor Cole. Someone get this geezer off me. Give me back the fossils you stole, Cole demanded. He wrestled with Meowth until James pulled him off and threw him to the ground. I told you we should have tied him up, Jessie said crossing her arms. He interrupted our new motto in front of the twerps. But he seemed like a defenseless old man, James stated innocently. How was I supposed to know he was so violent? Never mind that, Meowth said while wiping himself. We got to get out of here before Officer Jenny shows up with backup. Not to mention that nasty Aerodactyl could come back any minute, too, James said a little scared. They're the people Ash was talking about. They're the ones that hurt Pikachu, Dawn deduced. So, you're the ones who let out that Aerodactyl that's causing destruction. Meowth, Jessie, and James just turned and stared at the brunette in confusion. Oh, great, another one. You must be a new twerp 'cause I've never seen you before, Jessie concluded frustratingly. She then gave Dawn an irritated expression as she spoke. And don't go blaming us for criminal stuff we didn't do. Yeah, we only stole the fossils from this old man, James added in defense. Not that we weren't gonna try to steal Aerodactyl, Meowth interjected simply. But someone else beat us to it. Who did? Like we'd tell you, Jessie replied coldly to Brock. Yeah, and we couldn't tell you if we wanted to, James grinned and shrugged. She disappeared before we could get a good look her. She? Brock questioned. Liars. No, I'm sad to say he's right, May, Professor Cole said as he struggled to get up from the ground. I had just entered the building when these three, disguised as guards, ambushed me. I chased them all the way down to the Pokemon laboratory where we found all the researchers out cold on the floor. He coughed slightly before continuing. We watched quietly as a woman with a Jengar confused the Aerodactyl. That's why it went on a rampage. May, Dawn, and Brock were in disbelief from what they were hearing. And just before I could confront her, she teleported with his Jengar. That's when we decided to get out of there, Jessie decided to finish. We knew it was gonna get crazy, so we ran out of there as fast as we could. Sure enough, that fossil monster attacked the museum without a care in the world. Now, Meowth announced after Jessie finished. We're just gonna head out with these fossils that we stolen. No. Please stop them, youngsters, Professor Cole pleaded to May, Dawn, and Brock. They're important relics of history that we need to conserve. I beg you to stop them before they get away. Don't worry, Professor, Brock reassured as he clenched his fists. We weren't going to let them leave with anything they stole. Yeah, leave it to us. Dawn stepped forward and pulled out a pokeball. She briefly turned to May and whispered. Ash can take care of himself. Right now, we have to focus on stopping Team Rocket. May glanced at Dawn and nodded. I know, but something doesn't feel right, the brunette responded uneasily. Do you think it's a coincidence that Aerodactyl just happened to fly towards the Pokemon gym when there was a city nearby, or attack us for that matter? I don't know, Dawn replied honestly. She looked towards Team Rocket and the museum's fire getting bigger. That's something we can think about later. We need to beat them and try putting out that fire until help arrives. There's people out cold in that building that need help. Suddenly, they noticed the clear blue skies slowly being covered by dark, ominous clouds. The once bright, sunny, day was now gray and dull in a matter of seconds. The wind had picked up immensely, which caused everyone to shield their eyes from the dust it was picking up. Rain began to pour fiercely, and loud thundering could be heard close by. This scene seemed very familiar to the heroes. It quickly occurred to May where they had witnessed something similar. Guys! She screamed, realizing that the difficult weather would make it harder to hear. This is the same thing that happened when we were waiting for Ash to come back from the port. Stop your jabbering, Jessie yelled to them as she threw a pokeball in the air. Go, Dustox. Go, Cacnea. James followed suit. I choose you, Fortress. Go, Piplup. Help us out, Squirtle. May called out lastly. She briefly looked towards the gym before focusing on Team Rocket. I can't shake this uneasy feeling. XXXX. Rampardos, use head smash before it can recover. Nice try, Rourke, Ash complimented. But it's not gonna be enough. Dodge and use focus blast, Scraggy. Scrag, the little Pokemon said as it pulled up its pants. It saw Rampardos charging at an incredible speed and waited until the last second before jumping over the rock type. As Scraggy was flipping, it brought its hands together to form a small yellow orb that began growing bigger with each second. When the ball was larger than Scraggy's body, it brutally launched it towards Rampardos' back for a direct hit. Par! Cried the Pokemon in pain. It fell to its knees before falling to the ground with swirls in its eyes. No, Rampardos! Rourke exclaimed concerningly. The referee noticed the Pokemon had fainted and called the match. Rampardos is unable to battle. The winner of the match is Ash Ketchum and his Scraggy. Rourke sighed in disappointment as he recalled his fallen Pokemon. Losing 2 matches in a row did not give him a good feeling. He shook off his initial thoughts and walked to Ash, who was petting his victorious Pokemon. That was a good match, Ash, the Orberg gym leader said when was next to him. I am honored to present you this Cole badge. Take it as symbol of your win here today at the Orberg City Pokemon Gym. Ash graciously accepted the badge from Rourke and showed it to Scraggy. The fighting type lifted its arms in excitement, which caused its baggy pants to fall. It quickly lifted them up and smiled sheepishly. Ash laughed before speaking. I'm happy for you, too, he said while pulling out a Pokeball. You deserve nice rest. Scrag. Scraggy stated happily before it disappeared. You were smart to use a fighting move against Rampardos, Paul said, approaching Ash and Rourke. I'll admit I did something similar during my match. He stood with his hands in his pockets in front of Ash. I've never seen that Pokemon before, but I can tell it was trained well. I won't underestimate you the next time we battle, and I'll be sure to go all out. Ash grinned and crossed his arms. Good, he replied as Pikachu mimicked his actions on the trainer's shoulder. It should be more interesting the next time, then. The two trainers stared at each other intensely until they heard doors to gym open harshly. They turned to see a dark-haired woman, wearing a similar mining outfit as Rourke, panting severely. Tiredly, yet eagerly, she ran towards them in a hurry. "Rourke!" she called out desperately. "There's a problem at the museum. You need to get there as soon as possible." Whoa, slow down," Rourke stated calmly while raising his hands. "What kind of problem are we talking about?" Boom. Everyone heard the explosion and looked around to see where it was coming from. "What was that?" Paul questioned. "It's the Aerodactyl we revived a few days ago," the woman finally said. "It got out." "What? How?" Rourke said in shock. Not even waiting for a response, he ran past the worker and towards the exit. "This sounds like Team Rocket's doing again," Ash thought. He whispered to Pikachu. "Follow him to make sure he's alright." "Okay, buddy." Pikachu nodded and leaped from the trainer's shoulder to go along with Rourke. Ash turned to Paul, who was trying to assess the situation. "We should follow him, too. He doesn't have any Pokemon left to take down the Aerodactyl if he has to." Paul glanced at Ash seriously for a few seconds before responding. "As much as I hate to admit, you're right. He doesn't have any Pokemon left to take down the Aerodactyl, and I doubt your little Pikachu will be enough." Ash was going to argue about Pikachu, but thought it was not worth it right now. "Good. Let's head." RR. They quickly glanced up to view the cause of the sound and noticed that the building was shaking tremendously. Ash's eyes widened when he realized what was happening. "Move!" he shouted at Paul. The raven-haired trainer grabbed the woman and dove to the ground on top of her to shield her while Paul rapidly dove in the opposite direction of the pair. At that moment, a dark purple beam pierced and destroyed the roof and field where they were recently standing, causing a large explosion. Dust covered the entire battlefield, which was making it difficult to see anything. Ash thought this would be the perfect to check on the worker he was protecting, so he lifted his head to look at the woman and spoke gently. "You okay?" Ash asked concernedly. He noticed she only had small cut on her forehead above her left eyebrow. "Why yeah, I'm fine," she replied weakly while rubbing her head. "That's good," Ash relaxed, slowly standing up. He helped her stand and checked on his old friend. "Paul. Are you alright?" "I'm fine," he heard the trainer say. "Murkrow, blow this dust away." "Moor." Suddenly, Ash felt the woman hang onto his arm as the gust of wind aggressively cleared the smoke from the air. He could see Paul and noticed he had a few scratches on his face. "Ara." Both trainers saw the Aerodactyl descending into the building through the hole it made in the ceiling with the hyper beam. They saw it slowly flap its wings and land gently across from them on the battlefield. Surprisingly, rain began to pour harshly through the roof of the gym and great thundering echoed through the building. "Does this seem familiar to you, Ash Ketchum?" An angelic feminine voice resonated frighteningly. A figure mysteriously appeared from behind the Aerodactyl, and Ash's body tensed when he saw the person's eyes. They were clear, white eyes with no pupils that reminded him of the hooded figure from a few days ago. However, everything else about this person was different to Ash. He noted this individual covered only her nose and mouth with a mask that was marked with an X across it and allowed the black cloak to hang like a long cape. He could see her long silver hair draped to the sides of her beautiful face that complemented her empty eyes. It clashed with her black skin-tight bodysuit that came down to her upper thighs, black opera gloves, and knee-high boots. The trainer considered her gorgeous figure for a second before realizing the peril they were in. "Paul, I need you to listen to me," Ash decided to make a move before anything began. "I need you to take this woman and leave to find Rourke. He could be in danger." "No way," he replied arrogantly, enlarging a pokeball. "I have a score to settle with that Aerodactyl. Not to mention that lady next to it seems to be controlling it." "Listen," Ash frustratingly demanded. "I can stall them for a while, but I need you to leave and find the other Pokemon that she came with." It could be more dangerous than the Aerodactyl. Paul slightly flinched and looked surprisingly at Ash. What other Pokemon? No time to explain. You'll know when you find it, the Kanto native informed. He pulled out his own Pokeball and enlarged it. Head to the museum where Rourke said he was going. Paul gritted his teeth but thought if Ash was really persistent and passionate about this, then it might be true. He swiftly returned Murkrow as he ran to Ash's side to grab the worker by the hand and raced towards the exit, leaving Ash and the mysterious stranger alone. Ha ha ha, the mysterious woman audaciously laughed while gripping her face, blushing deeply. You're even more incredible than I remember. Did she say, remember? Ash noted. Why did you send away your Jengar? Oh, he's just a present for your friends at the museum, she exclaimed innocently, still gripping her flushed face with her right hand. She then pulled out a dark Pokeball with a black aura around it that Ash remembered the other trainer had. She casually threw it at Aerodactyl and instantly caught it. It's going to be so much fun erasing you from existence. I need to stop this woman right now. That would be one less trainer after us, Ash concluded in his head. She did say, remember, and there's something about her that's really familiar, too. I can't wrap my head around it, but I know her. He shook his thoughts because now was not the right time to think about that. Sorry, but I'm not going anywhere today. Ooh, please keep resisting. It's so enticing and exciting to me. You have issues. Maybe. She replied honestly, smiling seductively as she threw the dark ball in the air. But you won't have to worry about me when you die. Attack, Aerodactyl. Rah! Said the Pokemon when it appeared. It quickly engulfed itself in a light purple aura and swiftly raced towards Ash. Stop it, Greninja. The trainer commanded as he released the water Pokemon. The blue frog appeared and hastily formed a water shuriken in each hand before aggressively firing them at the Aerodactyl, colliding and putting a stop to the Giga Impact. Roar! The fossil Pokemon said while backing away to its new trainer. The mysterious figure giggled. How about we get a little crazier? She suggested. I didn't think you can, Ash looked at curiously. Ha ha ha, she laughed while taking off one of her gloves. The silver-haired woman revealed a ring on her middle finger with a keystone attached to it. It's a shame this will be our last meeting. We could have had so much fun together, oh well, I guess it's time to end this. Mega Evolve, Aerodactyl. Suddenly, a golden connection formed between the woman's stone on her finger and the fossil Pokemon's stone around its tail, which Ash barely observed when he saw the link. Aerodactyl yelled as it glowed and began transforming. Large, dark spikes developed along its tail and upper portions of its wings. They also extended to its ears, chin, and back where its original spine was. As the transformation finished, the Mega Aerodactyl roared loudly for everyone to hear to intimidate its opponents. Ash and Greninja did not flinch from the noise. I love your confidence, but it's pointless when you're not alive, the woman declared, lightly blushing. Full power Giga Impact. Without hesitation, Mega Aerodactyl covered itself in the same light purple aura as before but surrounding a larger area. It closed its wings and quickly dashed again towards Ash, who was staring directly at it with a serious expression. Just as the attack was a few feet away, Greninja appeared unexpectedly in front of it and repelled the Mega Aerodactyl by immersing himself in a water vortex. This caused the flying Pokemon to back away. That's twice someone has tried attacking me with their Pokemon, Ash stated calmly. I have to say I'm not a fan of it, so I'm gonna put an end to this right now. Don't you agree, Greninja? In that moment, the water vortex around the water type increased in size and was spinning faster. The water then began surrounding only Greninja as the fin on its forehead turned a bright red. To the mysterious woman's surprise, the water shaped into a massive water shuriken on Greninja's back, which finished the transformation. Like I said, Ash started as he clenched his fist in front of his face and smirked. Not today. Chapter 17. Dustox, use Psybeam. Stop it with Bubble, Piplup. Oh no you don't. Cacnea, use pin missile. Fortress, you use pin missile, too. Ice beam the Dustox, Squirtle. The pin missile from Fortress collided against Cacnea, stopping the grass type from launching its own attack and falling to the ground. The bubbles crashed against the Psybeam, and Squirtle took advantage by striking a distracted Dustox with strong ice beam on its body, causing the bug Pokémon to drop in pain. Team Rocket saw their Pokémon fainted on the floor and frighteningly flinched. That didn't last as long as I thought it would. James grimaced. I think it's time we make our getaway, Jess. I think you're right, the woman compliantly replied, extending her Pokeball. Return, Dustox. You, too, Cacnea. The heroes were shielding their eyes to block the rain from the harsh winds. May saw Team Rocket trying to make their move and decided to act. She began sprinting at full speed towards Meowth. Jessie and James saw the brunette and were going to stop her when Dawn called for an attack. Use Bubble once more. Pip lup, Piplup said while firing the water move. The bubbles struck Jessie and James' eyes, causing them to stop in their tracks and scream in agony. May continued on and quickly stole the bag from a stunned Meowth, who was looking at his companions after the bubble attack. May then raced to help Professor Cole up and moved him away from the area. Brock knew she gave him an opening and did not want to miss it. Alright, the breeder said as he ran towards his Pokémon. He swiftly grabbed Fortress before winding back and fiercely throwing it in Team Rocket's direction. Explosion! Brock commanded. Fortress brightly glowed white as it headed towards its target. When it was inches away, the bagworm Pokémon powerfully erupted that caused a severe blast and Jessie, James, and Meowth to fly towards the dark clouds in the sky. The group could faintly hear their voices. We're blasting off again. The strong winds were still raging hard against the hammering rain as May walked with Professor Cole and the bag of fossils back to her friends. She briefly turned back to the museum only to see smoke still coming from the building. Brock and Dawn had met May halfway as she spoke up. Take care of the professor, she gently gave him to Brock and put the bag on the floor. She moved her soaked hair from her face as she continued. Dawn and I will try to get everyone out of the building. That's too risky, May. Brock argued. The fire isn't letting up. We have to. May replied. Help hasn't arrived yet, and we're the only ones with water Pokémon. No need to worry, Dawn interjected before Brock can reply. We'll be okay. We can do it until help shows up, just tell them there's people stuck in the building. The breeder wanted to argue but knew they were right. Fine, he conceded. Brock returned Fortress as he spoke. But be very careful. Both girls nodded before racing towards the museum. Their Pokémon quickly following behind. Brock saw them enter the building inside. He gently put the professor down, who had lost consciousness when May handed him over, and moved the bag of fossils next to him. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, Brock noticed a dark shadow in the ground heading towards the museum. What was that? Hey! A voice called out from behind. Are you alright? Brock turned and saw a man in a mining outfit running in his direction. Why yeah, we're okay. The man approached the breeder and Cole and spoke. Professor Cole. The miner called out, recognizing the older man. This caused Cole to stir awake. Rourke, Cole said weakly. Thank goodness. Something terrible has happened. I know, Rourke replied. I don't know all the details, but I saw Aerodactyl flying towards the gym. I saw smoke coming from the museum, so my priorities shifted to everyone's safety. And Aerodactyl? I faced 2 trainers earlier that were at the gym, Rourke stated. I figured they were strong enough to handle it until I finished here. Was one of those trainers named Ash? Brock interrupted. Why yes, actually, Rourke answered. Damn it, well, I think he should be okay as long as he has Pikachu, Brock thought to himself, looking towards the museum. We can handle things from here until help arrives. At that moment, he saw Pikachu swiftly run past them and head towards the burning building. XXXX. Hyper Beam. Stop it with water shuriken. The Mega Aerodactyl fired the massive purple beam towards Ash Greninja, who was posing in front of Ash after transforming. The water Pokémon quickly reached behind and pulled the large shuriken before ferociously throwing it to meet the Hyper Beam, causing dust from the ground to fly up from its speed. The water shuriken rapidly met the Hyper Beam and destroyed it with ease. Not bad, the silver-haired woman said as she stroked her body seductively. I thought this would be over with one attack after Mega Evolving Aerodactyl, but you just keep making this interesting. Please don't stop. You do have issues, Ash reiterated. He then thought he would try to get some answers. Only people with strong bonds with Pokémon should be able to use Mega Evolution. How were you able to use it on a Pokémon you just caught? Since you're gonna die, I guess it's alright to tell you, she thought aloud as she put a finger on her cheek cutely. When you're blessed by gods, I guess the special bond is eminent with any Pokémon. Gods? What the hell does that mean? Ash contemplated. I'm getting more stupid information every time I ask. That's all you're getting from me today, handsome, the beautiful woman broke Ash's thoughts. Use Giga Impact. Rah! The Mega Aerodactyl somersaulted as its body engulfed in a light purple aura and rapidly flew towards Greninja. Ash was waiting for the right time to counter when he saw massive, green vines break through the ground and quickly raise up to strike the Mega Aerodactyl on the foot, causing it to lose its trajectory and spin out of control. Ash saw his opportunity as the Giga Impact disappeared. Water Shuriken. He called out. Greninja reached back once more, pulled the large water attack forward, and doubled its size from before. The starter viciously threw it and landed the powerful move on Aerodactyl's body, causing it to harshly crash against the building and cry out in pain. The silver-haired trainer appeared furious. How dare you interrupt my time with Ash? She shrieked, looking past the Kanto native. Ash knew who she was screaming at but decided to glance anyway. He could see Paul frowning and his Torterra in front of him. I told you I was gonna settle the score between me and that Aerodactyl, he told Ash while ignoring the stranger's comments. You really just tripped it. I delivered the final blow, Ash shrugged while smirking. You were a good assistant, though. Assistant, my butt. Paul argued. I took it down. You'll pay for this. The woman exclaimed to Paul, interjecting the small talk. She slightly calmed down then looked at Ash and blew a kiss to him. It seems we're gonna have to finish this. Later. I enjoyed seeing you again and the little tease you gave me. The woman recalled her Aerodactyl and threw a white ball in the air, causing a bright flash that covered the entire gym. Ash shielded his eyes for a few seconds before it disappeared. He noticed the mysterious trainer was nowhere in sight. He could tell Paul was walking towards him and turned around. Crazy ex-girlfriend? I'd remember an ex like her, Ash replied honestly. He could see the rain coming in from ceiling opening had stopped and knew it was over at least for the time being. I've never seen an Aerodactyl like that before. I'll explain later, Ash stated as he turned and headed towards the exit. Ash Greninja quickly following closely behind. I thought I told you to head towards the museum to help Rourke. I do what I want, Paul exclaimed as he charted behind Ash and his Pokémon. I got the woman to safety and decided to come back. If Rourke can't handle the situation on his own, he shouldn't be a gym leader regardless if his Pokémon are hurt. Ash sighed. At least I sent Pikachu, he thought. He should be able to take care of things until I get there. XXXX. We should head towards the Pokémon laboratory the professor was talking about, Dawn suggested. They had just entered the building and could see many items were destroyed. Additionally, the equipment that was not destroyed was being burned by fire. Squirtle and Piplup were watering everything they could as soon as they entered the building. We can leave Piplup and Squirtle here to finish putting out the fire, and we'll try to bring everyone from laboratory. Right, May nodded confidently. She turned to the Pokémon before continuing. We're leaving everything here to you. Is that alright? They stopped their water moves and spoke. Squirtle squirt. Pip Piplup, Piplup answered while patting his own chest. At that moment, a few embers flew behind him and touched his tail. Piplup felt the intense heat and began panicking, frantically running in circles. Squirtle quickly fired a water gun attack which completely drenched the penguin, calming him down. Piplup looked at Squirtle with a frustrated look before walking over to her and giving her a pat on the shoulder as if to say thank you. You both be careful, Dawn exclaimed. Let's get going. The two teens ran down the hall to make their way towards the laboratory. They conveniently passed a sign that told them their destination was just up ahead. When they exited the hall, May and Dawn viewed what appeared to be a forest. There were many trees and plants and a small, clear lake making the scenery a lovely sight. At least it would have been if most of the trees and plants were not on fire or there was no broken glass scattered around the lake from the ceiling. In addition, intense rain and wind was entering through the opening. However, to the teens' surprise, a few scientists were awake and commanding some water Pokémon to put out the fire. The other researchers who were still unconscious were being helped by two individuals wearing white shirts and slacks. May and Dawn thought they were the two guards Jesse and James must have robbed for their disguises. They shook off their initial thoughts and ran to aid the hurt people. After a few minutes, most of the fire was withered down. Squirtle and Piplup had arrived a couple of minutes before to help reduce the flames faster. To the scientists' and guards' dismay, they returned the Omanite, Omastar, Kabuto, and Kabutops that were helping as they were exhausted. May and Dawn had instructed everyone to leave, so they would not inhale any more smoke than what they already had. The injured individuals compliantly agreed and began exiting through the hallway the teens came from. After a couple of minutes, the coordinators were alone with their Pokémon putting out the last of the fire. Dawn sighed. I can't believe we did it, she slightly smiled as Piplup and Squirtle put out the last embers. I think we got lucky that everyone was waking up and got the Pokémon to start putting out the fire, May commented. She looked up to see the rain pouring harshly into the building, hitting the scorched plants. She could feel the freezing winds entering the opening which caused her to shiver. I wonder what's with this dash. Squirt. Pip. May quickly glanced after hearing the Pokémon only to see their bodies floating high the air and covered in a blue light. In horror, she watched as they were ferociously slammed against the ground, causing a small crater on the floor. Swirls were seen in their eyes as the dust cleared. Piplup. Squirtle. May and Dawn began running to their Pokémon's direction when a dark shadow in the floor blocked their path. They stepped back hesitantly and watched frighteningly as a Gengar menacingly emerged from ground. Gengar. It announced as it picked up its hands in the air, scaring the teens. The brunette had reached back to pull out a Pokeball when she froze. I can't move, May dreadfully said. She noticed she was surrounded by a similar blue light as Squirtle was. This must be the one the professor was talking about. Me neither, Dawn stated while struggling in the same situation. Suddenly, Dawn and May felt their bodies being lifted from the ground and knew what was coming. It was the same move Gengar had just used on their Pokémon. Fearing the worst, Dawn closed her eyes while May continued to fight to grab her Pokeball. Gengar. The ghost type exclaimed as it threw its hands down, causing the teens to drop at a tremendous speed. Pika. Gengar abruptly stopped the attack, freezing May and Dawn just before they crashed into the ground and landing softly. They opened their eyes to see Pikachu slam a strong iron tail against Gengar's body, hurtling it onto the floor. Pikachu. May said happily. She quickly got up and ran towards the mouse. Dawn followed after her. Pika Pika Pie, Pikachu hastily said to his friends while pointing at the hallway. You want us to stay and help you beat Gengar? Dawn asked. Pikachu stared dumbly at his friend for a few seconds before rubbing his head in frustration. Pika. He said, pointing the hallway once again. I don't think that's what he said, May commented. I think he wants us to escape through the hallway we came from. Dawn looked at the mouse's finger and realized he was pointing towards the hallway. Oh, she said sheepishly while scratching her chin. I guess my Pikachu translating still needs work, huh? They quickly recalled Squirtle and Piplup before rushing towards the hallway. May did not want to leave Pikachu behind, but she knew he had a reason for his request. The Jengar did attack me and Dawn. Was he worried that it would go after us again? Pikachu watched them disappear and quickly turned to face the ghost type. To his surprise, Jengar was nowhere in sight. He then noticed the intense rain and winds had stopped. He sighed in relief. This was another quick confrontation. XXXX. May and Dawn had exited the building to see firefighters with their water Pokémon heading towards their direction. Are you girls alright? A firefighter worryingly asked as her coworkers passed her. We're fine, Dawn answered a little exhausted. Most of the fire from the main hallway and laboratory is put out. I don't know about the other rooms, though. Great, she said. That information helps us out a lot. You both head over to Officer Jenny where it's safe. Both girls nodded and continued walking. They found Brock with Cole and Rourke, the gym leader as Brock introduced, being checked by paramedics. May was going to ask about Ash when she saw him approaching. She ran and quickly gave him a tight hug. Ash grunted from the impact. Are you alright? May began worryingly. I heard the Aerodactyl attacked the gym. Yeah, but I'm fine, he said as he hugged her back. Are you all alright? I heard what happened and came as fast as I could. We're fine, too, she said hastily while pulling away. But we gotta help Pikachu. He's fighting a powerful Jengar inside the museum. No need to worry, Ash calmingly said. He looked past her and continued. See? May turned around to see Pikachu jump in her arms. Pikachu, you're okay. Pika Pika. He happily replied while raising his paw. Yes, I was worried about you. May giggled as she cuddled the Pokémon. So, you were talking about a Jengar back there, a voice said behind Ash. May stopped playing with Pikachu and gasped when she saw Paul. What is he doing here? I live here, Paul replied nonchalantly. Oh, I didn't know that. I actually don't, but that's how gullible you are. May could feel her rage building and was about to head towards him when Ash stopped her. Don't listen to him, he encouraged. He turned to Paul and spoke. You're but must be jealous of all the crap that comes out your mouth, huh? Paul could not think of anything, so he just turned his head. Whatever, he finally said after a few seconds. He began walking away when he called out once more. We'll talk about that Aerodactyl the next time we meet, and you can tell me more about that crazy ex-girlfriend of yours as well. May slowly looked at Ash with a surprised expression. What's he talking about? She nervously asked. You have an ex-girlfriend? He's just messing with me. We ran into someone who knew me, but I didn't know her, Ash explained, still not convincing May by her expression. We'll grab Brock and Dawn, so we can go to the Pokemon Center to talk about what happened with you guys. I'll also talk about what happened with me. After a few minutes of settling everything with Officer Jenny and Rourke, the heroes regrouped and headed towards the Pokemon Center. The radiant sun was quickly drying their clothes as it did when Ash first got wet. May, Dawn, and Brock said goodbye to Professor Cole, who could not thank them enough for saving him and the fossils. He vowed to repay them one day when he was healthy. The teens had mentioned it was unnecessary, but Cole said it was not an option. He would reward them in time after he thought of something that would be worthy of what they had helped with. May, Dawn, and Brock gave in, and said they would happily accept anything he offered. Ash told Rourke someone had captured the Aerodactyl and left without a trace. The gym leader was disappointed but was glad that everyone was safe in the end. Once they arrived, everyone was sitting at a table in the Pokemon Center looking at Ash. They had told him everything about Professor Cole to Team Rocket to fighting Jengar in the laboratory. He knew what they were thinking and decided to speak. "Okay, I guess it's my turn," he shrugged. He recounted beating Rourke to Aerodactyl showing up and attacking him. Ash also mentioned the silver-haired stranger who battled him and Paul after catching it. There's no harm in telling them about her. It goes along with their story about the professor seeing a person with a Jengar. "So, this woman knew who you were?" Dawn asked to confirm. Ash nodded. "Yeah, but I had no idea who she was." "If she knows you, there must be a chance that she knows me, too," Brock thought aloud. Dawn smacked him on the arm. "Ow. What was that for?" "For thinking about girls when we have a serious matter to attend to. I was just saying that I have traveled with Ash since the start of his journey that she might know me, too." "Oh, Dawn replied lowly. She then smiled at the breeder. "Then that makes perfect sense. Nice cover story, love Doctor," Brock thought happily. Ash noticed May was fidgeting with her hands and spoke up. "Everything okay?" he asked gently, placing a hand on her shoulder. "I know you said you were, but it must have been scary to have a Jengar attack you." "I'm okay, really," May smiled softly. Her smile slowly faded as she continued. "I mean, it was pretty scary. It attacked our Pokémon without any warning, and then it attacked us. We've been attacked by Pokémon before, but not like this time it felt dangerous." She briefly looked at her hands as she continued. I couldn't move no matter how much I fought. I can only imagine what would have happened if Dawn and I fell that fast from the air. We could have been seriously hurt." "But we weren't," Dawn interjected, placing her hands on the brunette's hands. "We were lucky that Pikachu got there when he did to save us." "Yeah, you're right, but—" "I know I'm right," Dawn smiled. "There's no need to worry about it now because nothing bad happened in the end. Our Pokémon are resting with Nurse Joy and should fine in the morning." "She's right," Brock added. "It might be acting a little too relaxed, but there's nothing we can do it about right now. We should focus on what's ahead." May took in a deep breath and smiled. "Okay, then," she began. "Let's work hard to get stronger, so we're prepared for something like this next time. Are you with me?" "Yeah," Brock and Dawn said in unison. Everyone started making their way up to room to take showers and turn in for the night when May grabbed Ash by his shirt. He stopped and turned to face her. I didn't get to say thank you, Ash," May said, looking at the trainer adoringly. She could feel her face heating up and her heart racing. "I said thank you to Pikachu, but I haven't had a chance to thank you yet." "There's no need to," Ash said smiling. Pikachu had jumped off his shoulder and caught up with Brock and Dawn, leaving the two alone. It really was Pikachu who helped. "Still," she said, fidgeting with her hands. I want to say thanks." With that, May leaned in and tiptoed to gently kiss Ash on the cheek. As she pulled back, she knew she was blushing furiously and looked away from him. You're welcome," Ash said a little surprised. He shook off his initial reaction and slowly grinned. He extended his hand to which she shyly accepted with her hand as they walked to their other friends. "I'll always be there for you guys, you know that, right?" "I know, and I will be there for you, too, Ash." May hugged his arm and leaned her head against his shoulder. "Always like you are with me." Chapter 18. It had been a long day for everyone. The people of the usually calm Orberg city were distraught, trying to comprehend the devastating destruction of their museum and Pokémon gym. There had not been an event such as this one since the accident in the mine a few years ago, as they recalled. The native people of Orberg knew it would be something they would be talking about for a while. It had been a long day for the heroes. They all decided to turn in for the night in the Pokémon Center after discussing the day's events. It was late at night when they all laid in bed, lost in their own thoughts. Brock felt tired. He had been worrying constantly throughout the day about his friends who kept putting themselves in danger. He knew as the adult of the group it was his job to keep everyone safe, but it was difficult to do when they were all stubborn. He also thought these events could not have been a coincidence with the incident that happened a few days ago in Twinleaf. However, at the moment, all he knew was the journey through Sinnoh would only get tougher. Dawn had similar thoughts as she laid in bed. She did not know traveling with friends could be this adventurous, yet dangerous. A part of her was excited to see what would happen next while another part of her was scared. Never did her mom mention anything about being threatened by Pokemon or burning buildings, so Dawn was glad she made friends before setting off on her journey. It seemed like becoming a coordinator was more than just participating in contests. May's mind was racing. She was happy they were able to help everyone inside the burning building before something bad could happen. However, her mind shifted towards the incident afterwards. She shivered as she thought about the severe danger she and Dawn were in when the Jengar arrived. The Pokemon had a menacing glance and threatening intent. If Pikachu had not shown up when he did, May was not sure what would have happened. She was afraid to think about it. Her thoughts shifted towards her raven-haired friend, and she smiled slightly. I kissed Ash, she blushingly thought. May did not know if Ash knew what had happened, but it made her happy that he did not say anything. They just held hands as they walked to their room. I guess I just have to keep up what I'm doing and go slow, she thought as she drifted asleep. I wonder what he thought about it. Now, I'm mad, Ash thought as he laid in bed, staring at the ceiling. Everyone was in danger, and I wasn't around to help. I mean, I'm glad I had Pikachu go on ahead, but I got lucky this time. What if more than one shows up, and I don't know about it until it's too late? I'm tired of being kept in the dark. I need answers. Ash relaxed in bed for another hour. He waited until he knew everyone was sound asleep before slowly getting up and dressed. He woke up Pikachu and quietly headed out the door. The duo decided to head towards the mine as it was a secluded location to call for Celebi. As they were walking, Ash and Pikachu noticed that the streets were empty. Pika Pika. Well, it is pretty late, so it only makes sense no one is around, Ash said. He looked up and saw the moon shining brightly in the clear sky. Let's get going. After a few minutes, they were standing in front of the gym, which had caution tape concealing the front door. The destruction to the building was very evident and it only made Ash think about the woman from earlier. He realized something as he turned to Pikachu. I forgot to tell you that the person I met today said she knew me. Pika Pika Pie, Pikachu replied. Yeah, I did tell everyone at the table, but I didn't give them any details. Pika. Like she had long silver hair and was wearing a skin-tight bodysuit. Does that ring a bell to you from our timeline? Pikachu thought about it for a second before replying. Pikachu Pika Pika. No, I don't think I mated with her before. Why was that your first thought? Pika Pie Pika, Pikachu shrugged. I'm not gonna repeat that, Ash said shaking his head. You've got issues just like her. You guys. Ash and Pikachu turned around after hearing a mysterious sound from behind. They could determine whose voice it was but could not see her. Where are you? Ash asked impatiently. Keep going towards the mine. The time travelers made their way to the mining area. They could see an entrance to an underground cave and decided to head down. However, before they could enter, a bright flash appeared before them and Celebi revealed herself. Hi, you guys. She cheered. I would greet you same if I wasn't upset, Ash replied while crossing his arms. I want to know everything this time. I understand what you're feeling, Celebi sympathized. But if I give too much away, they'll come after you right now. Ash grunted. Then what can you tell me? He asked frustratingly. He could feel himself getting more agitated. Because so far, I've been attacked by 2 mysterious trainers that have tried to kill me, my friends have been attacked when I wasn't around, and I'm here in the past without any information. I don't even know what I'm supposed to be doing here. Celebi was about to speak when Ash put his hand up. I'm sorry. He began. He took a deep breath and relaxed. I didn't mean to yell or disrespect you in any way. I just feel like I don't have anything to go off of, and I'm just getting a restart in my Sinnoh journey. I know, Shalebi said as she flew closer to him. Jirachi and I were thinking we should be doing more to help, so expect to be seeing more of us. Ash smiled softly. I appreciate it, but that still doesn't tell me what I'm supposed to do, he commented. You've just told me that I was sent back to prevent something but didn't tell me exactly. It's become more serious than what I initially brought you here for, she regrettably informed. What do you mean? I'll explain everything I can in a moment, but I think you should meet our other helper first. Shalebi moved aside, so Ash and Pikachu could see the entrance of the cave. They heard a faint whistle noise and saw a small, blue sphere making its way towards them. As it got closer, the duo could see it take the shape of a familiar figure. They smiled brightly as they saw Jirachi flying towards them, reciprocating their smile. Hi! Jirachi exclaimed as it flew around Ash and Pikachu. Hey, Jirachi! Ash replied. It's nice to see you again. Nice. Jirachi said as it flew beside Shalebi. Jirachi's still trying to wake up, so its powers aren't all there yet to communicate well. Sleepy. Jirachi gleamed. Oh okay, Ash grinned nervously as he scratched his head. I get you were woken up earlier than you usually like because of us. Sorry about that. Well, now that you've reintroduced yourselves, I think we can get started, Shalebi stated, interrupting their conversation. I think can we start W? A Shalebi? Ash and the Pokemon quickly turned to face the person and saw Paul standing with a surprised expression on his face. He's seen too much. Get him. Shalebi quickly said. Jirachi hastily used Psychic to engulf Paul in a blue light, preventing the purple-haired teen from moving. Then, as fast as it could, Jirachi raced towards Paul and fiercely tackled him to the ground, knocking him out. Shalebi hovered over as well to continue the assault when Ash called out. Wait! This caused the two legendary Pokemon to stop and look at the trainer. I think we should tell him about everything. Really? Are you sure? Shalebi asked for clarification. It's risky to tell anyone. Do you think he'll believe us? No, I don't think he'll believe us. Then, why? At first, he won't, the trainer finished while walking towards them. But I think after everything that's happened today and with a little more evidence, he'll understand. I think he can help us more than anyone else I know. Why's that? Because he's that type of person. After thinking about Ash's decision, Shalebi told Jirachi to back away from the purple-haired trainer. They let Ash and Pikachu move closer to Paul and saw them kneel next to him. Ash briefly searched the area to see if anyone was around before dragging the unconscious Paul towards the cave. They entered it and found it was surprisingly lit the further you went in. Ash dragged Paul a few more feet before stopping behind a large rock. You know, we could have easily levitated him here, Shalebi insinuated while giving Ash odd look. Yeah, but he deserved it for something he did to my friend, Ash replied. He looked towards Pikachu before continuing. Would you wake him up, buddy? Pikachu jumped over to Paul and lightly touched his cheek, sending a small jolt of electricity through his body and waking him up. Paul quickly leapt up from the sudden shock, only to see Ash and two Pokemon looking at him. He suddenly winced as he felt a sharp pain in his chest. What happened? Paul asked as he gripped his chest. I feel like I was bulldozed by Miltank, why am I so dirty? I can explain all that later, Ash said as Pikachu jumped on his shoulder. There's other stuff we need to talk about right now. Paul, still wincing, focused more on the floating Pokemon. I guess I was right, he began as he regained his composure. He looked towards Shalebi and spoke. It was Shalebi that I saw you were talking to, and who's the other one? This is Jirachi, Ash replied while gesturing to the little Pokemon. Another legendary Pokemon. You deserved it. Jirachi exclaimed happily. Right. Paul gave it an odd look, surprised it could talk. He wiped himself as much as he could before speaking back to Ash. So, how does a loser like you know 2 legendary Pokemon? It's a long story. Never mind, then. I'll ask later if I really want to hear you talk, Paul said, crossing his arms. So, what is it you want to talk about? I'm gonna tell you some things you're probably not going to believe, but just hear me out, till the end and then decide for yourself. You can skip the melodramatics and tell me what it is you want to talk about. Ash took in a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Pikachu and I are from the future, he began, noticing Paul's stern look. We were asked by Shalebi to come back in time to stop something from happening that leads to a catastrophe in the future. Ash studied Paul and noticed his serious expression had not changed. That's why I know about your brother, Reggie. I met you and him years ago when I first traveled through Sinnoh. I'm telling you this because I want your help to stop this. You really expect me to believe this sheet, Paul stated after Ash finished. I know it's hard to believe, but it's true, Ash reaffirmed. That's why that woman earlier knew who I was. She was sent to stop us. By whom? I'm not sure, honestly. Your ignorance is making this even less believable than it already is. I think I can help with this, Shalebi interrupted, slightly surprising Paul that she could speak as well. She apologized before continuing. He doesn't know because if he learns too much, it will become a severe inconvenience in the timeline, so they would get rid of his existence in that instance. Using the trainers to take down Ash would be less severe and not influence the world as much than not having him exist at all. Trainers? Paul questioned. There's more than one. Yes, there's 5 to be exact, Shalebi answered. Jirachi and I are trying to find out their identities to take them out before they get to Ash, but they're making it hard to know who they are. Paul still looked at everyone with a serious gaze. I still don't believe it, he commented. Prove to me that this is true. I told you I've known about you and Reggie from before, Ash said, while thinking of something that could convince him. I know your brother couldn't beat Brandon, so you're looking for him to face him. Anyone could figure that out. My brother's a loser if they look up records. I know you release Pokemon you think are weak. That's what smart trainers do. Torterra is your first Pokemon. Lucky guess. I beat you. In the Lily of the Valley conference. Now, I really don't believe you. How about I try convincing him, Shalebi said nervously, disrupting the teen's banter. Ash merely shrugged as she walked over to Paul and placed her head on his head. Shalebi's eyes began to glow as Paul felt an odd sensation through his body. His eyes widened as he began to see different images of himself young and old. After a few seconds, Shalebi pulled away and smiled. What was that? Paul asked curiously, rubbing his head. I showed you significant events of your life from Ash's timeline, Shalebi explained. I can travel through any time I want, but I can go further and show a person their timeline when I touch them. Although I can't show you exact memories, I can show you images of important times in your life. Don't you think that would have been easier to do from the beginning? Ash inquired. You seem so confident you can convince him, though, Shalebi replied happily, flying in circles. Not to mention there's some side effects that you should know of. Ash let Paul regain his composure before speaking. So, he started, getting the purple-haired teen's attention. What do you think? Paul began, I think you're all crazy. Ash nodded and looked the Pokemon to see that they were all agreeing. But I believe you. Paul stared at his hands curiously before looking back at Ash. I still don't like you. I'm okay with that, Ash said. So, are you willing to help us? Paul was quiet for a few seconds before replying. I'll help on one condition, he said, looking at Shalebi and Jirachi. I'm not going into this blind. You're gonna give more information than you've given these idiots, he said, pointing at Ash and Pikachu. Ash and Pikachu were going to defend themselves, but Shalebi spoke first. The same rules apply to you, too, Paul, she commented disappointedly. If you, or anyone for that matter, learns too much about the situation, it could be the end of their existence. Jirachi and I are exceptions as we're legendary Pokemon. Fine, Paul moved on. Then tell me what would happen if we defeat these 5 trainers that keep showing up for these idiots. That is what I was going to explain to Ash before you showed up earlier, she said, looking to the 2 time travelers. I said it was more severe than I initially brought you here for. Shalebi's expression turned more serious. The more these trainers appear, the more the timeline changes to incomprehensible events. But I thought you said it was okay to make changes to the timeline anyway because that was the goal. Ash asked, thinking she was contradicting herself. Yes, I did, Shalebi clarified. But the changes you made are being altered as these trainers keep showing up, meaning the progress you think you're making is being changed, for better or worse, by these unanticipated events. I can't tell if they're good or bad because they're messing with the distortion of time itself, and that is not within my power of time. Let me get this straight, Paul intervened, frowning angrily. We're pretty much starting at square one because these people showed up and are reckoning everything, or they could also be helping without knowing it. Yes. Shalebi replied happily. That's exactly it. So, even if I did change the event from before that you told me about, Ash began, it probably doesn't matter anymore, does it? Yup. I think you're happier about this than you should be, Ash commented sternly. Sorry, she said. Shalebi took in a deep breath before continuing. That's why we should focus on taking down these trainers. I think it will help restore some balance to the timeline, and it will be a way for you to figure out what you have to change to eliminate the future disaster. Well, at least I have some direction now, Ash thought, staring at the legendary Pokemon. Okay, that's a better explanation than what I first given. Paul looked firmly at the Shalebi and Jirachi. I'm good for now with what I have to do, so I'm gonna leave now. He looked over Ash and spoke. I do have to talk with you, so I'll be waiting outside. Don't take so long. Ash nodded and watched Paul walk away towards the exit. He noticed the purple-haired trainer's expression and could tell it was serious. Ash looked back at Shalebi and smiled. Thank you for giving me this time, he said genuinely. And again, I'm sorry for my outburst. Don't worry about it, Shalebi smiled. I understand it can be frustrating to be kept in the dark, Jirachi and I will keep in contact more often. We'll let you guys know anything about the trainers if we find out something. Sounds good to me. Ash and Pikachu said goodbye to the legendary Pokemon, who began to fly deeper in the cave. They had almost disappeared when Shalebi called out to them. Oh, keep an eye out for Paul. She yelled. If it happened to you guys, it's gonna definitely happen to him. What does that mean? Ash did not dwell on her last comment and began heading towards the exit with Pikachu. They saw Paul waiting for them at the entrance. Took you long enough, Paul said. What did you want to talk about? Ash ignored his comment as they started walking towards the gym. I don't know what you're planning to do, but I'm gonna focus on getting stronger, Paul stated. If there really are 4 other trainers like the one today, I'm not at a level to face them. Are you saying you're weak? Shut up, Paul snapped. All I said was I'm not at that level. Anyway, I'm still gonna challenge the gyms and enter the Sinnoh League, but it's not gonna be my priority. I suggest you do the same. I was already doing that. Good. They were walking quietly until Paul spoke up again. Don't you think something is odd about this? What are you talking about? Ash said, still focusing on the road as he walked. I mean, don't you think it's odd that we're being given limited information about this, Paul clarified. What is stopping these people from getting rid of us now? Shalebi mentioned there's less repercussions if they kill us and not our existence. Okay, then why were you chosen to go back in time and not some other person? Apparently, I'm very close to a person who's tied to the event. Alright, what happens after we've changed the disaster in the future? What happens to you guys? Ash stopped and looked at Pikachu, who was giving him a strange expression. I don't know. She didn't really tell me anything about that. Exactly, Paul stated. And does this even matter to you? What do you mean? Ash questioned. Shalebi mentioned Ash's timeline when she showed me the images, Paul explained, remembering the earlier events. Does that mean you guys aren't from this world? And if that's so, changing this timeline will do nothing for yours. Is that true? Ash thought. Am I from another timeline that has nothing to do with this world? Paul noticed the raven-haired trainer was lost in thought and spoke up. You should be questioning everything, he stated, getting Ash's attention. Don't get me wrong, I believe what you've told me today regardless of how stupid it sounds. But now that I know some things, a lot of it seems very suspicious. I don't think we should completely trust Shalebi. Ash gave him a surprised look. Think about it, Paul continued. There are too many unknowns, and Shalebi is less willing to give any information. What is the major disaster in the future? Ash and Pikachu shook their heads not knowing how to respond. Are you sure it isn't Shalebi trying to speed up this event to happen earlier in this timeline? Again, the heroes did not know how to respond. They were shocked from the interpretations he was making. I'm going to do some investigating of my own, Paul said, looking towards the moon. It sounds stupid, 'cause the only clues are these trainers, but it's worth looking into anything unnatural happening around Sinnoh, too. He glanced back at Ash seriously. You keep doing what you're doing. These trainers are bound to appear for you, so there's no need to change your habits. I can tell you want to protect friends. If I had weak friends, I'd have to protect them, too. He's right, Ash mentally commented. We've gone into this too blindly, we don't even know if Shalebi is really telling us the truth. They walked past the gym when they stopped. We'll go our separate ways here, Paul said as they reached an intersection. I'll inform you of what I find when we meet again. Okay, Ash said. Thanks for believing in this and for agreeing to help. Don't thank me. I just didn't think a weakling like you could handle this alone. Ash grinned. Even if I'm not from this timeline, or world for that matter, at least some things haven't changed. Like? You're still an a-hole. Sounds about right. With that, Paul turned away and began walking down the road outside the city. I'm glad he's helping us, buddy, Ash said. It'll make things a little easier. Pika pika pie pika, Pikachu replied. Well, even if he's not strong now, he'll still serve as a good diversion during battle. Pikachu nodded agreeingly. Suddenly, they saw Paul begin to badly wobble before falling harshly over to the side of the road. The duo ran quickly to see what happened and noticed the trainer was trying hard to stay awake. My body feels heavy all of a sudden, Paul weakly stated. If it happened to you guys, it's gonna definitely happen to him. Shalebi's words echoed in Ash's mind. Is this what she was talking about? Ash thought, noticing Paul had fallen asleep. It must be a side effect from experiencing her powers like that, but she didn't do this to me. He started to drag Paul by the arm to the Pokemon Center as he continued thinking. We've time-traveled before and didn't pass out then, so I wonder what could have caused it to happen to us. I deserved it. Ash heard Paul mumble. Pika Pikachu Pika, Pikapi. You're right, buddy. This was a pretty good night to a bad day. XXXXXX. Come on. We have to register for contest. Dawn exclaimed as she ran ahead of her friends down the dirt path. I'm right behind you. May added excitingly. She looked back at Ash, Pikachu, and Brock who were treading behind. You guys need to hurry up, or we're gonna be late. Brock turned to Ash and whispered. This is coming from the girls who didn't want to wake up this morning. Ash nodded knowingly. He had gotten a room in the Pokemon Center for the tired Paul last night before heading towards his own room to get some rest. It was well late in the night when he finally closed eyes, but he thought it would be good for Pikachu and him to get some kind of rest. Brock had woken them up early to get a head start to Floaroma Town, where May and Dawn's next contest would be. Even with little rest, Ash and Pikachu were able to wake up with ease in comparison to the two coordinators who argued with the breeder. May and Dawn had complained about it for a couple of hours, but as they were closing in on their destination, they were full of energy. "I think we've made really good progress that we can take a break," Brock told the two girls ahead. "I'll make us a nice breakfast, so we can just head to the contest hall when we get there." "Okay." Both teens agreed happily. "This'll give me time to practice a couple of moves before the contest," May said, placing a finger on her cheek. She then began to head towards the trees off the path. "I'll be back. I'm gonna go get some firewood." "Well, at least they're not thinking about what happened yesterday," Ash thought to himself. He then looked towards Dawn and noticed her demeanor had changed from a few moments ago. She folded her arms across her stomach, and the trainer could tell what was going on. "I better do something before we get to the contest." "Hey, Dawn," Ash called out. "Yeah," she said, pretending to be cheery. "Can you help me look for some firewood?" he asked. "I'm pretty sure May is gonna take a while, and Brock said he needs some right away." "Sure, I can help." Ash told Brock they would be back in a few minutes and he was going to leave Pikachu behind. He and Dawn had been walking for a couple minutes when Ash decided to speak. "Is everything all right?" he asked worryingly. Dawn was surprised by the question. "Why yeah, I'm fine. No need to worry. I can tell something is off, so you might as well tell me." Dawn glanced at Ash only to see a warm smile on his face. "Why do I feel so comfortable around him?" "So, you want to tell me?" Ash asked again after noticing she was staring at him creepily. I guess I'm worried about the contest," she finally said. Dawn looked away from the trainer as she continued. "I made such rookie mistake during the last contest. After everything my mom taught me, it was so embarrassing. I should probably skip this contest and train a little more, right?" Ash placed a hand on her shoulder and turned her to face him. "I know we said it's not easy to get over losses, so I'm not gonna tell you sign up for the contest," he commented, staring intently in her eyes. "But, I will say that we learn more from losses than we do wins, don't you think?" "What do you mean?" "Well, whenever I lost, I would always be able to figure out why I lost and improve on that weakness, so I wouldn't lose that way the next time," Ash clarified to his friend. "That's how I grew strong as a trainer. Think about what happened in your last battle and try to figure out exactly what went wrong." Dawn thought about the trainer's words, trying to interpret them to her situation. "I guess I forgot about the sunny day, which is why the solar beam charged so quickly," Dawn mumbled to herself. I think I need to be more focused in the match, not taking any move my opponent uses for granted." Ash smiled. "I think you're ready for this contest if you ask me, Dawn," he stated confidently. Ash realized something as he looked at the brunette. He dug into his pocket and pulled out a pokeball, extending it to her. "You reminded of something I wanted to give you." "You wanted to give me a pokeball?" Dawn said, giving him a questionable expression. "Thanks, but I think Professor Rowan gave me enough when I got Piplup." Ash chuckled. "There's a Pokemon inside." "Whoa, are you serious?" Dawn's eyes lit up after hearing him. "Are you giving me one of your Pokemon?" "Why?" "I think she'd be happier with you than with me," Ash answered truthfully. "She really likes contests, so I was gonna give her to you as present for starting your Pokemon journey. Go ahead and let her out." "Oh okay." Dawn pointed the Pokeball towards the ground and opened it. A small flash took the shape of small purple Pokemon that smiled brightly at Dawn. "Apom," the Pokemon said as it jumped towards Dawn. The coordinator giggled as the Pokemon snuggled into her chest. "That's Apom," Ash intervened their reunion, at least in his mind. "I told you she would like you." "No kidding," Dawn said happily, still looking at the Pokemon. She was silent for a few seconds before looking towards Ash. "Are you sure about this?" "Definitely." Dawn smiled brightly. "If Ash says it's okay, then welcome to Team Dawn, Apom." The name could use work, but I'll let her know later, Ash mentally noted. Well, I'll finish gathering the firewood while you practice some moves with your new Pokemon. Are you sure? I can still help. It's alright, Ash grinned while waving her off. I'm pretty sure you're changing your mind about the contest later, so go practice a little. You're gonna notice that Apom's a natural at it. Before he could do anything, Ash was hugged tightly by Dawn. He was surprised at first, but he eventually hugged her back. Ash quickly looked up to Apom, who had jumped on his head when Dawn initiated the embrace. Apom patted his head as if saying thank you. No problem. Chapter 19. And what an amazing performance by Drew and his Rosalia. Jillian announced excitedly as the coordinator finished his act and bowed to the crowd. Receiving a perfect score from the judges and setting the bar high to begin this Pokemon contest. We can't wait to see what everyone else will do. Right, folks? The audience erupted in cheers, answering her question. Alright, she continued as the noise slowly disappeared. Let's get this show on the road. XXXX. Wow, that was great, May said nervously while staring at Drew's perfect score. She looked at his performance attire and noticed it complemented his green hair. Drew was wearing a lightly fitted collared dark green V-neck that played well with the lightly green tights on his legs. May noticed the obvious pieces of clothing were his light brown slip-ons and red feather in the green hat on his head. It seems like he's been practicing. No need to worry, May, Dawn comforted. You're gonna do fine, so just relax. It's not like we've been taking it easy either. Yeah, May seemed to breathe a little easier after hearing that. You're right. We're just gonna have to give it our best and see who comes out on top today. That's the spirit. Dawn exclaimed, clenching her fist in determination. Will contestant Dawn report to the stage for the next performance? That's my cue, Dawn said as she heard her name through the intercom. She began making her way when she turned to give May some last words of inspiration. Remember, it should be us in finals today. May smiled. Right. XXXX. It doesn't seem like Drew has been slacking off in his training. That's what it looks like, Ash agreed with Brock as they watched Drew walk off the stage. They had found some good seats in the upper section, which gave them a great view for the performances. But I think if May and Dawn can stay calm, they should do better than he did. XXXX. Please welcome our next contestant Dawn from Twin Leaf Town. Dawn ran onto the stage and twirled in her pink dress before throwing her pokeball. Apom, spotlight. Palm. The normal Pokemon jumped and landed on her tail, smiling at the crowd. Let's start with Swift. Apom began spinning rapidly on the stage with her tail up, so the swift attack would shoot up towards the ceiling. The spinning movement was causing the stars to form a tornado as they moved up elegantly. As the move touched the ceiling, some of the stars were being destroyed into yellow sparkles towards the crowd while other stars simply began to fall back down slowly. Amazing! Jillian commented as the crowd awed. Half of the Swift is breaking apart into tiny sparkles and the other half is falling gently. It's like watching a beautiful display of falling stars, and Apom is in the middle of it all. Alright, let's wrap this up, Dawn announced. Use double team followed by focus punch. Apom stopped the Swift and rapidly formed another 4 clones of herself. They each leaped onto their tails and jumped into the air. Each clone found a falling star as their tail began to glow a light blue. Let's do it. Apom. Each Apom said, hitting the corner of their respective stars which caused them to spin and shoot away like a shuriken. The speeding stars began hitting the other floating Swift, causing more yellow sparkles to fall into the crowd. Time for the grand finale. Dawn said smiling to her Pokemon. After her announcement, the Swift Shuriken began making their way to the Apoms. They readied another focus punch and simultaneously collided the attack. The Swift and the clones were immediately destroyed, leaving only Apom to land on the stage and strike a happy pose towards the crowd. The audience erupted in cheers. What an incredible finish to a spectacular performance, Jillian said excitedly. I can tell the judges enjoyed it, but let's see if it was enough to get a perfect score. The podiums for Mr. Contesta and Nurse Joy displayed 10 scores while Mr. Sukizo had a 9 score. And it's 1 point from a perfect performance for Dawn, but it's another great performance from our contestants. This is shaping up to be one of the best contests of the year. XXXX. I still couldn't believe you gave Dawn a palm, Brock said, looking at the brunette and her Pokemon enjoy the praise from the crowd. But it seems like Apom didn't mind at all. She looks very happy to be up on stage. Yeah, Ash began while smiling. I think it was for the best. I noticed she would strike a pose or make her moves look flashy when I was training her before. I never noticed anything like that. It was during my time off before coming to Sinnoh, Ash explained. I thought I'd try her out in a contest if I could, but then I saw Dawn and knew Apom would be great for her. Sure, I could have given her to May, but Dawn is still starting out, and I thought it'd be good for her to have a Pokemon with battling experience. It must have been hard to give up one of your Pokemon, Ash. I know it is for anyone to do, but I've seen how much it hurts you. It was, but I would do anything for my friend's happiness. XXXX. That was amazing, Dawn, May cheered to her friend. She was waiting backstage to be called when she arrived. You almost got a perfect score. Yeah, Dawn replied bashfully. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't nervous, though. I have to give all the credit to Apom for being so confident. I doubt anyone noticed the way you performed right now, May said. I have to ask Ash about Apom later. There was a small silence between the two girls as they looked at the monitor. The next performance had begun, and the person seemed to be doing well. Did they tell you when you'd be going on? Dawn spoke up. No, May sighed. That usually means I'll be one of the last performers today. No need to worry, Dawn said as she put an arm on her shoulder. They always save the best last, don't they? I disagree. The best went first today, a familiar voice interrupted before May could finish. The teens turned around and saw Drew, in his tight outfit, smirking at them. But I'd agree with your friend, he continued, looking directly at May. You are really good, so you shouldn't be worried. I guess it was only a matter of time before I ran into him, May thought as she thanked him. She was able to quickly shake off her initial surprise of seeing him and realized something. Oh, this is Dawn, Drew. She's a new coordinator starting out in Sinnoh. Drew looked over to Dawn and smirked. It's nice to meet you, Dawn, he said while extending his hand. I never would have guessed you were new based on your performance. Dawn smiled while rubbing her cheek with her index finger. I appreciate the compliment, she said shyly. I owe it all to my Pokemon, though. That's true, too. Oh, I almost forgot. Drew put his right hand behind his back before pulling 2 roses towards the teens. One for each beautiful girl. Both May and Dawn blushed as they accepted the rose. The green-haired teen noticed their reaction before continuing. Well, I should go to prepare for the next round, Drew said as he turned to walk away. He stopped to look back at them. I'm expecting to face one of you in the finals. With that, the girls were left alone with their rose in their hand. He's kinda charming, Dawn finally said, smelling the rose. Yeah, but don't let your guard down, May warned. He's a really good coordinator. Dawn nodded. I did see his performance and battle against you in the Grand Festival, the brunette said. I'd say he isn't someone to take lightly, but he's not the one I'm facing in finals, right? May turned and saw Dawn smiling confidently. The brunette could see the determination in her friend's eyes. She's right. I'm too worried about Drew when I shouldn't be, May thought. All the competitors are my rivals today. I should be doing my best against everyone. Anyone can win this Pokemon contest if they give it their best. May nodded boldly to Dawn, who kept her strong gaze. Will contestant May report to the stage for the next performance? That's my cue, May said. It's my turn to shine on the stage. XXXX. Our next contestant is May from the Hoenn region. May ran onto the stage and smiled lovingly towards the crowd. Munchlax, take the stage. She exclaimed, throwing her Pokeball. Munch. The Pokemon said as he raised his arms excitedly. After a few seconds, he put his hands down and placed them on his belly. Alright, let's start this off with a surprise, May announced. Use metronome. Munchlax began waving his 2 fingers after hearing his trainer. His motions were slow at first, but they quickly began to pick up as he continued. Talk about a gamble, Jillian commented. Munchlax's metronome could be any move, which can either be really great or hurtful for May. Everyone, including May, was on edge as they waited for the Pokemon to finish the move. Munchlax was moving his fingers rapidly as he was nearing the end. Munchlax. He said as he stopped moving, causing a bright flash that blinded the crowd. Everyone shielded their eyes for a few seconds until the light dispersed. When they looked back to the stage to see the move Munchlax had conjured, everyone simply saw Munchlax in the same spot as he was before with a blank expression on his face. May looked at her Pokemon and felt slightly nervous. I probably shouldn't have gone for such a big risk for the appeals, she regretted to herself watching Munchlax. To her surprise, he turned and nodded to her confidently. May suddenly felt more positive that Munchlax was ready to continue. I guess there's only one way to find it out if it pays off. I believe in you. May extended her hand towards Munchlax and spoke. Do it now. She yelled. Contrarily to his trainer's enthusiastic command, Munchlax slowly began heading towards the edge of the stage to get closer to the audience. Everyone nervously flinched, not knowing what he was going to do. As Munchlax approached the end of the stage, he stopped and dramatically lifted his arms. Suddenly, he began to flex his arms vigorously. He looked to the left of the audience and flexed his left arm, looked to the right and flexed his right arm, and finally looked to the center and flexed his arms while giving the audience a determined smile. This caused everyone's initial feared reaction to change to an adored expression. Some people were even laughing at the Pokemon. What seemed like a scary moment for everyone turned out to be a cute display of workup from Munchlax. Jillian clarified as she adoringly looked at the Pokemon. For those who don't know, workup powers up the attack and special attack of a Pokemon as it shows off its muscles. He's enthusiastically showing off his body, and the audience is loving it. As on cue, the crowd cheered loudly. I've never heard of workup until Jillian just mentioned it, so I'm glad she also explained it, May thought. She regained her focus as she knew what to do now. Alright, let's continue with Body Slam. Munchlax turned around and jumped high in the air before crashing onto the stage, causing a crater and 2 large boulders to be launched in the air. Finish with Focus Punch. May commanded. Lax. The Pokemon said while launching his glowing fist towards the falling boulders. On collision, the rocks were completely shattered by Munchlax's powerful attack. He was left standing in the crater he made as the dust cleared on the sides. He posed with one fist to the sky, causing the audience to cheer. Such an incredible display of power after what seemed to be an adorable appeal, Jillian said when crowd quieted a bit. Let's see what our judges have to say about this performance. The podiums for Mr. Contesta and Nurse Joy displayed 9 scores while Mr. Sukizo had an 8 score. It seems like May's gamble paid off with a score of we'll see if it's enough to get her through to the next round with all these amazing performances. A person from backstage came up to Jillian and whispered in her ear, to which she nodded in understanding. It looks like we'll be taking a short break to fix the stage before we finish the rest of the appeals, she said, looking at the TV camera. But don't go anywhere because there's still more to come after these messages. XXXX. You did great, May. Dawn said happily as they waited backstage. Thanks, but I kinda destroyed the stage in the process, the brunette replied while stroking her right shoulder shyly. I'll admit I was nervous about metronome, but I guess it's somewhat worked out. I probably could have done a lot better instead of relying on luck. But yo. That's exactly what I was thinking, Drew again interrupted the two girls talking. I told you just a few moments ago that you were good, yet you relied on luck to get you through the appeals. You could have easily gotten a better score if you came up with a plan. May was a little shocked at being scolded by the green-haired teen. She knew he was right, but this is what she decided to do for the contest. She was going to reply when Dawn spoke up. Excuse me, but you have no right to criticize May, she said angrily, placing her hands on her hips. If I remember correctly, you lost to her in the last grand festival, so you have no right to judge her. I'm sure this is what she wanted to do, and she trusts her Pokémon to give it their best. That was in the past, newbie, Drew confidently said while flicking his hair. I'm not the same coordinator I was before, but I can see you won't believe me unless I prove it to both of you. I hope to face both of you in the next round, that is if both of you make it. He looked at May when he finished. He turned and walked away from them. Both girls showed distaste to his arrogance. I take that back, Dawn began, looking at Drew distance himself. He isn't that charming. Yeah, he can be like that sometimes, May explained. She sighed as she continued. I know he just really wants me to bring the best out of my Pokémon for contests, but it can be a little degrading sometimes. A little? Dawn thought to herself, not wanting to say anything that would put May between friends. The brunette sighed in disbelief. I guess we'll just have to show him he's wrong in the battle rounds. May nodded. She felt a little better that Dawn did not press on the issue. It took another 10 minutes after the confrontation with Drew for the appeal round to continue. There were a few more contestants left to give a performance before the judges determined who would be moving on to the next round. The faces of each coordinator going through were shown on the monitor, and Dawn and May, who was hesitant, could see their images. Unsurprising and to the girls' dislike, they saw Drew's image at the top. Alright, because we had that break in between the appeal round, we'll jump right into the battle round. May blushed in embarrassment from Jillian's statement. Your final 8 contestants will be randomly matched up, and these are your results. Dawn was on the left paired with another contestant while May was on the right side of the bracket and, to her dismay, paired up with Drew. Jillian had continued speaking about the rules, but the teens had stopped listening. Well, May started. I was bound to face him at some point. No need to worry, Dawn encouraged. You got this. I'm starting to think I worry the most when you say that phrase. Huh, that's exactly what my mom says. Both girls suddenly broke out in laughter. I'll see you in the finals, May. I wouldn't have it any other way. XXXX. The judges' podiums were all exhibiting an X symbol. And there you have it, folks, Jillian declared. Dawn is the winner of this first match. She'll be moving on to the semi-finals. The crowd cheered for Dawn and her Buniri. We'll be starting the next battle in just a few minutes. Dawn had recalled her Pokémon and made her way backstage. She saw May run up to her and give her a hug. I knew you could do it, the Hoenn native said as she stepped away. You're moving to the next round. Thanks, Dawn accepted the praise. It's your turn to show Drew what you've been working on. May nodded. That was amazing, Dawn, the girls heard a familiar voice state. They looked to see Brock, Ash, and Pikachu smiling at them. The girls smiled brightly and went to go greet them. Thank you, guys, Dawn finally replied. But what are you all doing here? Can't someone take your seats if you're not there? Oh, we made a friend that's watching them for us, Brock answered. Friend? Yeah, the breeder looked to May, who asked the question. He was sitting next to us when he heard you were our friends, and after talking for a bit, he seems to be a really nice guy. Brock took in a breath before continuing. He said he's watching his first contest to see if he wants to be a coordinator or participate in gym battles, so he thought he'd get our opinion. Really? Dawn said curiously. Yeah, but you'll get to meet him later, Brock waved them off. Let me take a look at Buniri. I know she took some hard hits from that Luxio. Oh, thank you. Dawn pulled out her pokeball and moved away with the breeder towards an empty seat. Pikachu jumped off Ash's shoulder to see Buniri's condition, leaving Ash and May alone. Ash looked at May, who was shyly looking back at him. I know you're feeling a little nervous about going up against Drew, he began. Is it that obvious? May asked, turning her gaze away. Somewhat, Ash said. You know, if you're worried, your Pokémon will notice and feel the same. I know, I really am trying to stay calm, but it's hard with Drew. I get it, Ash said, placing a hand on her shoulder. He noticed her cheeks slightly turn red but decided to ignore it. If I'm being honest, I'd be a bit nervous to go up against him, too. Really? Of course. Have you seen his tights? He questioned. They make me feel uncomfortable. I'm pretty sure he shopped in the kids' department to find those. May could not help but giggle. Do your best, Ash continued with a smile. Your Pokémon will be at their best when you are. Feeling a little more at ease, May nodded confidently. XXXX. The final battle of the first round will now begin, Jillian announced excitedly. It'll be May versus Drew, two of Hoenn's best going up against each other. Let the match begin. Blaziken, take the stage. May said, revealing her strong starter. Go, Flygon. Drew said, showing off his Pokémon. Both fully evolved Pokémon roared to each other ferociously. Wow, this will be a great show of power, Jillian commentated. Start with Fire Spin. Counter it with Sand Tomb. Blaziken launched a powerful fire that spiraled towards Flygon, but it was quickly met with spiraling sand in the same direction that rapidly destroyed it. The result ended with red and brown sparkles surrounding Flygon graciously. May's point gauge dropped by a quarter. That counter by Drew caused May a lot of points, Jillian said. The fact that the fire attack was weak against a ground move like Sand Tomb is costing her dearly. May winced but quickly regained her composure. Okay, let's get in close with a Blaze Kick. Ken, the Pokémon swiftly closed the distance and spun its leg engulfed in flames towards Flygon. Fly up. Flygon slightly moved back to dodge the hit and continue the command, but the intense heat and flares from the attack hit its face, causing it to be momentarily distracted. It flew up, but it was trying to shake off the strong, burning sensation. Now's our chance. Sky Uppercut. May called out. Blaziken landed speedily on the ground only to quickly leap fiercely in the air with her fist glowing white. She collided the strong move against Flygon's chin, which forced the mystic Pokémon to fall back in pain. Drew's point gauge decreased almost to half. Drew flicked his hair cockily. Nice move, but it's my turn, he said. Flygon, dive in and use Steel Wing. Intercepted, Blaziken. Flygon somersaulted as its wings turned metallic, heading towards the fire type. Just before the attack collided, Blaziken caught both of Flygon's wings, stopping it in its tracks. Yes. May cheered, seeing Drew's gauge go down a little more. I've won this, Drew said. Use Earth Power. RR. Flygon announced as it vigorously slammed its tail against the ground. This caused stones to break through the stage and crash directly on Blaziken's body. Blaze! Blaziken screamed in pain. She let go of Flygon as she fell to the floor with swirls in her eyes. The judges' podiums each showed an X for the battle. That's it, Jillian said, waving off any more attacks. Since Blaziken can no longer battle, the winner of this match is Drew and Flygon. The crowd clapped for a great performance. May, who was in disbelief from the attack, recalled Blaziken before slowly making her way backstage. As she was slowly treading, she thought about how quick the battle was to what it actually felt like. It took one move to take out Blaziken, May thought disappointingly. Why was that attack able to do so much damage? Did he get that strong in a short amount of time, or did I not train enough? She entered the back room when she saw Dawn running towards her. It's my turn to be the supportive friend. May, Dawn called out worriedly. She was standing in front of the brunette when she continued. You were so close. Yeah, May smiled as to not show any distress. I didn't see that move coming, if I'm being honest. I had never heard of it until today, either. Dawn was trying to think of words to encourage her but could not think of anything. I told you I wasn't the same coordinator as before, Drew said, walking past the girls. He stopped and briefly glanced back. You did good, May, but today is my day to win. I hope to face you today as well, Dawn. With that, he turned and continued walking. May viewed Drew walk away before speaking to Dawn. Come on, she said. Let's rest a bit before your next match. XXXX. After a long day, we're at the final round of the contest. Our last two competitors are Dawn and Drew. Let's finish this with a grand performance. May sighed deeply. She had changed back into her traveling clothes and was watching the finals in the back room. You did your best, May, a soothing voice said, causing her to lift her head in his direction. She saw Ash giving her a comforting smile as he sat down next to her. Blaziken did great out there. I know, but it still doesn't feel good, May replied lowly. I also can't believe it only took one hit to knock her out. Yeah, I was in disbelief, too, but it's easy to see that Drew trained a lot in a short amount of time. So, he did get better. May focused back to Ash. Shouldn't you be in your seat cheering on Dawn? And Dawn's lost some more points from that sandstorm attack. How will she counter? Are you saying you don't want me here? And no, I'm not complaining that you're here, May quickly clarified. I was just wondering why you weren't watching Dawn's match. I am watching it, he said, looking towards the monitor. But I also wanted to make sure you were doing alright, too. It looks like Flygon hopes to overpower Buniri with brute strength, but the little Pokemon isn't giving up that easy. Let's see if the Steel Wing can connect. May lovingly looked at Ash and smiled sweetly. She closed her eyes, took in a deep breath, and slowly moved her head to rest on his shoulder. Ash sighed to himself. I don't think I have the strength to do this for every contest, he thought tiredly. There's gotta be an easier way to do this. Flygon's closing in and wait, Buniri quickly jumped in the air to dodge. Oh, it fired a super effective ice beam directly on its back. Flygon isn't getting up, and the match is over. Dawn and Buniri have won the Floaroma Town Pokemon contest. Ash and May looked at each other, smiling contently. They saw Dawn extremely happy to win her first contest. They knew it was a feeling she would remember forever, not to mention gloat about for the next few days, as Ash was thinking. Dawn accepted the ribbon and posed for the cameras, causing Ash and May to laugh. Surprisingly, they saw Drew shake her hand to congratulate her before walking away. Great sportsmanship from both finalists, both teens listened to Jillian say. Before we bid you all a farewell, I just received an important announcement that will make you contest's fans and participants very excited. I know I am. Ash turned to May for answers only to get a shrug from his friend. After careful consideration and our overwhelming number of Pokemon coordinators registering for each contest so far, the number of contests being held this year will be increased. This means our popularity is growing and more people will have a chance to earn ribbons for the Sinnoh Grand Festival. Did you hear that? May stood excitedly, still looking at the monitor. She turned to Ash after a few seconds and smiled. That means Dawn and I will have more chances to make it to the Grand Festival. If I'm being honest, I was a little worried one of us wouldn't make it since there's a limited number of contests held, but now I know we can both do it, yes. I guess she's not sad about losing anymore, Ash thought as he nodded to her. I'm gonna go congratulate her, she said while heading towards the stage. You go find Brock and Pikachu, so we can leave when she finishes changing. Again, Ash simply nodded as she left him alone. These changes are giving me a headache, he thought frustratingly. XXXX. So, you still can't decide between gym battles and contests, Nando? That is correct, Dawn, the man replied elegantly. May and Dawn had met up with the guys after leaving the contest hall. They saw them with an unfamiliar face and knew it was the person Brock had mentioned before. The girls introduced themselves as the man said his name was Nando. Ash had recognized his original green attire and golden harp with the shape of two Mew when they first met, so the man stood out very easily when they met in this time. The group had walked to a nearby park where they were discussing the present topic on a comfortable bench. I was inspired by your and May's performance but am still thinking between the two. I don't see why you can't do both, Brock interjected. I had given that idea some thought, Nando admitted as he lightly played his harp. But I wanted to know if I preferred one over the another. I was told by a fellow coordinator that I should just stick to one, so I am a little indecisive. What? Dawn said a little upset. No one has the right to tell you what you can or cannot do. I swear she's more like she was an adult this time around. It's kinda scary, Ash told himself. She's right, Nando. I think you could do both if you really wanted to. The minstrel was going to reply when someone spoke up. Of course, you'd think that, Ketchum. Everyone turned to see Drew walking up to them. Don't listen to them, my good sir, he told Nando. I can assure you that being a coordinator is much more fulfilling than battling gyms. Besides, you look like a man of elegance, so you'd be better suited for contests. I appreciate your input, but I think I need more time to ponder my own thoughts, Nando politely said. On another note, you were magnificent today. Drew flicked his hair. Thanks. I guess I can respect your decision for now, but I am being honest when I say coordinating is superior to gyms. May and Dawn could feel their anger rising but were too slow to act on it as Ash, with Pikachu on his shoulder, had already stood up. I think you're acting a little too arrogant today, Drew, said the trainer calmly. Drew was taken aback from his sudden movements and tone but decided to stand tall. It's not arrogance if it's true, Ketchum, the green-haired teen replied cheekily. However, Drew sighed, and tone changed before continuing. I'll leave it be for now because I wanted to speak with you privately about something else. Fair. Damn it. I hate being alone with this guy, Ash thought. Fine. Let's take a walk, he said. He looked back at the group to let them know he would be back in a few minutes. The sun was beginning to set as Drew, Ash, and Pikachu walked away from the group. The trainer hoped this would not take long. So, Ash began. What did you want to talk about? I would like to apologize again for what happened on the ship, Drew said sincerely. He looked at the mouse on his shoulder. And I'm glad to see you were able to find Pikachu. Thanks, I'm glad Flygon made it back safely, too, the trainer replied earnestly. He could tell Drew wanted to say something else, so he furthered the conversation. Is that it? No, I wanted to talk about that other thing. What thing? You know, about May traveling with me. I told you that's her decision, not mine. I know, but you saw her today. She should be doing better than how she performed today, Drew stated. That's why I should try to convince her one more time. This guy is ridiculous, didn't he lose to a Buniri today? Ash quickly looked at Pikachu and noticed he was trying hard not to laugh. The trainer sighed before continuing. I'm not gonna stop you from trying to make her a better coordinator. Did you not get a chance last time? I did, Drew said, feeling hopeful he was going to get help again. But we didn't get to fully talk about anything because of Team Rocket. I think I'd have a better chance if I travel with you guys for a bit and talk to her then, what do you think? The answer I want to say is no, but I can't do that. Ash rubbed his eyes tiredly. Okay, but only if everyone else is alright with it. Drew nodded before Ash continued. I should tell you that Nando is traveling with us, too, the trainer stated. Drew was surprised some random guy would be going with them but simply nodded. Why would they want to travel with a guy they don't know well and probably won't like? It's good I'm going to make things better. The guys headed back to the group to see that they were waiting for them to leave. What did you guys talk about? May asked curiously. Nothing, really, Drew replied as he walked over to her side. I just asked if I could travel with you guys a bit since we're going in the same direction. Dawn noticed this and gave him an awkward look. I guess that's alright with me, Brock stated. We should probably start heading out to get a good camping site. Ah, wonderful, Nando spoke up, strumming his harp gracefully. If you don't mind, I could play some music to make everyone feel at ease. That sounds great. May said. Yeah. Dawn agreed. We're camping. Drew thought. Then, let's get going. Brock stated. As they began walking, May did not move to wait for Ash to catch up to her. However, she felt a hand on her shoulder and turned to see Drew. Come on, he said softly. We don't want to be left behind. Oh, okay, she replied as she started to walk with him. She glanced back briefly to Ash before turning her attention to the road again. Dawn noticed Drew's behavior again and could not help but feel uneasy. What's wrong? She turned to see Ash and Pikachu looking at her worriedly. And nothing, Dawn said quickly. She turned back to Drew before continuing. I just get this weird feeling about him. There's something wrong with him, but I can't put my finger on it. Everything is wrong with him. Ash chuckled. He rubbed her head, messing up her hair. Let's go before they leave us. Hey! You ruined my hair, Dawn yelled. Didn't your mother ever tell you not to mess with a girl's hair? That was my gift to you for winning your first contest, Ash said, running away from the brunette. Now, you'll really remember this day for the rest of your life. It's too bad you won't live to see another one. Get back here, Ash. Chapter 20. The beautiful, bright sun was shining just enough so the weather felt nice and warm on the heroes today. They had visited the Valley Windworks yesterday, and the weather had been cooler with a strong, cold breeze, but the heroes agreed that the past 2 days were great days. At least they would have thought that if it were not for a certain green-haired coordinator. He hasn't shut up for 2 days, Ash tiredly recalled, walking in the back of the group with Pikachu. They were currently heading to the Eterna Forest to arrive at their next destination in Eterna City by the afternoon. The problem was Drew had kept talking to Nando since joining the group about his past coordinating experiences and boasting about how great it was to be a coordinator. This had continued today to Ash and most of the others' dismay. I guess he's really trying to convince Nando to be a coordinator, but, man, is this guy arrogant. I don't even remember him being like this before, at least not this much. Ash looked towards May to see her glancing at Drew. He's probably trying to impress her, too. If this is what he meant by trying to convince her, he's really an idiot. Pika Pika, Pikapi. Pikachu whispered to Ash. Yeah, I remember the bridge up ahead, Ash replied in the same tone. He thought there was no point in whispering since no one was close to them or could understand Pikachu, but he just played along. It wasn't too long ago that we were here. Pi Pika Pika. We can get rid of Drew there. Pikachu nodded. Alright, I'll bite. How? Pikachu Pi Chu Pick. No, we're not doing that, Ash had interrupted as he saw his buddy perform a pushing motion with his paws. That's like a 30-meter steep fall with boulders under the stream. He wouldn't survive that, and I'm not about to commit a crime. The mouse merely shrugged. Anyway, it doesn't matter since he said he'd only be with us until we get to Eterna City. The group had walked for another 5 minutes before stopping for a quick break. They set up under a large tree to relax in the shade, and Brock had pulled a basket from his bag full of sandwiches he made the day before to give to everyone. Everybody was eating peacefully when Dawn spoke up. So, you're gonna go your own way when we pass the forest, right? She bluntly asked Drew. Brock and May choked on their food and started coughing from the question. That's not very polite to ask, Dawn, Brock said in between coughs. Yeah, Drew's our friend, May added, clearing her throat. He can stay until he needs to leave. Well, yeah, I know that, Dawn clarified. I was just being sure I heard right yesterday. Everyone, including Nando, looked towards Drew as if they were waiting to hear his response. The coordinator coolly flicked his hair before responding. Don't worry, he started. We'll part ways after that. I want to get some training in before my next contest. Dawn quickly finished her food and stood up. We aren't too far from there, so we should probably start heading out again, she stated, feeling more energetic. There's a bridge up ahead that'll lead us straight to an entrance of the forest, Ash commented, deciding this was a good way to bring up the bridge. We can use it to get there faster. After a few minutes of packing, the group continued walking down the road. Dawn, Nando, and Brock led the group while May and Drew were behind them, and Ash and Pikachu were farther behind everyone. It's a nice day, huh, May told Drew while taking in the scenery. It is, he replied politely. He looked at her and smiled. You looked beautiful in your contest outfit the other day. May blushed and turned away. Thanks, she said nervously, not expecting the compliment. You looked good in your outfit, too. I think I did, too, Drew said, flicking his hair. Anyway, I've been wanting to talk to you alone since I joined up with you guys. What about? I still think you should travel with me. May flinched slightly surprised. Hear me out before you say anything, Drew continued. I know what you told me before, and I respect your decision. But, I think your performance in the contest the other day proves that you're not taking this seriously as you should be. He glanced forward and spoke. Dawn beat me because she was determined to win that day. I won't say I wasn't, but she just had the upper hand in that match. I don't regret losing to her, 'cause I know what to work on now to improve. We can get better together if you travel with me. May stared at her rival. She knew he had a point, but this conversation was becoming repetitive. Why is he so persistent about this? She briefly glanced behind her to look at Ash and Pikachu, who talking to each other. May felt a sense of relief that Ash was not paying attention to them, but she could not tell why. Drew, she began. I really do appreciate that you care about my performances in contests, but I've already told you my decision on the ship. It hasn't changed. Drew sighed deeply before slightly smiling. I figured, he said earnestly. But I thought I'd give it one last go. I expect to see you performing better, though. Dawn is looking to be a great coordinator. You don't want her to take your spot as my rival, right? Not a chance, May replied with determined look. I won't lose to you next time. We'll see. Unknowingly to the coordinators, they did not know the pair behind them heard their conversation. So, his plan backfired. Pika Pika. I'm not surprised either. Pika Pika Pie, Pikapi. Yeah, I think he likes her. If I remember correctly, Max told me a few years later that he stopped Drew from hitting on her. He said it just felt wrong. Pie Pika Pika Pikachu. What happened after? Not really sure. I didn't really care back then to ask about the details, and if I'm being honest, I still don't care. It's their business. Pikachu nodded in understanding. The group continued treading down the path for another 5 minutes when they finally saw the bridge in the distance. To their surprise, they saw a friend standing next to it looking over the edge. Dawn and May recognized the girl and ran towards her. Zoe. Dawn called out, grabbing the coordinator's attention. Oh, hey, Zoe said, putting on a smile as the teens approached her. I never thought I'd run into you guys here. That's what I was gonna say to you, May retorted, returning the smile. Are you heading towards Eterna City? Yeah, I was just taking a little break before I go through the forest. Great. How about traveling with us for a bit? Dawn suggested. Are you guys headed to Eterna City, too? Yup, May nodded eagerly. It'll be fun, what do you say? Zoe was going to reply when she looked past May and Dawn to see some other familiar faces. She smiled brightly when saw the trainer. She walked past the two girls, which surprised them, and stood in front of Ash and Pikachu. It's nice to see you guys again, too. I have something for you, Pikachu, Zoe exclaimed happily. She took off her bag and began searching for something. After a few seconds of looking, she pulled out a bottle of ketchup and kindly offered it to the mouse. I knew I'd run into you at some point, so I thought I'd get you a little gift, here. Cha, Pikachu accepted it and hugged the bottle adoringly. I think you just made a friend for life, Ash told Zoe, who was giggling at Pikachu's reaction. The trainer looked at his buddy as he took the bottle and spoke. You're only getting a little bit a day. Don't listen to him, Pikachu, Zoe interjected playfully. I bought it just for you. Pikachu jumped off Ash's shoulder into Zoe's arms, which caught him graciously. Pikachu nuzzled in her chest. Ash crossed his arms. It's good to know you'll betray me for ketchup. Zoe giggled some more while hugging Pikachu. On the other hand, May was looking at this exchange with mixed feelings. She thought the discussion with Pikachu and Zoe was cute, but the interaction between Ash and Zoe was odd. It gave her a weird feeling in her stomach that she had not felt in a while. Not since that time on the ship. Dawn noticed the brunette's expression and knew exactly what she was feeling. She was going to interrupt the scene when someone else spoke up. I'm so jealous. Brock yelled, getting everyone's attention. Why can't I find someone in my life like this? It's not fair to me. I want OW. Stop slapping my arm, Dawn. Well, stop putting on a show, she argued as she pushed him away from the group. Okay, Zoe said a little nervously. She looked back at Ash and gave him a content Pikachu. I don't mind traveling with you all if you don't mind. Not at all, Drew spoke up. He walked over and handed her a rose. A lovely lady like yourself shouldn't be going through a forest by yourself. Zoe gave him an odd look before replying. I'm not traveling with you because I can't do it on my own. I'm doing it because I want to, she stated sternly while disregarding his gift. Zoe was going to continue when she saw another familiar face behind Drew. Nando. The minstrel smiled politely as he moved in front of her. It is nice to see you again, Miss Zoe. I did not think I would run into you so soon. So, have you thought about what I said? Zoe asked, ignoring his greeting. Have you thought about sticking to coordinating or battling in gyms? After hearing this statement, May realized something. Wait, are you the one who told Nando he can't do both? I told him it would take time away from perfecting his skills in one of them, Zoe clarified. But that's not right. You can't just push your own thoughts onto someone else, Dawn said, entering the conversation after leaving Brock alone. She heard what Zoe had said. He should be able to decide for himself what he wants to do. Yes, but she's right, Drew interrupted. He should stick to one if he really wants to be successful. Frankly, I think he should only do contests since they have more to offer than battling in gyms. I don't care which one he picks, Zoe said firmly. I just think he'd be more successful doing one instead of both, so he should choose one. I think that's something Nando should find out on his own while trying both, May argued. Yeah, and if he's good at both, then he can do both, Dawn added determinedly. You can't go deck. Enough. It's rude to talk about someone like that when they're standing right next to you, Brock stated strictly. Everyone turned to see the breeder looking their way. He took a deep breath to calm himself. I understand what all of you are saying, but this isn't something for you to argue about. Nando is responsible for his own choices and no one can decide for him. There's no reason for you guys to be fighting over this. May and Dawn were going to defend their actions but knew Brock was right, while Zoe and Drew both turned away slightly upset from being scolded by someone they did not know very well. That's Brock for you, Ash thought contently as he put the ketchup bottle away. Pikachu jumped off his shoulder to go with Brock to support him. Now, the breeder began as he petted Pikachu on his shoulder to thank him. If everyone's calmed down, we should start heading out. I changed my mind, Zoe said abruptly, putting her bag back on. She began walking past the group. I'll be going on my own through the forest. I think it's better, so we don't argue about things. Wait. Dawn and May called out together, causing the other team to turn around just before entering the bridge. They ran over to stand in front of their fellow coordinator. I still want you to go with us, May told Zoe. The Hoa native could tell her feelings for the other coordinator were mixed, but she knew that Zoe was a friend first. I don't think we'd fight over things anymore, maybe. Yeah, we shouldn't have argued over this in the first place, Dawn added. Why don't we forget about the whole situation and go through the forest together? Zoe stared blankly at the girls as she thought about what they said. After a few seconds, the red-haired teen grinned before replying. Okay, she said gladly. I didn't want to leave things as they were either, but I kinda let my pride think for me for a second. I'll go with you guys if you'll still let me. May and Dawn cheered as they surprisingly gave Zoe a hug. The red-haired teen was shocked from their actions, and she patted them on the back awkwardly. Now that we're clear on what's happening, Ash said, which broke the embrace. Let's start heading out. I want to get to Eterna City before it gets too late. Zoe mentally thanked the trainer for getting her out the awkward situation even if he did not mean to. Ash was going to continue when he suddenly heard a familiar, faint sizzling sound growing louder in his ear. His eyes widened briefly when he spotted numerous bombs falling from the sky. Quickly assessing the situation, he threw a pokeball in air and sprinted as fast as he could to the girl's location. Look out! He yelled as he grabbed and shielded them. Pikachu! Pikachu said, jumping off Brock's shoulder to fire a thunderbolt at the bombs still in midair. He had heard the noise and knew what to do when he heard Ash yell. Boom! Pikachu promptly demolished all the bombs before they could hit the ground, but the powerful force from the explosion was too much for Ash to maintain his balance, pushing him and the three girls over the cliff. Ah! Ash could hear May, Dawn, and Zoe scream loudly as they were dropping fast. He held on to them tightly when he saw they were rapidly closing in on the stream. He forcefully turned around, so his back was facing the ground and after a few seconds, collided harshly against the rushing water. Ash winced from the extreme pain. I have to stay focused, the trainer thought desperately in the water. He kept his grip on his friends as the stream began to take them. To add to his dismay, Ash suddenly felt a severe scrape on his back and knew he struck a sharp boulder. He could feel the water sink into his wound. Damn it! Just a little longer. After a few more seconds, the strong pull in the stream had simmered down, and Ash realized they were in the clear. He fiercely threw the girls up and used his remaining strength to swim behind them. All three girls broke the surface and began coughing. Ash appeared from the water and resumed taking action. You okay? He questioned. They nodded tiredly to his relief. He pointed to their left where there was land and the forest behind it as he continued. Come on. Let's get out of the water. XXXX. No. Brock yelled as he saw his friends go over the cliff. He was being held back by Snorlax, who Ash released before the massive explosion. He figured Ash knew this would happen and had the sleeping Pokemon block Nando, Drew, and him from taking the effect from the eruption. Suddenly, he heard laughter from the sky, where they could see a Meowth air balloon and three familiar faces. Listen, is that a voice I hear? Jessie said. It's speaking to me loud and clear, James continued. On the wind. Past the stars. In your ear, Meowth chimed in. Bringing chaos at a breakneck pace, Jessie stated. Dashing hope, putting fear in its place, James added. A rose by any other name is just as sweet. When everything's worse, our work is complete. Jessie. And it's James. And Meowth, now that's a name. Putting the do-gooders in their place. Jesse started. We're Team Rocket. James pressed. And we're in your face, they all exclaimed. Wabuffet. My mime. Team Rocket, Brock said angrily. I knew it had to be you. What do you think of our new motto? We put a lot of hard work into it, Jesse stated proudly. Well, it doesn't matter right now, we'll be taking Pikachu off your hands now. Not you losers again, Drew commented. That's odd. I was thinking the exact the same thing when I saw you guys, Meowth countered. You know, I have to say I don't recognize half the twerps that were here, James said while putting a hand to his chin. Don't stress about the small details, and stay focused, Jessie reminded her teammates. She pulled out more bombs before she spoke again. Let's continue with the plan. Right. Both James and Meowth followed suit. SNR. Snorlax quickly fired a powerful hyper beam attack before the trio could do anything, which instantly blew up the balloon and caused a huge blast. Team Rocket had their arms crossed as they flew across the sky. I told you not to stress the little stuff, Jessie hissed. See what happens when you lose focus. And we were doing so good, too, James whimpered. Hey, give us some credit, Meowth said. We lasted longer than last time. I'd say that's a win, right? They all slowly smiled at the revelation. We're blasting off again. Brock sighed in relief that they got rid Team Rocket so quickly. He looked over to Snorlax, who was talking with Pikachu. Thanks a ton, Snorlax, he said grabbing the Pokémon's attention. I'll be sure to whip up some good food for you later. Lax. He cheered happily. Brock recalled Snorlax into his Pokeball that he found on the floor. He looked over to Drew and Nando who were glancing over Cliff. I don't see them anywhere, Drew stated frustratingly. I'll send Flygon to search for them. Wait, Nando interrupted. There's no need for that. Did you not see they fell over this cliff into the raging current? I did, and if you paid attention, you would have noticed Ash knew this would happen. What? He's right, Drew, Brock joined in calmly with Pikachu on his shoulder. Ash sent out Snorlax to help us while he helped the girls. I think he knew the blast would be too strong for us to stand our ground, so he did what he could to keep us safe. I agree, Nando added elegantly. The way he held onto to them as they went over the edge says he was prepared for this. Drew grunted. I could have done better, he said lowly so nobody could hear. We should continue to the forest, Nando suggested. The stream opens up to it, so there's a good chance they will make their way to reach the city. They fell off a cliff, Drew argued. They could be hurt, and you're saying we shouldn't go looking for them. I do agree with what you're saying, but look at Pikachu, Brock gestured to the mouse on his shoulder. Both Drew and Nando could see Pikachu steadily looking at them. If they were in danger like we're assuming they are, Pikachu wouldn't be this calm. He'd want to go find them as fast as possible. Drew resigned knowing he had a point. In that case, now we really should go through Eterna Forest and wait for them at the exit, Nando advised. There are many entrances to the forest, but there's only one exit to the city. Dawn and Zoe, at least, should know this and will start heading there when they can. Besides, if we start looking for them while they make their way to exit, we'll just be going in circles. Brock nodded. Good, the breeder said confidently. Then let's get going. XXXX. May, Dawn, and Zoe were each leaning against a tree tiredly. They were feeling stressed, anxious, and fear from the experience they just had and could not bring themselves to relax. Not to mention they were shivering from their clothes being drenched. They questioned how they survived the life-threatening incident with only bruises on their arms. If they had to guess, the teens would say that they were lucky. However, they knew they would be wrong to assume it was something as ridiculous as luck. The teens knew why they survived such an experience and saw him walking back from the stream. If there was luck involved, they knew they were lucky he was around to act the way he did. Are you feeling a little better now? Ash asked worryingly. The girls nodded slowly. The sound of voice was gentle and reassuring to the girls. That's better, Ash said smiling. I could tell you were all still trying to figure out what happened when I asked before, so I thought I'd ask again when you caught your breath. All three girls could not help but blush from his smile. Ash noticed their expressions and decided to change the subject. He pulled a pokeball and summoned his Torkoal. Torkoal Tor. The Pokemon said as he blew smoke from his nostrils. The girls coughed as they waved away the smoke. Sorry, Torkoal can get overexcited, Ash chuckled. He looked back at his Pokemon. Can you use Sunny Day to warm us up? Coal. Torkoal said while lifting its head. This caused the sunlight to shine brighter and the intenseness of the heat to increase. This should be enough to keep you warm and dry your clothes for now, Ash commented, noticing the girls were shivering less now. We'll wait till everyone's dry before we start heading to Eterna City. You don't think we should wait for the others to come looking for us? Dawn asked while rubbing arms slightly. They're probably heading to city, too, he replied. Besides, if we wait for them to do something, we'll be wasting time and have to spend the night in the forest. Do you want to do that? May and Dawn both shook their heads, thinking that was not something they want to do after today. Ash chuckled. I kinda figured. We'll leave in a bit. There was a sudden silence that fell among the group. Their thoughts each lingered upon the prior events once more. Again, the girls thought they were fortunate Ash did what he did. After a few minutes of resting, Ash suddenly stood up. You all rest a bit more, he said. I'll go into the forest a bit and see if I can find a path. No, I'll go, Zoe stood up to meet him. I know the layout of the forest, so I can find it pretty easily. I know it pretty well, too, Dawn stated, slowly getting up. I used to come with my mom when I was younger. I'll go with Zoe while you rest, Ash. I'm fine. I can. Sit and don't move from that spot, mister. Dawn ordered. You've already done enough. She's so mean, Ash sulked as sat on the ground. Okay. Be careful. The two Sinnoh natives left Ash and May with Torkoal, who had fallen asleep. Realizing they were alone, May decided it was a good time to speak openly with her friend. She began, getting Ash's attention. She suddenly felt nervous with his gaze on her. I just want to say thank you for, saving us. No problem. I'm just glad you all came out safe from it, he said grinning. Ash suddenly moved closer to his friend, so they were side by side. He lightly touched her shoulders as he put on a serious expression. What are you doing? May asked softly, feeling her face heat up tremendously. How are your arms? He finally questioned. I know I was squeezing them hard when we were falling and then in the water. They do feel a little bruised, but I know why you did it. I'm still happy you did what you did to save us. Ash gently smiled and patted her head. Okay, just take it easy. May began to blush uncontrollably and turned away. Ash recalled Torkoal as he stood up from the ground. He extended his hand towards May. Come on, he started. I think we should be good to go. May noticed her clothes were drier and thought he was right. My clothes did dry fast, she thought as she accepted his hand. She was standing in front of him when she called to him. Ash. Yeah. Thank you, May stated as she embraced him in hug. She slowly felt Ash return the hug and squeezed him a little harder. To her surprise, though, she heard him wince pain, which immediately caused her to let go and step back worryingly. Ash, what's wrong? Did I hurt you? I am fine, he replied with a cringe expression. I think I got a small cut on my back when we were in the water. May turned him around and gasped at his small scrape. It appeared to be more of a large gash extending from left shoulder to the right side of his lower back that had cut through his shirt. She noticed dry blood around wound and saw her gloves had a little bit as well from the hug. She cursed herself for thinking Ash could have been hurt from the fall too. Oh, my goodness. What happened? Ash and May glanced to see Dawn and Zoe with stunned looks. They ran to Ash to get a better view of the cut across his back. He cut himself when we were moving in the stream, May explained. Do you guys have any disinfectant? That looks really deep, Zoe said as she turned to dig in her bag. She pulled out a clear bottle and some gauzes. We can patch it up after we clean out the wound. Take your shirt off, Ash. Ash put his hands up to argue. Okay, I get you're worried, but I think you. Don't argue. We're trying to help you, Dawn cut him off. Now, off with your shirt. She really is mean, Ash sighed to himself. He turned away and lifted his shirt up. He figured this would be enough to clean wound. The three girls were happy the trainer was not looking at them because they were blushing madly. Disregarding the gash, they could see Ash's nicely toned back muscles. If they were being honest, the teens had been wondering what he looked like under his shirt, so this situation would satisfy their curiosity. I said take off your shirt, Zoe managed to muster. You can clean it like this, Ash responded. The point was to put your shirt on the floor, so you could lay on it while I clean it, she claimed. Your pants are gonna get wet if we do it this way. Ash sighed once more. He took off his shirt to place it on the floor. He turned to the teens and shooed them away with his hands, so he could lay down. However, the girls were able to get a glimpse of his well-toned abs and chiseled chest before he laid down. Oh okay, I'm gonna get started, Zoe announced as she kneeled next to the trainer. Just pour it all at once, Ash mumbled with his eyes closed. The red-haired teen opened the bottle, pouring the contents all over the trainer's back. This caused Ash to grimace in slight pain. Sorry, but you told me to do it, Zoe said sincerely. She pulled a small towel from her bag to dry the areas around wound. She began tracing his muscles as she wiped him down slowly. I think you can put the gauzes on now, Ash stated, feeling uncomfortable from how she was moving along his body. All right. She began to gently cover up the gash with the sterile pads. You might need stitches, so this is just to hold you for now until we get to the city. Okay, I was thinking the same thing. There. You should be good for now, Zoe said after placing the last gauze on his lower back. Ash stood up slowly while grabbing his shirt. He dusted the dirt off before putting it back on. Thank you, he genuinely told the coordinator. Don't mention it, Zoe replied smiling with a slight blush on her face. It's the least I can do for someone who saved my life. For the second time today, May felt this uncomfortable feeling from the interaction of Ash and Zoe. Well, if you're good to go, then we should get a move on, Dawn said firmly. May and Ash noticed the seriousness in the brunette's voice but decided not to question it for now. We found the path that'll lead us in the right direction. Sounds good, Ash said. I'll get my stuff by the water, so we can head out. I'll go with you, Zoe stated happily. I wanted to fill up on water before we go. May watched her friends leave from their position when she decided to speak to Dawn. Okay, what's wrong? Huh? Oh, nothing, Dawn responded, faking a smile. Why? You seemed very serious a few minutes ago when they were talking, so I thought something was up. Dawn laughed nervously. No need to worry, she replied, waving her friend away. I just thought we should get moving if Ash was ready, though, there is something I have to tell you, but I'll let you when we're alone later. K. May gave her a curious look before nodding. Good, Dawn grinned. Let's get a move on then. XXXX. Ash and the three girls had been making their way through Eterna Forest for about 15 minutes when they came across a large clearing. The forest was surrounded by trees, so it was surprising to see a large, clear opening. They noticed a huge boulder in the middle covered in a green substance. My mom told me about these places, Dawn spoke up. She said there are a few spots in the forest like this one. I never got around to asking her why, but it has to do with that rock. It's a moss rock, Zoe explained. I think it makes a certain Pokemon evolve, but I'm not sure which one if I'm being honest. Well, let's go get a closer look, May suggested happily. I think we have a bit of time. It wouldn't hurt, Zoe added. We have to pass it to start going uphill to hit the main road. The three girls started sprinting towards the boulder while Ash remained in his position, looking around aimlessly for something. Something doesn't feel right, he thought frustratingly. Ash kept scanning the area and felt something wrong with the atmosphere. Damn it, I can't put my finger on it. Ash decided to follow the others, who were already studying the rock. He took a few steps into the clearing and his eyes widened when he realized what felt wrong. Come back this way. We're in a, was all the trainer could get out before he was fiercely struck in the stomach by flying, brown object. May, Dawn, and Zoe had turned around when they heard Ash yell, only to see him get fiercely hit. Ash! They all called out. They saw him fall to the floor in pain while the flying object quickly moved away from the trainer and towards them. The girls ducked as the flying object closed in on them. However, it suddenly flew up and they saw it had returned to a claydol floating on top of the moss rock. It must have just appeared since they were just examining the rock a few seconds ago. I told you that would work, a voice said behind the psychic type. Yeah, but it took my claydol for it to work, another voice stated. Two small figures appeared from behind the Pokemon that May immediately recognized from her journey through Hoenn. What, Tate and Liza? She said in disbelief. The duo was wearing the same outfits except they were white. Moreover, May noticed something entirely different about them. Their eyes are completely blank. And you said we weren't famous, Tate told his sister. Don't be ridiculous, Liza retorted. We've met her before, dummy. Really? 'Cause I have no idea who she is. You know them, May, Dawn questioned curiously. They're the moss-deep gym leaders in the Hoenn region. Gym leaders? Then why did they attack Ash? Zoe said angrily. We're right here, you know, Liza commented, breaking up the conversation. No respect for their superiors, how rude, Tate added while crossing his arms. Then let's get this over with, so we can gloat to the others how easy this was, Liza mentioned as she threw a pokeball in the air. Out came a strong-looking Metagross that shook the ground when it landed. Are you gonna put up a fight or can we just deal with Ash peacefully, or harshly and peacefully is better way of putting it? The idea of hurting Ash made May furious. I won't let you near him. She countered confidently as she threw her own pokeball. Blaze. Blaziken announced readily. Use flamethrower. Blaziken quickly fired the massive attack to a still Metagross. However, Liza merely smirked. Dodge it. To the teen's surprise, Metagross swiftly dodged the attack and headed straight for a stunned Blaziken at tremendous speed. The Psychic and Steel type threw one of its arms back, colliding a powerful Meteor Mash with the Fire type. No, Blaziken. May yelled worryingly. I told you they didn't see the trick room, Liza commented to her brother. Again, my Pokemon that did the move, Tate grunted. Yeah, let's just get this over with. They were going to continue when the ground started shaking immensely. What's going on? Liza called out, trying to maintain her balance. I'm not sure. Suddenly, two large vines smashed through the ground and wrapped cruelly around the claydol. After a few seconds, the vines geared back and ruthlessly hurtled the Pokemon against the ground. Claydol. Tate said, jumping down to check on his Pokemon. Liza was furious that her brother's Claydol was hurt. She looked past the teens to see Ash standing next to a Torterra. The trainer appeared to have angry expression on his face. May, Dawn, and Zoe turned to smile at their friend. Now that you got your cheap shot in, Ash said while clenching his fist. I'll end this quickly, 'cause I'm not in the mood. Liza giggled. Maybe this won't be as easy as we thought.